Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I make it past. The midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know. Walk on up with a drink in hand, sipping mixers cause you can. And all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing the light, holding on for life, feeling the high. Chasing the light, chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the night, holding on for life, feeling the high. Chasing the night, holding on for life, feeding the high, chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay. Locked in love for a night or two, losing sleep just to get off you. Day to day you wanna stay out. You're chasing the light, holding on for life, feeling the high. Chasing the light, chasing the night, chasing the night. is black as the soul in me and the heart I have for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Now you bring, oh you bring, oh you bring me back to life. Bring me to life. No. I stopped on my side, tried to run on a faulty line. I'm safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. But she bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Oh, you bring me to sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. You got a voice, then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Book a plane, fly away. We will never be the same. And as long as you are mine, come on and run away. We wanna run away. We don't need any reasons, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
G'day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Playday 6 of Six Masters 2020. I'm Guz, and joining me for all of tonight's action is Raven. First off, how you going, mate?
I am good. I'm super excited for tonight. All week I've just been excited for this Playday in particular because we have some really big matchups.
Yeah, I think excited is a word that we've used pretty much throughout this entire tournament, but tonight we can only stress it even more. If you guys want to stay up to date with all of the action, of course, you can on all of the Rainbow Six ANZ socials that are on screen now. If you jump onto Twitter, You can also have your say on who you think will win tonight. All right, let's dive into it, Raven. What are we expecting tonight? Because there are some big matches, aren't there?
Yeah, well, there's some big names on the board tonight. Wildcard and Elevate, obviously, the two most notable, but they're up against two opponents that are both on the rise, so to speak, being LFO for Wildcard, LFO the dark horse in the tournament, and then Sinister, also a team that is really on a upward trajectory since Pro League Season 11.
Well, of course, it's important that we have a look at the standings and see where all these teams line up heading into tonight. And of course, Wildcard, one of those teams playing tonight, currently sitting first. Let's make our way down, Raven, and explain why these teams are where they are.
Yeah, well, Okami have had a 50-50 style kind of opening to their Six Masters. They are there in second place, but they have lost a couple of maps and had some really close ones as well. Elevate, who we will see tonight, did lose a map to LFO, which is Wildcard's opponent. And that does add a bit of spice to that, seeing as Wildcard haven't quite lost a map yet. But pretty much all of these teams have made a really strong case that they are quite capable for pushing towards that top 4 positioning. Team Ferox last night had a massive series against Okami, ended up coming out on top in that second map. Really is just the poor, unfortunate little Kanga there at the bottom. They are in struggle street at the moment.
Yeah, poor Kanga not having the best of seasons. Haven't even managed to win a map yet, the only team yet to do so. But hey, still plenty of action to come. I'm sure they'll be able to bounce back. But again, looking ahead at tonight's matches, they're going to have a big impact on the standings, aren't they? We've seen already a lot of these matches being extremely impactful. And here are those games for tonight. First up, Wildcard, LFO Raven. This one is going to be a cracker.
It really is. I'm super excited for what LFO might bring out for us, because there's 2 weeks in a row now where they've taken a map of high-performing teams. So we're talking Elevate in week 1. They beat them 7-2 on Clubhouse. And then Okami, week 2, they beat them 8-7 on Villa. So granted, that was very close, but they showed some really great performance there. And now they've just got another tough opponent ahead of them in Wildcard. And I don't know, we were talking to Enigma earlier and he seemed pretty pumped.
Well, talking about being pumped, Elevate versus Sinister will follow later tonight, and I am very excited as well for that one. Again, all these teams so close, it's going to be so exciting, and look, I can't wait to jump into it.
Yeah, and I think the really exciting thing about that second series is that Sinister are this climbing team. They've had really good form ever since the break in Pro League Season 11, where they were struggling initially, but they've just been going from strength to strength. And now this is a really big opportunity for them to prove that they have made leaps and bounds. And if they take a map off Elevate, that's a massive statement.
Well, they're currently first in the standings. It is, of course, Wildcard. Let's have a look at the roster they'll be bringing tonight. Keep in mind, there is an addition to the graphic. Flux down the bottom. Raven, explain who he is and what he brings to the team.
Flux is one of the support staff members on Wildcard. Of course, the other is Silex, that you would have seen quite frequently in the post-game interviews. That's what that addition is there. But really, let's not beat around the bush here, guys. We want to talk about Ethan. After the week that he had last week, he was named the Snowball Esports MVP of last week. He had a huge game in the tough series against Ferox. That was a 7-5, 8-7 series wildcard, getting both of those. But Ethan dropped a massive 20 bomb in that second game that really pulled wildcard through.
Well, they've made a name for themselves already. Let's see what they can bring to the table tonight. It is, of course, LFO. And again, Enigma has been added here to the lineup, and he is the coach/manager of the team. Who can we keep an eye on for tonight's action, Raven?
So consistently for LFO, really the keep the eye on player is Mims. He had a really big week 1. In fact, he was the MVP for Snowball Esports in week 1 of Six Masters. So this is the 2 current MVPs in terms of the first 2 weeks, going face to face here. 100% keep an eye on Mims because he's had a massive impact for LFO, and he's proven that he can play consistently.
Yeah, and I guess going into this matchup, we're definitely sort of envisioning it to be a little bit of a David versus Goliath, but both teams definitely have big standout players that if they turn on or turn up here, my oh my, this is going to like go from 0 to 100 really quickly.
Yeah, and I think at the start of the season, a lot of people were writing LFO off. They were just the 8th seed team that came in through open quals. They hadn't played this level before, but back-to-back weeks now, they've shown up. And like last week against Okami, they had some difficulties one way or another on the second map in Cafe, but they still had some really, really good rounds. They've shown a lot of promise, and really you can't write them off so severely anymore. It's a completely different story.
Well, of course, the map veto takes a massive part of how these teams approach these matches. Let's have a look at what the teams will be banning out first. Of course, they get one ban each in this best of 2 format. And there we go. LFO takeoff Consulate, wildcard takeoff Border. Nothing really unexpected coming from that.
Yeah, no, LFO banning Consulate is a great ban. It's definitely a strong map for wildcard. They've proven that so far in 6 Masters, having a big win against Ferox last week. But also the wildcard ban of Border, that is their insta ban. That is not a surprise at all. It's week in, week out. That is what wildcard will ban.
All right, well, let's roll through the picks. Each team, again, getting 1. It'll be LFO heading us to Theme Park and wildcard to Clubhouse. What can we expect heading into these games?
Well, this is a very interesting situation here. So Theme Park, wildcard played that in the first week against Sinister, and that was a 7-5 win to them. It was very close. It was a Sinister comeback. I think wildcard were up 5-1 at one stage, and then Sinister came back and it got really close. We haven't seen LFO really play it, so bit of a surprise. And wildcard picking Clubhouse, they've played pretty well on it so far in 6 Masters. They've played it twice. Of course, they haven't lost a map, so they won it both times. But LFO beat Elevate 7-2 on Clubhouse in the first week.
And this is actually pretty funny. I was playing some casual with Enigma, the coach of LFO, earlier today. And he asked me, he's like, hey guys, where do you reckon we're going to play tonight? And I funnily enough, I said Theme Park and Clubhouse. So, hey, I don't know. He didn't say anything after that. He didn't want to give anything away, but I'll take that one under my wing. Again, big question mark over Theme Park. It's a map that's got pretty limited play here in 8NZ. So we really don't have a lot to go off heading into that. I mean, Wildcard is one of the teams that has played it, though. So they have some form.
Yeah, they've shown something, and that's obviously an opportunity for LFO. They can go back and look at that VOD, see some of those strategies. Being a new map, you would expect there's maybe not as much of depth in terms of strategy that these teams would have. So that could be something that works against Wildcard. And given LFO have proven time and time again, they do their homework. They had some really great counter bans against Okami that helped them a lot to get that first map on Villa. I think Wildcard could find it tough in that first map.
And I don't think the second map's going to be really easy for them either, because LFO managed to take down Elevate on that very map. I think, was it 7-2, 7-3? It was a dominant performance. Mims absolutely popping off. So look, LFO, I mean, obviously I'm going to be a little bit biased. I mean, I picked LFO in my picks. So look, I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm not at all any bias towards them. You know, I want them to get up for my picks, but I don't know. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, you and I are polar opposites in terms of our predictions, because I've backed Wildcard to go the 2-0, but I think that really demonstrates just how this could play out. It really could be a 2-0 in either favor here. Looking at this for face value of these maps, LFO definitely have a good chance on Theme Park. They clearly have something up their sleeve, given that it was their map choice. And then Clubhouse is also a big strength for them. So I guess you could say, as long as they're showing up, there's no reason why they couldn't get the 2-0. But on the other end of the scale, Wildcard are such a strong team, and they're showing week in, week out with 6 Masters that they're building strength as they go. So on the other hand, yeah, there's no reason why they couldn't get a 2-0.
And I think there's one theme that we can probably continue with throughout this matchup. It's probably going to be innovation. Because of Theme Park being such a new map, it has a really broad spectrum of what you can bring to it, because the meta hasn't really been set in stone. LFO already, as you mentioned, have proven that they are willing to do their homework and innovate. Wildcard as well, a team that's pretty structured. So I'm expecting it's going to be a clash of the minds, really, heading into this first map. How much prep are these teams done, and what are they going to try and bring to the table to outsmart their opponent?
Yeah, and something that I think will be the biggest hurdle for LFO is going to be the mid-game or mid-round adaptations. That's something that Wildcard has always been really strong at. So they're going to be continuously adapting to what LFO throw out at them. And if LFO fail to keep up with that part of the game, that's where I think Wildcard will take the advantage and start to run away a bit.
Well, Raven and I are a little bit torn on who we think will take the series. Let's bring up the community poll and see what you guys at home think. And it will be a Wildcard by a significant margin, probably a little bit more than I would have expected. But again, they've got the org backing, they've got the name, and look, they're first in the standings. So
yeah, I think there's a lot of reasoning behind why there would be so much favor into Wildcard. As you touched on, they are first in the standings. very well known. Everybody would have seen them play at Six Invitational quite recently, Tokoname Pro League finals. They've had that international experience. LFO, they don't have that org backing. They've come out of open qualifiers. So I think a lot of people are still very skeptical of the LFO performances, but part of me feels like that's what they thrive on.
The one number that really sticks out to me is the 9% for the draw. I was expecting that to maybe be a little bit higher because if Wildcard, look, don't win a map, I'm probably not fully expecting LFO to take both maps. It'll probably result in a draw, especially with Wildcard being able to bounce back and bring those adaptations for the second map. So, I don't know. I'm just saying the draw, maybe not getting as much love as it probably could have.
I definitely think a draw is a high possibility. LFO are going to have some interesting stuff on Theme Park, no doubt. It is their map pick. And in previous weeks on their map picks, they have brought out some really interesting strategies. The big one that comes to mind was last week on Villa against Okami, 7-7, so final round of overtime. They hadn't played that living library bomb site on Villa, and they pulled it out. It was a total pocket strat, and it was a really innovative strat. Devin and I were both marveling at it, and it worked. It got them the win. So something that Wildcard are going to have to keep an eye out for.
I guess talking about strategy, of course, we know where we'll be heading for this series. Let's start diving into Theme Park a little bit. It's a map that hasn't been in the competitive pool for very long. As I mentioned, there's a lot of room for movement. We did see Wildcard and Sinister clash on this match earlier in Six Masters 2020. Is there anything we can take out maybe from that match and heading into sort of this one tonight?
It's still pretty hard to read exactly where things are developing with Theme Park because that really was the first play of it at this level for us here in ANZ. So there isn't a whole lot of depth. It did end up leaning to be defender-sided, which I was a little disappointed about because a lot of the international level play that I've seen on Theme Park has actually been a bit 50-50. There's even been some matches that I watched where it was more attacker-sided. So I'm curious to see what develops in terms of who are getting the rounds tonight. I feel like it's probably still going to favor the defense a little bit, but we will find out really soon, guys.
Yes, we will. It's Wildcard taking on LFO. The map is Theme Park. It's the first in the series this evening. Let's jump straight into the action. I am super, super keen for this one. Let's see what these teams will bring to the table as we enter the ban phase. What sort of bans can we expect on a map like this, Raven?
Something to do with hard breaching. So Thatcher, Maverick, there we go. There's the Thatcher. Maverick or Thermite is also really important because particularly with Throne Room, but it's the same on other sites as well, you really need to be getting particular walls open. They're really critical to your attacks because otherwise there's a lot of real bad funnel points through doorways. So hard breaching is quite a prevalent thing needed on attack here.
Ying will be the second attacking ban, an operator that hasn't really been getting a lot of love recently. Of course, recently buffed, then slightly nerfed again, still in a strong position in the teams. More often than not, electing not to deal with her as we enter the defensive bans. Mute will actually lead the way, so pretty interesting one there from LFO. Maybe trying to break apart that Mute Mozzie combo.
Yeah, it helps too that Thatcher's been banned because that's one strength of Mute, or something that adds to the strength of Mute, is the fact that it's really hard to clear when there's no EMP grenade. So getting that off the board means that it is going to be a bit easier to attack. So that could be LFO saying, hey guys, we're on attack first. What's going to make it easier for us? We want to be able to get our drones places. We want to be able to gather that intel, and we can't do that easy if there's Mute up. So I like this ban from them.
Mirror to end proceedings, a ban that Wildcard often lean on, not wanting to deal with her mirror windows. Interested to see what the first side of choice will be here. Of course, Wildcard are starting on the defense. Looks like Bunk Daycare will be the first site of choice. Maybe a slight departure from what we might expect, at least from the very early meta on this map where Throne Room seemed to be the place to be, but Wildcard elected to do it their way.
I was going to say, if that Montaigne is stuck, that could be an interesting strat, but oh, actually we're getting the 60 onto the Nook. See what Sogs has up his sleeve with that one. Wildcard probably not expecting that at all. Might be a nice little pocket strat coming out of LFO really early on the map here.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
Well, when I was playing with Enigma earlier today, he was boasting about some of the spicy stuff they might be bringing tonight for the LFO lineup. Some of their strategies could be quite interesting. And look, going to Theme Park, that's one thing. Bringing a Nook in competitive, that's another. An operator that really doesn't see a lot of play, extremely niche and required some thorough planning. So it's very interesting, I think, to follow Sogs this round and See what he can accomplish.
Definitely going to come down to some of the intel gathering from Wildcard, which is what Nook countered, but of course you have to be careful. There are certain tells when she moves through the map. So if she walks through wire or sprints or in certain animations, she will shutter on a camera. So you just have to be keeping a solid eye out. And that's where the element of surprise works in favor of Nook, because you're not paying that depth of attention.
Slog's already using his ability to make sure that those default cameras don't spot him, so it seems Alpha are committed to trying to keep Slogs deep in their pockets at the moment and only revealing him when really necessary. I'm trying to envision where he's going to push, but it's really hard. I can't quite put my finger on exactly what he's going to do here.
Yeah, it looks like he wants to be able to take this top arcade and push in through straight to site, potentially, but Diesel's holding quite a strange little angle there. If they don't drone that out, well, that's going to be a counter surprise onto Sogs. But no, actually, he's rotated away, Guz. Still not really indicating where he's going to go. But you would have to think by now, Wildcard would have heard the FMG9 opening that top arcade window. So potentially he has given himself away now.
I was thinking the exact same thing, Raven. Great minds think alike. Sounds quite unique in this game and can definitely reveal a lot about who you're playing. Meanwhile, the rest of LFO looking to push initiation, a common choke point that has developed on this map as Wildcard try to push these players back. Emo Rin on the smoke still with 3 smoke babes in hand. Just trying to waste as much time as possible.
One thing that's standing out for me now is this is basically what we saw strategy-wise from Wildcard against Sinister in week 1. They really want to contest the horizontal push here. It's generally how you would try and take towards Bunk Daycare. Some teams will favor Cafe, but strategically you want a lot of map control. And that's what pushing from that side from the map across will get you. And LFO are just pushing straight into it and going deep here. This is really interesting map space taken by Angmo, and it might work out for him here. That C4 is not going to hit the mark. He's done some damage, but he's pretty trapped.
Trying to find some safety in the smoke, but he will be taken down. That's Emo Rin getting the first kill on the board for his team this evening. That over-aggression from Angmo was punished. Mim's not really in a position to refrag it. Keep in mind, he has the diffuser in hand, and LFO now stalled out with only 45 seconds left. But there's Slogs. He's made his way up arcade. He's found 2. So the knock paying off there. Wildcard just completely unaware that he's pushed up those stairs. Hills will finish that down player, leaving it now in a 3-on-3 as Ethan picks up 1. 30 seconds on the board.
The other players were taken low as well from that aggressive play from Angmo. There was 3 players, in fact, that were one-shot. Emo Rin is the last of those 3 alive. It's going to be a lot on the shoulders of Ethan here, as he's got the solid gun, he's got the HP. He's going to have to be able to find at least 1 pick to keep Wildcard close to this. The time is definitely helping them. They're going to have to funnel through into side. Emo gets 1 as he's traded out. Ethan finds another, but he can't get the last Wildcard. Oh, he does actually. They traded Guz. So that means that Wildcard will get that round. That was unbelievable.
Well, there was a lot to digest then. In the very first round, we had Slogs flank up arcade and really give his team that fighting chance. And then there was only 10 seconds left. LFO forced to send it, and they almost did. But as you mentioned, they traded, so that does default it to a defender win because they prevented the bombs from being disabled.
Wow, that was a really strange way to end the round, but a really good round from LFO. They did not get too bullied by that roam. Angmo, while it was a little aggressive of him to push up into initiation, he did a lot of damage with his gun. As I was saying, he tagged 3 players down to 1 shot, which really enabled LFO in those final moments to be able to just bust onto site and actually have a fighting chance.
Wow. That round couldn't have been much closer. Definitely felt from the majority of it that Wildcard were in control, but that pocket strat from LFO of the Nook, so close to really crumbling their stronghold. I'm sure Wildcard will be a little bit wary of that now. Of course, LFO electing not to bring that operator on this occasion. So they don't have to be quite as wary of unexpected flanks.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Looks like they've done their homework pretty well, or at least their predictions are on point so far, because they've brought 3 hard breaches, and it's for Armory, which is notoriously terrible if you can't get walls open. Makes it really tough to attack, and they should not have too much of an issue getting some stuff done, given they've got those 3 hard breaches. So the Maverick is probably going to be the most important, because if you can't get those walls open with his Kaid charges, Thatcher isn't on the board, he's not going to help you. Really going to be a lot of pressure on Nasty to get something done nice and early.
Of course, Emo in the Soul Deny. He still has 2 claws in hand. He'll be trying to juggle those. 2 claws across the 3 main walls. There's one on the north, one on the west, and one on the east. Surrounding that throne room site. Definitely a hot point of contention throughout this round. Isn't that funny though? Emo is currently the only player on site.
And that does work. You know, with this site, it's really important to hold vertical control, because what teams will try to do, they'll try and take across to office there, on the northwest side, and then they'll try to take the yellow stairs wall, call it that, and so in towards armory. And you want to be holding that vertical control as long as possible. But this is also really key here. If Nasty is able to get that, oh, he did get it just in time. That's going to put a lot of pressure on Emo in now. So Wildcard are going to have to maybe rethink about getting somebody back to site.
Of course, that wall made soft now, blown open. Mims using one of his impact lifelines. Wildcard now are beginning to make their way back towards side, or at least Diesel on the Valkyrie here. Now the hole's also been made on the north side wall, so there's not too many places that can be safely contested on site, but Pat will find a second for his team. Just when LFO seem to be getting into gear, Wildcard denying that entry.
Yeah, Wildcard just holding still there. Diesel coming back at a good time as well. And there's backup on site, so LFO can't just yeet into throne room and try to get a plant down, not easily at least. They're pretty spread out on this attack. Wildcard is on the defense. Too sure exactly what LFO's target is. That's a great shot from Angmo though to get Ethan. That's an important player off the board for Wildcard. Does give LFO a bit of a shining light now.
Mims will make his way through, but he will be shut down by Emo Rin, leaving up to Angmo and Hills. Just Hills now.
Attackers
As
recovered
Pat
the bomb
shuts
diffuser.
his teammate down. He tries to find the first and does. Emo Rin taken down. There's about 50 HP, 25 seconds to work with here. Wary of the flank, but it looks like Wildcard pretty well positioned on site. And an air jab goes up above. Hills gets the sound cue, misses the shot though, and Wildcard will get their second round in a row.
I was on this site against Sinister that we saw Geo actually get an ace in that first week. Not so much the case this time, but Wildcard looking pretty strong for a majority of that round. LFO did struggle, they lost players, but they were getting some stuff done. I like that the Maverick got the throne wall open nice and early. It's a shame that he was fragged out. I believe if he stayed alive, LFO really would have had a better chance, because they could have put a lot more pressure on some of these other walls. That would have made it tough for Wildcard.
Of course, Wildcard have won 2 rounds straight, so they'll have to send themselves to their tertiary site. In this case, it'll be Initiation Office. Now's a great opportunity for LFO to try and get a round on the board. Proving difficult so far. I guess this really raises the question, how many attacks do you need to try and win on this thing park attack?
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, obviously, the answer would be as many as possible.
6.
I'd say 2 to 3, honestly. Like, if it was me, 2 to 3 attacks, I'd be relatively happy with, because it keeps you really in touch with the other team. And I think for a lot of teams, generally, they're going to be feeling quite comfortable, more so on the defense sides. So if I'm LFO, if they can at least get this first half, I'd say worst case scenario 2-4, but if they manage to get it to be a 3-3, then I would really feel confident going into that second half.
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds to insertion.
No real standouts so far for either team. Emo Rin in the previous round,
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
quite effective on the Kaid. Yes, that initial
Attackers
C4
recovered the bomb diffuser.
onto the Maverick was a little bit delayed. He did end up needing the kill, and using that TCSG was able to hold off any sort of push. LFO on the other end, having a few more struggles in the frag department. Hills though, a strong start, going 4-2, and we're actually going to see him on the gridlock. An operator that doesn't get a whole lot of play. We saw a little bit last night, but overall not much. Frogs shuts down Diesel. The one player from Wildcard you expect to be alive late in the round is now taken out.
Yeah, it is an early pick on a Diesel. So far, he hasn't had too much of an
A bomb has
impact
been located.
in how this has played out. Something that's really great about the top 4 sites on Theme Park is you don't really have to hold them dramatically different. It's very similar in how you hold Bunk Daycare and then Initiation Office. So it does make it pretty easy to adapt to. That's an unfortunate death there for Nasty. Again, he's the first one off the board for LFO. Make it a little tricky for them, but they do still have to back up Thermite. Ethan's going to get aggressive. He is, in fact, refragged, and actually, Hills has been saved by that. Can be revived. He's going to have 20 HP, but at least he will have a chance to shoot some bullets.
Mims does revive the down gridlock, making it a 4-on-3 LFO with that man advantage. Ethan so close to getting a 2k, but in the end, only inflicting a little bit of damage. Hills as well, still with full utility, and he can probably place that around the map quite safely. There we go, he's already used one of his track stingers. The rest of his team progressing now through control room. As again, we enter this choke point at initiation.
If they are trying to get the plant at initiation, I fear that they're going to end up just funneling too hard through this doorway. We see a play there playing in Daycare. I believe it is Imarin. Or is that Bunks? I always get those sites mixed up. But either way, Imarin in that position, he can hold this quite easily and really hinder the plant going down. So LFO are going to have to think about how they're going to deal with that. And they've only got 45 seconds left, so it's not like any massive dramatic rotates are possible. But that's one way to deal with it. Angmos is going to shoot him in the face. Maybe getting a little aggressive again, though. They funnel through, but they make it a 3 versus 1. And actually, guys, they end the round through that. It's a great little explosion. End it nice and quickly for LFO.
A swift completion to that round. Slugs sweeping around late once again. This time not on the Nook, but the Ash does net him a few kills in that round. 2-1 as we complete potentially a quarter of this match. And I think that's probably a result LFO would have liked. At least try and get them on their tertiary site. Wildcard now able to go back to their primary pick, and that will of course be Bunk and Daycare. We saw that in round number 1. Wildcard only just scathing through, but we did see LFO really have some struggles again with that initiation push.
Yeah, I mean, Wildcard really scraping through is the right way to say it. They won it on a trade on the final kill, which was a 1v1.
Defenders, protect
So
your bombs from being
quite
defused
lucky
by
in the end.
attackers.
It looked like a pretty decent attack from LFO. Losing a couple players a bit early set them up to be not a great position into that final stage. They can get a better take on this side of the map here in towards initiation and office. They're going to give themselves a lot more time to make something work with side. I think that really is going to be the key. Otherwise, they're going to have to try and make something work with pushing a different direction, more so from Cafe.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Ethan currently going 4-3, having a little bit of a quieter night so far compared to last week, where he went absolutely massive in that series.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb. Attackers
Almost got a
drop
2k in the final round, or
Attackers
the last round
recover the
rather,
bomb diffuser.
where he went for that run out, but was shut down. Does seem like Wildcard are willing to give him the license to almost just do what he wants to an extent. Chuck him on a throw speed, let him run around, cause some chaos here for LFO, who are really trying to counter-aggress them so far. Ethan can really start to show up here. LFO could find themselves in a little bit of hurt. Hill's actually pre-firing Ethan's exact location. That could have been very awkward if he managed to hit that.
Awkward indeed. Ethan would have been not too happy if he was to die to that random hit fire through the window. But luckily for him, he didn't. There are actually 4 players of Wildcard now, actually. Imarin's going to rotate back, but there were 4 players around the initiation office side. That is, again, the great thing about the top 4 of Theme Park is it's no trouble at all just to rotate between initiation and the Bunk's Daycare. It's quite a small floor. 4 ways to rotate at least. This is good progress from LFO already. They're going to be starting to put a lot of pressure here onto initiation, which was, as you said, the choke point in previous rounds.
Seen essentially all of the teams that have played this so far really struggle with this push. Last time this was played against Wildcard and Sinister, Sinister in particular having some struggles pushing this doorway. So many angles you can be watched from if you go for the entry. And if you add that shield into the mix as well, it only makes things more challenging. Alpha desperately trying to find an early pick here, at least clear some of this utility. Gathering some intel. Of course, Mute was taken off the board by them, so using drones to full effect, but that doesn't always equate to kills. And we're almost at a minute to go already, Raven. This has really ticked down quick.
They're trying to bank so much utility into this, but there's 2 magnets that I've seen and 2 ADSs protecting single shield. So they're really going to have to be burning almost all of their utility just to be able to get past that point. I really think at this stage, which is what it looks like we're seeing, probably not worth trying to push it as they are. And they're going to have to readapt, but they haven't given themselves much time to do so. There are only 45 seconds left in the round. Wildcard's still holding very strong positions for this attack. Mims has repelled onto the south windows in towards break room though. Not going to find anything. Hills finally gets the entry, leaving us 30 seconds left in the round for something to happen.
Slugs has been downed again, and he's tried to go for a flank, but this time shut down at yellow stairs. Diesel will go over to him and finish off that kill, maybe. No. There we go. All right, so Slugs is taken out. Mims as well in the process. So now it's a 3-on-4, but Hills gets his second for the round, and this might be winnable again. 10 seconds left, and it's up to LFO to be explosive. They almost did it in round number 1. I don't think this one's going to go their way. Surely not. 5 seconds left as they try and enter in towards the side. Diesel gets one more. He gets another, but Hills gets his triple. They can't get the plant down, however, and Wildcard will secure that round. A little bit more convincing than the first time. LFO just getting stalled out very hard there. Again, over at initiation.
Yeah, I think they just invested too much into it. And one thing that I'm quite surprised about is, I mean, this mute ban seems to be working out really well for them. We saw a lot of drones going through. But those drones maybe are too focused on just seeing those positions and not exploring what utility is there. If they had seen 2 ADSs and seen the magnets that Wildcard had protecting that spot, I really think they would have decided a lot earlier that it's just not the play to try and deal with that, because they would have had to use so much utility just to clear out that shield and clear out that position. But those players for Wildcard still had some corners they can tuck into an initiation. It wouldn't have given them the control that they needed. So that's something that they'll need to learn on from here, and an interesting 6th pick for Hills onto the Kali.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Kali, of
bombs.
course, an operator touted as an Thatcher alternative, but many teams opting not to bring her. Loadout, not the most comfortable of picks. Of course, her primary being a sniper. Secondary likely being the C75. Neither amazing at getting fragged, but I have full faith in Hills. I'm expecting him likely to play more passively and try and aid in opening these walls. If they can time that gadget right against Emo Rin's Electro Claws, that can make for a very interesting round where Alpha can get a lot of these site walls open, and they might be able to cramp Wildcard up.
5 seconds left.
You mentioned the Kali secondary. I'm pretty sure I saw on Twitter this week or recently, I believe it was Bikini Body. He said that the pistol is the play. He said just try it. So I'm curious to see whether Hills is trying it. I haven't personally tested out that pistol, but the video he posted looked pretty good. See whether it works out. But her gadget, of course, is going to be the main reason for bringing her on this attack, right? They're going to be wanting to deal with those Electric Claws. And with no Thatcher, Kali is the next simplest option.
I've seen as well some people propose that maybe Kali as a secondary should get one of the primary weapons, like a P90 for example. Could be interesting, could make her a bit more comfortable to pick. We'll have to wait and see how Hills goes with her though, as Slugs will enter in towards Cash playing the Nomad.
Bomb has been located.
Wildcard again electing to roam quite heavily. A lot of utility and
Bomb
reinforcements
located
placed
by
above.
attackers.
Pat and Ethan will be tasked with holding initiation quite aggressively on this occasion. Ethan in particular, maybe trying to find a quick entry.
And this is the thing for Wildcard, is they don't really need to peek any of this. They just need to delay the time from LFO.
Oh.
And that's a jump pad that's going to delay a lot of time there
Defender
from
has been
Pat.
discovered.
All the way on the other side in Arcade. That's Angmo, that's an important operator as well. That's the Thermite off the board, so really putting a lot of pressure onto Nasty now as the Maverick.
And that's pretty much just made that Kali pick null and void. Maverick doesn't need the wall to have those Electro Claws taken off, whereas Angbo did. So Hills now almost made redundant unless he uses his ability maybe to clear any shields or other utility placed around the map. Wildcard Given free roam again above. No real pressure. The drones come out, but again, no one to follow up on that. And we do hear some sniper shots raining out. Hills inside of Gong. Over near the Dragon entrance. It looks like they might just force a vertical take of sorts. Or a horizontal take of sorts, rather.
Yeah, I think at this stage they're going to have to cut their losses with that vertical control. Looks like they do have some work done on that thrown wall, which they got last time as well. And now they just have to work out flushing Emo out of that position on the west side of throne there, which is what was really the bane of their existence. That Kali is actually going to get destroyed though by Geo. Not really having a massive effect on the round. And with only 30 seconds to go now, guys, it's a 5 versus 3. Not too sure how LFO are going to go with this.
Well, Nasty's actually made his way in towards side, and he's going for the plant. Wildcard don't really seem to be aware of it, but one kill will come out, another in return, and now it will be a 1-on-4 post plant as Nasty does manage to stick it. He's going to have to hold out here for 40 seconds. Very tall order, a lot of angles looking his way. Nasty will get shots on one, but eventually will be taken down. Pat getting 3 for the round. And yes, LFO, they made their way into side eventually, but didn't really have the processes in place to actually get that plant down with cover, and Wildcard will make them pay.
I felt like LFO actually might have been able to make that work a little better. They had some players that could have just cut those rotates. I mean, once that C4 missed, they just had to cover the cross across that room because it's not like the throne really protects you as you come across from Armory. But we saw both of them peeking on the sides of the throne trying to get those picks, and they just got fragged out by Wildcard from a distance. Whereas they really could have just played a little bit more passive at the breach, potentially, or from Dragon. Not sure. I really felt like LFO could have done a better job in that post plant. Anyway, they're doing okay, but they're just getting stalled out so much, and it means that they're having very little time to have these late round decisions.
It's not all doom and gloom for LFO just yet, of course. This will be the final round of the half, and they have an opportunity to even out that scoreline, or at least close down that gap rather, 4-2. Initiation in office was the last side that LFO managed to successfully attack. No reason why they can't replicate that again here. Sure, if they win this round, they'll definitely favour themselves to bring back that deficit on the defense, because it has proven so far to be very, very challenging to push some of these choke points. And unless Wildcard really brings something to the table, I'm expecting them to experience some pretty similar issues.
10 seconds left.
Will be interesting to see how Wildcard's
5
attack
seconds remaining.
does pan out here. LFO, of course, have this last round to try and get
Attackers are moving
one more
out
on the
to
board and
locate
make it a
bomb
little bit more
and defuse
comfortable for them. Hills is on the Twitch this time, so of course not going back to that Kali. He is the top fragger for LFO as well, so maybe a bit of a strange decision to put him on the Kali. Didn't give him a great opportunity to have an impact in that last round.
Hills on the Twitch. A pretty interesting pick there, Twitch. Falling out of the meta a little bit there, and still is out of the meta, I would say. The F2 was nerfed, the drone reworked. It is quite good at you clearing utility, but the fact that you need to get so close and it's so exposed, and the defenders can easily see it, does make that quite challenging. I guess Wildcard may not be expecting the Twitch to be on the board necessarily. So they might not really have it in the forefront of their minds to be keeping an eye out for it, but I don't think they'll have too many issues in denying it.
Yeah, but I mean, there's no Mozzie and there's no mute, so that Twitch drone can freely move around. It's more so that Wildcard will be able to shoot it. And again, they're playing in pretty similar situations to what they had when they were trying to attack Bunk Daycare. Having burned so much utility, that took a lot of flash grenades and a lot of those concussions, or both of those concussions from Sophia. They only just cleared the shield. There's still 2 players in this room. It's not like it's a freebie.
Emo narrowly missing those shots there as Angmo gets that wall open. A wall that doesn't often get opened with ease, but on this occasion, pretty good time management from LFO. Ethan from below, though, is to be big. The C4 comes out. Will he net a kill? Yes, he will. That's the thermite taken out, but Angmo had already done his job getting that wall open. Mims will follow that up onto Pat. Tries to find one more through the wall. Doesn't quite hit it, though. Looks like Hills is rotated to make sure that Ethan doesn't rotate up the stairs. Nade will come out from Nasty meanwhile. Again, they're trying to clear more of this utility. Under a minute now, and LFO is looking to kick this into gear pretty soon.
Ethan, though, trying to have something else to say about it as he finds Sogs. Mims has made his way into initiation behind this wall, which he is safe from wall bangs and safe from an angle in bunk. And he's now getting this plant down. Not sure if Wildcard are going to be able to deny this. In fact, it is stuck. This is a strong position for LFO to be in a 3 versus 3. As Mims gets a triple. Great shot to get the 2 players peeking, and that means this is looking pretty good now for LFO, guys.
Geo in the post playing it to 1-on-3 as Nasty will take him on at the top of Dragon. Geo gets on top of that one, but Mims will get one more for the round. A great trade from him, and Mims. He steps up when it matters. What a crazy 2K that was. The spray transfer on that. I have no idea if he actually saw them both. He may have just, but man, that was a crazy shot. It almost looked like when they got that plant down and ran out, they were both going to die here. But Mims, wow. That was most impressive. And look, 4-2 after an attacking half on this map. I think LFO will be pretty happy with that.
Look, it definitely could have been worse, but also could have been better. I think it's really important to point out there was a couple of rounds where they looked pretty decent on their attacks. It's just that Wildcard were able to bring it back. And most importantly, the first round, I really felt like it kind of felt like it was more an LFO round than a Wildcard round. So a 3-3, in my eyes, would have done justice to that half. But now it's a big test here. How can Wildcard attack? Because that seems to be where the struggle is going to be. And this is LFO's map pick. So you would expect that they've got some pretty interesting strats coming out here on this defense.
LFO electing not to bring the double projectile, denial, in the Jaeger and the Bombai, just bring the first. That'll be Hills. Playing him, currently going 8-3. Pretty solid performance from him so far this evening. Mims playing the Echo as well. Again, the one player on this team you want to live in those last second scenarios. He's proven time and time again, as he did in that last round. He has the nerve when it matters. Very, very intrigued to see how Wildcard are going to try and counter this.
It's going to be tough for them. I have seen some really interesting things with their setup. I mean, one thing was that what they were doing with that initiation wall. Didn't quite get to see how it finished up, but they were definitely shooting a lot of it out, which isn't common when you're holding this side at least. Here, getting a lot of information on this intel. He does actually see a Yokai drone there as well. They're able to get that nice and early. That's really, really important there for Wildcard, but he's going to run away. He's probably giving it to his teammates. They know about it.
Diesel with the diffuser in hand. Playing the Habana. One of the strongest supports for not only his team, but the region as a whole. Strong history of fulfilling that role quite effectively. Time really starting to tick down. We do see Emery and Pat finally starting to make an entry, but they could encounter Hills quite quickly here, which might stall them out a little bit.
It's probably a great point to bring up too, that something that Wildcard have struggled with for a long time, that we have always called them out on, is just some really slow attacks. And they are just a methodical, thought process oriented team. And that just generally has made them attack a bit slower than normal. And it's been getting better with their additions of Pat and Geo. Those players both bring some nice aggression and confidence to their team. But right now, yeah, this is looking a little slow. Maybe they're just getting their info, deciding which way they want to push, because that is the trap that we saw at LFO, is that they decided too early they're going initiation, and there was so much utility to clear that just stalled them out for way too long.
Minutes go now for Wildcard. More drones being expended here as they might try and squeeze from either side, or at least maybe even fully commit from Cafe. That's where the diffuser is. Again, Diesel still with it under his arm. We did see a late swing in one of these occasions from Sogs and LFO were attacking, but I'm not sure it'll work in this occasion. Nasty able to deny those Havana pellets on the wall, and the stall out is real at the moment. Wildcard really struggling to get this opening.
They haven't really been able to obtain any important control. I mean, they've got that Cafe position, but Nasty's doing a great job of just denying them being able to comfortably push out of that. He's trying to be pushed from below, and it's going to be really important that Ethan gets this pick. Geo does get the opening as Ethan takes out Nasty, so this is a good spot now for Wildcard.
15 seconds on the board, not a lot to work with here for the plant. They do have the man advantage, but Sogs wants to say that he gets a couple of kills, Hills as well, and now it's Pat and Geo. Pat forced to repel him. There's no time left. He will be taken down as he enters, and now it's Geo. He has the diffuser, but no time to work with. And LFO will hold off another classic wild card attack. It looked good for a little bit there, but I think again, time is their enemy.
Definitely time was something that wasn't working out well for them, but what I like is that the time they did stall out on was where they were deciding to push, or how they were deciding to push. Whereas what LFO did was they defaulted to the classic take control, take initiation, clear across. Oh, there's lots of utility here. Let's figure out how to clear that. So they spent a lot of time trying to clear utility, and that got them nowhere. Whereas Wildcard spent a lot of time deciding where they're going to put or make that push happen, and then they got a couple of picks out of it. So they actually had that window of opportunity. It's just that LFO really tightened up, and they played that late round really well.
Another spicy 6 pick from Sogs in this round, going on to the vigil. So a big fan of the anti-intel operators. Of course, in the very first round, he 6-picked onto Nook. Netted himself a few kills on a flank. And Vigil, of course, an operator that plays that quite similarly, but on the opposite side. He'll be looking to try and disrupt as much time as possible. Again, one of the biggest enemies Wildcard face. Having a quick recap again of the kills. Hills the first to reach double digits here on the Jaeger. Great performance from him so far. Of course, he has some of the most experience of the team. Previously playing for Acme Association, for example. Actually competed in the last 6 Masters. So some good pedigree heading into 6 Masters 2020.
Just noticing Hills' death count as well of 3, given that LFO only won 2 of those first half rounds. I mean, that's pretty impressive that he was able to stay alive for the other ones. Usually the case. What I'm liking, or not liking in fact, from Wildcard is actually that they haven't brought a lot in terms of depth of hard breach, which is what they're going to need for Throne. There's 3 very important walls that you would usually try to get open, and they're banking a lot on Diesel's X-Kairos to get something happening. They're going to be trying to take this vertical control, use Imorin to open up some holes above Armory. So maybe they're not even going to bother with the barrels or the Throne wall at all. They're just going to try and take Yellow Stairs and just get that Armory clear so they can plant behind that pillar.
I guess interestingly as well, LFO actually not bringing any hard breach denial. I mean, we saw Imorin sticking the Kaid for Wildcard, but maybe LFO banking solely on impact grenades to deny any sort of hard breach. And if those X-Kairos pallets are placed low enough, those impacts rather won't really do a whole lot in disrupting that. Maybe trying to rely heavily on this flank game and roam game. I mean, we see Angbo roaming on a dock. Sog's actually, interestingly enough, in sight. So I don't know, maybe banking on the dock to go big here.
Oh, just seeing this site setup actually, they've got to rotate in through to barrels. So that means they are really banking on a heavy roam on that first floor, which is a really interesting way to play it. It's going to be important that they keep tabs on above as well, because Wildcard have that vertical control. They can retake barrels somewhat easy. Angmo is really going to be the X factor in terms of how that pans out. On your point of impact tricking, Guz, it's actually quite tricky to impact trick on this site because the ceilings are quite high, in fact, so you have to try and bank it off a sidewall. If you can't, well then it really just relies on your opponents placing that utility high on the wall.
After droning barrels, it does appear like Pat's given the call to push that side of the map, and in fact he will get the first kill there onto Angmo. That roaming dock no longer having an impact in this round. It appears as if the rest of LFO are now on site, so Wildcard need to try and pressure them. And 30 seconds to do so. That is quite a healthy amount of time. Another drone enters side and will provide additional intel. LFO could find themselves in a bit of hurt, especially with that rotate being used against them. Oh no.
Oh, that nade was perfect from Imorin, giving them a bit of an eye in. Ethan's also retaken barrels, so that's going to start to work against them. He got tagged up, but 5 versus 2. Looks like it should be a comfortable plan for them, but they're not expecting Mims on that angle. Ethan just walking straight into it. He's all up to the Echo here. He's the perfect operator to be alive at this stage. He might be able to get Yokai drone denial here, guys. It's very, very possible, but it's shot for a moment. That gets the plant secured, and now all Wildcard has to do is frag out Mims. That is what they do. Matter of seconds there, guys, and that could have been very different.
I almost thought Mims was going to do a Mims and clutch that one out, but the discipline from Wildcard proving too strong, and they will get that lead out again to a 2-round margin. Look, Alpha definitely brings something interesting there. That barrels rotate, not quite working out the way they would have liked it, particularly if Angmo being taken off first, but hey, I'm all for seeing innovative strats, and it did seem to throw off Wildcard a little bit because it wasn't your traditional push above, try and flush out initiation. It definitely posed some challenges for those attackers.
And ironically, I think what really was LFO's undoing, because they still had 4 players up on site with just under 30 seconds to go, but their little rotate into barrels, because they end up giving it up too freely, Ethan was able to come in and he got 1, maybe 2 picks from the side there, and that was just too crucial to lose at that stage. So see whether LFO are still sticking with that rotate. Maybe they're going to play around it a little bit different.
Interesting to see if LFO can try and
10 seconds remaining.
make up for the mistakes in that last round, try and
5 seconds left before insertion.
really give some of these anchors a fighting chance. Didn't feel like there was
Objective is to locate a bomb
much
and defuse
slowing them down. Slowing down the attackers, that is, away from sight. Again, it looks like that barrels wall will be left soft. Rotate likely to follow, I assume. Nasty on the shotgun wall. Do that work? Doesn't look like Alpha have really changed a whole lot on this occasion.
And it kind of surprises me because they would have had a good chance to see there that Wildcard are only bringing the Habana. So if you reinforce those 6 important walls in sight, well, then Wildcard really have to be selective with how they get in. And in that previous round, they didn't really open anything from what I could tell with the Habana. Maybe the maintenance wall, I didn't quite get a chance to see. But regardless, you're giving yourself the best opportunity to give them a funnel point for an entry through one of those doorways. And in fact, this is really good time management from Pat here to take office already. Definitely a concern for LFO.
I guess Alpha did bring the bandit on this occasion, so that will be vital in helping deny that. And maybe having only 4 walls to deal with can make his life a little bit easier, but as you mentioned, it could definitely make Diesel's workload a little bit less. Time management for Wildcard looking a little bit better than usual at the moment. Good map control above. But again, Alpha not really looking to contest that. Hills, meanwhile, could be flanking up Arcade. Look like he might be going for a play potentially. And there we go. He's actually found himself all the way over a bunk. Hills could be on for a massive play here. It doesn't look like Wildcard are aware of his position. They've been prone to flanks in the past, and maybe Hills will be on for another here.
Even a drone right next to him, and he's just decided not to shoot it. He's going to try and stay quiet and tucked up in this corner. As you said, it's a matter of whether Wildcard push back here, or Hills might be able to push around and get a bit of a flank going on. They have been able to clear the utility on that yellow wall, so that means that Diesel will now get the opportunity to start opening it up. Have a lot of control there, so that's not going to be denied at all. Pat's finding those Yokais. He knows very well that there's one in that northwest corner. They're going to push into plant, and they've given themselves a lot more time now, given the access they have to site.
Hills still probing on the top floor, waiting for that perfect opportunity to go for a flank. He's a very patient man. Hasn't given away his position yet. Doesn't look like. Geo will get the first, and it's time for Hills to probably start moving very, very soon here before this round slips away. He's on the hatch above barrels. He could catch Ethan off. As Ethan now tries to push in, that smoke will delay him, and maybe that'll trigger Hills to go for the flank instead. He will continue to probe. Here we go. He gets the first on to Emo Rin. Tries to maybe find a second as Wildcard will now need to scramble for sight. There's only 8 seconds on the board, and Diesel will attempt the plant. Is the denial there from LFO? There's 2 members alive. Can they find where he's planting? It doesn't look like they will. Pat will get 1 more for his team, and the Echo will be cleaned up. Pat going big there in the end for wildcard, and they will secure that site 2 times in a row.
Yeah, some good attacks coming out of Wildcard, and I don't know, I'm still a little bit 50-50 on this LFO strat of giving them Barrel's Wall. Just given that Wildcard are only bringing the Habana, I mean, they're getting access to yellow, but you're also opening yourself up to that late round position, and Ethan did get a kill from that. I also question whether Hills maybe should have just gone a little earlier, or just done something earlier, because it felt like, I'm pretty sure there was 2 kills gone before Hills really made his presence known. And he only really got 1 on that flank, and that was the Emo Rin kill above.
I guess that's always the golden question when you're roaming as Hills was. The question in the back of your mind being that player is always, when should I go? Because it's a bit like Murphy's Law. If you go too early, you're going to die. If you wait too late, then your team's going to lose the round. And it felt like that was sort of the position he was in. Maybe he could have gone earlier, but without the intel above, which he probably was lacking, he had to just go off, you know, game sense and maybe some sounds above. And when there were so many attackers there, it's always going to be a bit of a challenge. And look, in the end, it was too late. And LFO now losing that same site twice, it's starting to look a bit grim. Right when they started to, you know, have momentum going their way, 4-2 half, you know, it was happy days for them really, but now it's a different story.
Yeah, and look, it's an interesting strat what they're trying to pull off, and it's stalling out Wildcard a little bit. I think that's just the nature of the bomb site in itself. Wildcard are just dedicating to taking that yellow wall, bottom of yellow stairs wall, and that means they have to be able to take that top control. They need to do their due diligence and ensure that there's not roamers hiding in corners, setting up the flank watch. All that stuff takes time. And once they clear the utility and get it open, it's just natural that there's not much time left. But I just think the nature of the way the strat works for LFO, it doesn't help them when they're trying to sit on site, especially deep on throne side, because you can't deny where Wildcard are trying to plant from over there. So you have to be able to come deep, and that opens you up to that flank in from barrels, which both times Ethan's had some impact from.
Well, look, of course, that's the second time now that they've lost that site. They have the rehost currently to discuss where they're going to go for their 4th defense. What are you expecting? Often teams won't go to a site after losing it twice. You know, 3 times is often too many. I mean, maybe we'll see them head over to initiation. We did see Wildcard attempt that, but they actually lost it on both occasions. Those were the 2 rounds that LFO won on their attacks. Are we expecting an initiation hold for this next round?
Well, Bunk Daycare should be available again for them, so we might just see them go back there. They did win that on their first defense round. So if they do that, well, then they're only 2 rounds behind, and then that's where the tricky decision comes, is do they try Throne Armory again with a different strategy, or do they go initiation? We haven't seen their initiation, so who knows whether that really could be a viable option for them. Maybe they were really banking on the fact that they can get by with a strong Bunk Daycare and Throne Armory. Yeah, I'm not too sure what's going to happen for them, but I really do feel like that Bunk Daycare pick will be next.
And of course, keep in mind that Six Masters 2020, there are no draws. So LFO, whilst having their opponent on match point, are fighting to bring it to overtime. We were talking about this a little bit pre-broadcast. There have been a lot of draws in regulation, a lot of overtimes that have played out so far. And made for some pretty intense matches. Not saying, you know, this one's going to go that distance, but hey, we did see last night a similar scoreline being brought back by some of these teams, so it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah, well, it actually was 6-3 on both maps for that Okami and Team Ferox match last night that you just referenced. So stage is set for another 6-3 comeback here. Could happen. Wildcard did almost lose to a comeback from Sinister when they played this particular map in the first week of Six Masters. As I said in the pre-show, I believe Wildcard were up 5-1 after their first half. And then Sinister brought it all the way back. I'm pretty sure it went to 5-5. And Wildcard broke ahead and ended up winning that 7-5. But that was pretty close. So far, LFR playing decent on the map. I really just feel like it's the last 2 defenses where there's been some pretty big errors and they haven't looked as strong as they've looked the rest of the map.
And I guess that's the concerning thing for LFO, heading into that defense of the second half. That's when you're expected to start bringing these rounds back. They've only won the 1 in the second half. That was round number 7 where they defended Bunk. Losing those 2 rounds, that's starting to put the doubt in their mind that, hey, maybe we're not going to be able to bring this back. Maybe our defense isn't as strong on this map as we expected, because it is their map pick. Keep that in mind. So if this starts to slip away, if they maybe lose this 7-3, then it starts looking rough again for this second match, because it is a best of 2 series. And Wildcard might be able to pounce and get maximum points tonight.
Yeah, and so far, Throwing an Armory, we don't have a whole lot of stats on Theme Park as it's still a very fresh map to the map pool. But from some of the accumulated stats I'd seen from other casters in the other regions, Throne Armory had the highest win percentage. It wasn't necessarily the highest picked, but it definitely had the highest win percentage. So to lose it 2 times in a row, I think is pretty concerning for LFO. And maybe they've really underestimated how strong Wildcard are as a team based on how well they did against Elevate and Okami.
Well, we've definitely seen LFO bring some innovation to the table again, that Barrel's Wall being opened and a couple of other things, the Nookies earlier in the game, etc, etc. Let's take a step back and maybe think about what LFO might be doing wrong, because it seems like they're trying to bring some new stuff to the table and it's not really sticking at the moment.
I think one thing that they've kind of done wrong in those last 2 rounds at least, and I don't want to talk about it again too much with that barrels rotate, but overall, if you want to come out to the root issue, is it didn't look like they really adapted a whole lot. It really just looked like it was a repeat of the strat. They somewhat repeated the way they played it. I mean, Hills did manage to get upstairs. That was really the key difference. But other than that, I didn't notice anything that was too strange. And Wildcard actually really played into some time efficiency there. They looked at that. They said, okay, they're holding it the same. We know we can take top floor pretty easy. Let's just be efficient with our drones. We saw the IQ in there. I think it was Geo playing that. He was in office within 50 seconds at the start of the round. That's deep map control and the important map control that Wildcard want straight away. And so that puts so much pressure on LFO to have to delay so much time. And then, yeah, it just kind of fell apart.
Yeah, time efficiency has definitely been something that we've been critical of Wildcard, but it definitely felt in these last few rounds, they really started to ramp it up, and LFO, failing to adapt, did lose those last 2 rounds. As we jump back into the action, let's go, Raven. 6-3 the scoreline as we resume proceedings. Of course, keep in mind all the kills, assists and deaths will reset, so don't read too much into that for the rest of this map. But one thing to read into is Angmo is actually going to be bringing the Clash.
Yeah, that is an interesting difference. And look, they have gone Initiation Office. This is not a site that we've seen held just yet.
Before insertion.
To maybe surprise Wildcard with that decision. And something that's changed for Wildcard is Ethan is now on the buck.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
We've had word that the Clash actually was a 6-pick and the Buck from Ethan a 6-pick also. So Wildcard, unless they have droned out that operator on the defense during that preparation phase, they might be walking into a little bit of an unknown and will be faced by the Screaming Clash. Of course, quite an annoying operator to deal with if you have played against her, but I'm sure a professional team like Wildcard will be grinning at the opportunity to use their teamwork and kind of shut Angmo down.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is it's definitely counterable. That being said, one of the best operators to counter Clash is actually the Zofia, and they haven't brought that this time. They will have to maybe be a little more creative with how they counter it. They don't have an EMP to shut her down either, nothing to stun her. Capital's also a great counter that they don't have, so it could present some issues.
Pat again looking to gather really early intel and maybe some ground. Hills. He's over towards Arcade. Angmo as well, already making his way inside a cafe. Has to be careful he doesn't get too aggressive there. Only one exit out of that room. Unless they've blown to rotate over at the top of Yellow Stairs. It doesn't look like they have though. And he will back off. Does look like LFO trying to take the fight to Wildcard as each team really trying to fight for ground. Ethan has actually made his way into barrels below. So LFO will need to be careful of that skeleton key getting to work from underneath the objective.
Interesting to see that Wildcard are taking a very different approach to attacking this. They are going to get that opening pick onto Nasty as well, which is a big one on the smoke. Has some time delay off the board. But they're really attacking it from a different angle. They're going on those break windows. They're clearing out in towards the west side there, and they're going to try and take initiation from that side as opposed to control.
Diesel gets one more for his team, and it's already a 5 on 3. Wildcard really yet to explode onto site. Diesel is free to rappel in though. He has the diffuser in hand as well. Uses that rotate at upper arcade to get a better angle. Now in to daycare. Of course, they still need to try and get past this Clash. Grenades will come out to try and disrupt Angmo, but he's able to just walk back from that one.
Mims in sight as well. As Wildcard try and find this opening.
Not much time either, guys. 20 seconds to go, so Wildcard are going to have to get on side. Ethan finds an opening there under Sogs, which means it's all up to Mims and the clash of Angmo. Wildcard on side now.
no.
Diesel going for the plan, and he is just getting swarmed by Wildcard players now. That is one way to counter the clash. And now with the 5 versus 1, it's all up to Mims. He's only got about 15 HP, maybe 20 if he's lucky. I think it's going to be pretty dire for him as a flawless round comes out for Wildcard to end the map.
Wildcard with a flawless opening to tonight's series. Theme Park proving too strong once again. Experience prevails and it's a 7-3 victory to kick off proceedings. Unfortunately, that innovation from LFO just not quite giving them enough of an edge.
No, definitely not working out for them, and that is their map pick down the drain as well. We've talked about it before with Six Masters. There's quite an increased emphasis on winning your map pick, given that you have quite the selection available to yourself. And Wildcard bringing out a massive stop there at 7-3, and LFO are going to have to think hard as they come into the next one.
Can we just take a moment to laugh at that clash at the end? Anglo was getting swarmed by, what was it, 3 or 4 players just spamming melee to try and disrupt that shield. So, look, Angmo not really having a good time at the end of that one, and I don't think LFO as a whole were really having a great time either, as Wildcard just stomped him in the end.
Yeah, and I just think there was some fundamental issues with their playstyle. Again, with that strat on initiation, what it relied a lot of is just stalling Wildcard out of sight, right? And Wildcard decided to push in towards that bunk daycare area, which is fine, and the Clash can contest that early. But what seemed to happen is that players are just trying to early peek aggressively onto those players and break. And I was just getting fragged out by Wildcard, but that's not really where the stall point needed to be. It was actually that next phase, that final push to initiation. If they had more players alive around control and in initiation, and that Clash harassing them at that open rotate, well, then that would have been really tricky for Wildcard to get into, and Wildcard had taken quite a while to get to that stage. I just think little things like that could really change LFO's play to work out a little bit more effective.
Well, LFO's map pick has gone in favor of Wildcard, so it's going to be an uphill battle for them. We'll see on the other side of the break, though. Map number 2 is coming very shortly.
Attackers bomb diffuser had been planted. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser. Attackers bomb diffuser has been joined. Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers are activating the diffuser. 2 seconds left. Attackers dropped the diffuser.
to the fun, will it stand the test of time? Right now I need a sign. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over. Am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name. Say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same. My breath on your neck while I slowly caress. Feelings in gray. It's still the same. Tell me if it's over. Come a little closer.
Hello there and welcome back to Six Masters 2020. Guz and Raven here, bringing you all of tonight's action. We've completed one map, Raven, and it was pretty one-sided in the end. Wildcard taking down LFO 7-3. It was LFO's map pick, but they just didn't produce the goods.
Yeah, and that's a very important point. It was LFO's map pick, and to get pretty manhandled like that by Wildcard is a bit disappointing. LFO did have some moments of greatness there, but they weren't able to capitalize enough. And something we were talking about pre-show is that they really are going to have to step up their adaptation game against a team like Wildcard. And I felt like that's where they were lacking the most on Theme Park.
I think the one redeeming factor for LFO was they were trying to bring some some innovation. I almost said elevate. They're playing later tonight. They did bring some innovation to the table on a map that has felt a little bit same in the two maps we've watched outside of what they have brought to the table. Again, it didn't quite work out, but maybe we could see that sort of flow on to Clubhouse, and we could see some more stuff, new stuff on that map, which might be able to bring them over the line. But it's going to be tough. It's Wildcard's map pick. They're riding on a high at the moment, so the odds are really against LFO.
Yeah, Wildcard do have a lot of momentum behind them going into their map pick. LFO did play quite well against Elevate on this map in the first week of Six Masters. It was the map that they won against Elevate 7-2. So they can hold that in some of their strength or confidence, bring that against Wildcard, but they're really going to have to step it up after Theme Park because that was their map pick. And like you said, this is Wildcards, so Wildcard are going to be knowing what they're doing on this map.
Well, let's recap the community poll vote and see how you guys at home are tracking after that first map. Look, I know I'm out of the running. I said LFO, so I'm a part of the 18% that have been knocked down already. But look, there's still 82% of you guys at home that are in with a fight. And look, that 73% wins looking more and more likely, I think.
I think once you look at how those teams played, even if you take away whose map pick it was and all that kind of stuff, I just think in general form, Wildcard just looked a lot tighter, a lot more confident, and a lot more structured. So I really feel like this is going to be Wildcard's map yet again. It's just a matter of what the scoreline will be.
It's Wildcard and LFO. Map 2 in this best of 2 series. Clubhouse is the setting. Let's jump straight into the action. Keep in mind, of course, this is Wildcard's map pick, so expect them to be quite dominant here heading into it, and they will be starting on the attack though, so maybe LFO will be able to get something from that. Again though, it will be an uphill battle. Ban phase Raven. Look, I'm going to say it's pretty predictable what we're going to see here probably.
Yep. Thatcher banned out by LFO, and I'm feeling it's probably going to be the Ying from Wildcard. It's been a consistent attack ban from them, not something that they want to deal with. I think that's probably smart as well against LFO, because LFO seem like the kind of team that would be really willing to try and do a few innovative little tricks with an operator like Ying.
Kaid will be the first defensive ban. Wildcard, despite utilizing him on Theme Park, will take him off the board. Essentially, that leaves Bandit left to electrify any walls, and I believe Emo-Rin has been the player tasked with doing that in the past and will often commit to it, especially on that CCTV wall and Jacuzzi wall upstairs. LFO ending proceedings, taking Echo off the board.
That's one thing about Wildcard, is that they do share around their operators quite a bit. So I've seen Kaid played by almost everybody on their team, to be honest, at one stage or another across different maps. They are very flexible players, and that helps a lot when it comes to a map, especially like Clubhouse. There's a couple of different operator lineups you might want to bring to counter certain situations. I'm sure Ethan's not going to stick that Carly, but hey, if he does, that's a really big surprise and could be really interesting.
Of course, again, like the first map, Thatcher taken off the board. Hills, that's an interesting 6-pick, bringing Mirror, an operator that also was taken off the board in the previous map, but has slipped through this ban phase. And Mirror is traditionally an operator that Wildcard will ban out. So the question will be how they deal with her when she's on the board.
Yeah, definitely an interesting pick. We talked about it a bit last night, actually. The effect of operators that are banned so frequently that even when they're available, they're still not getting picks. And Mirror was kind of the first that went through that. So here is Hills picking her. So this is something that will create a surprise for Wildcard and something they will have to deal with. They do have good operators to deal with it, depending where those mirrors are placed. Of course, that's the critical situation there. Geo being the hard counter to that, but he's going to be using his X-Kairos, I'm sure, on a couple of these hatches and maybe even to get into dirt.
I hope my memory's not serving me wrong, but I definitely feel as if Mirror has been brought to the table by Hills and his team previously. I don't know, something about it is just making me feel like they have done this before, so maybe, again, if my memory's serving me right, they do feel comfortable playing her, despite, again, her ban phase, ban percentage, rather, being quite high. It's feeling a bit like we're in a time warp. We're heading back to, when would it have been, like 2017, early 2018, when Mirror was all the rave. Almost every every round she was picked. So we're definitely seeing some older style setups with that Mirror on the board.
Yeah, especially that one on Church. That is a little bit nostalgic in a way. You know, he really was old meta a long time ago. Be interesting to see because, I mean, you call it old meta, and in theory, if it's old meta, it should be easy enough to counter these days. But maybe if you're a little rusty attacking something like that, it could create an issue for Wildcard. Then again, maybe they'll look at that and be like, this old thing, I'll deal with that.
Oh, it's an interesting point because obviously way back then, Wildcard, this roster looked quite different to how it does currently. So maybe as a unit, they haven't had that practice attacking these sort of mirror strats. Tipping, not many teams would be scrimming with a Mirror on the board. So it'll be interesting to see how they try and counter it. Looks like we're going to see pretty traditional takes so far. Diesel working that bar hatch with the blowtorch. A few issues getting it open. It will eventually pop. The rest of the team now get into position and try and clear some of this utility.
And look, poor Diesel did cop a bit of flack about his blowtorch work on Clubhouse earlier in Six Masters. Great to see that his lines are looking a little bit cleaner, so good stuff, big fella.
Who was you copying the flack from? Was that you, Raven? Would you be that mean?
No, it wasn't me personally. I definitely saw a lot of stuff on Twitter, people adding him, talking about his beautiful Maverick work.
Yes, the ANZ community always loving a good meme. But that timer came down pretty quick. We're under a minute now, and Wildcard really haven't got a whole lot of action on site. Oh, that was close from Geo. The pot just getting in the way there of that player on ping. LFO holding strong so far.
Time is starting to tick away from Wildcard. They do have some good control now, Kitchen at least. But with only 30 seconds to go, there's a lot more that's going to be needed there. It looks like Nasty is still playing in Arsenal position. Plays deep AK. Mims will get a pick onto Diesel, so it's looking pretty good for LFO now.
Geo does finally find one for his team, but there's only 15 seconds left and the man advantage against them. It's going to be a rough ride. Even and Geo now left to try and clutch it up as Geo will find his second, really giving his team a fighting chance here. But those mirrors are proving so difficult to clear. Sogs is able to sit behind that. Will eventually aggress that player, will push through Church. Will they have time to go for the plant? They do. Geo needs to try and stick it, but he can't. Sogs goes big there to finish off round number 1. And look, I'm going to say it. Those mirrors really did play a big role in how that round played out.
It just looked like Wildcard's strat was to not worry about it. So they took kitchen control, they had a bit of control around main stairs, and then they pushed down blue. And by that, in theory, if they got that blue control, they could have potentially just taken Arsenal in itself, but didn't really work out. And I don't think that's strong enough. What they really needed to make that work was dirt. But then they could have cleared out that mirror position better. The final positions of those players in Arsenal, I think some of you were still playing very comfortably around AK rack, for example. Yeah, so maybe a little sloppy and slow from Wildcard on that clear. So that I've got to say, I agree. That mirror shot looks like it worked out.
CCTV and Cash will now
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
get some
bombs as they
showtime.
can.
I'm going to see LFO bringing the double projectile combo for Mai and Jaeger. It's a bit of a shame that Mai and Jaeger doesn't quite have the same ring to it as the Mute Mozzie combo. Trying to think of like some sort of name we can give it, but I don't know, my mind has drawn a blank. That's why I keep saying the long and convoluted double projectile denial. It just, yeah, it doesn't have a great ring to it, but until I think of a replacement, I'm just going to stick it.
Double projectile denial does not have a great ring to it at all. I definitely agree with that. And yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to workshop little ideas there because I feel like it's going to end up coming up with something cringe like
Attackers'
Omega.
objective is to locate a bomb.
Oh no, yeah, we're not using that.
All right, LFO. Let's start this map pretty well, I'm going to say, guys. I like their strat on Church Arsenal, and this is really the half where it's going to be make or break for them. They're going to be having to bank a lot of these defense rounds.
Common pre-fire there from Pat, the con window. We did see, was it Juicy, I think, last night? Hit a
Yeah.
a wallbang through that barricade. Yeah, it was quite the play. Pat holding that rotate meanwhile, making sure no one crosses over towards bedroom or returns from bedroom. Angmo will attempt to bandit trick the wall, and he actually pulls it off there. Now that's a clutch of a different kind from Angmo. He will now need to try and make it maybe to the main wall, but I'm sure Diesel will be able to open that with the blowtorch anyway. So Angmo pretty much done his job that he needs to so far in this round, and that will now allow for free passage in and out of garage.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I felt so good. I mean, they've stalled out this first minute, which is really critical to be getting that kennels wall open. And without that garage angle as well, it's giving the wild card a little bit. And most importantly, that's a pellet or a round of X Kairos that can't be used later. Diesel is looking like he's going to use those remaining two to have a rotate into garage. That will help a little bit there. So many magnets being used to hold this catwalk position in garage, as well as an ADS. It's going to be very tough for Wildcard to push, but oh, really bad spot and peek from Mims there. He is picked off by Imarin with a misplay on LFO's side.
Mims will be kicking himself after that one. Just forgetting that angle existed, I guess, and Imarin does capitalize. He finds himself under a bit of pressure towards blue, but that repel is quite dynamic and he can move out of that line of sight quite easily. Sog's still playing on those stairs. It doesn't feel like Pat has been made aware of his position and is holding that flank. If Sogs plays this patiently, might be in for a play here. Wildcard are fully aware of that position there.
Super important there, though, is that Wildcard instantly realized once that they killed Mims, Garage was theirs, and they took it so fast. They have really strong control here. Diesel's, in fact, in planting now in default position. Ethan's going deep, and he's well covered from the breach. This is looking very good for Wildcard.
Angro taken down as well as Ethan just walks straight through the side, and now it's the two roamers that need to reclaim control. Sogs will eventually make his way through garage, but Pat will absolutely destroy him there on the 3-speed lean spam, and Wildcard will close out that round flawlessly. That garage control forfeited by Mims proves costly, and Wildcard will get one back.
Really just shows how strong that position is. And also, a good team will realize that. And Wildcard just capitalized so fast. LFO did not have an opportunity to retake that position, which is what you would normally try and do. Even though bridge is open, that's how critical that spot can be. And given that it happened with still half the round to play, just gave Wildcard so much pressure and control onto LFO, they had no opportunity to try and fight back.
Maybe it's a case of no mirror equals no LFO, question mark? Ooh. Well, they haven't brought mirror this round, so I mean, if LFO lose this, and I'm sticking by that.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely played a big factor in their success of that Church Arsenal defense. But they're going to have to be able to win more than just that site if they want any chance of closing out this map. And in fact, if they are behind at the half rotate here, I think it's going to be pretty dire for them. Been the strength we've seen Wildcard on their clubhouse defenses
10
before.
seconds to go.
I mean, I was
5 seconds left.
theory crafting this a little bit before we returned from the break. I was sort of saying that
Attackers must
there's
locate
a
and
real
defuse the
chance
bomb.
Wildcard could storm away with this one. And I mean, if they get some momentum on this round and can carry that on to basement and counter that mirror strategy that Alpha have produced, and that really puts them in a predicament. LFO that is, and incredibly hard to recover from, especially after suffering a loss on your own map. It's really going to start to make things challenging for the headspace of LFO.
I agree, and it's something that they have, in the past at least, the most recent 2 weeks, they've never seemed too hindered by mentality or mindset related issues. This is going to be a massive challenge for them because this is really where they've looked their worst this entire series. I mean, Theme Park was one thing, but even so far in Clubhouse, the first round wasn't too bad. That previous round being a flawless against them, quite poor. So far, Wildcard have struggled to take this CCTV cache control though, and if LFO can hold it out for at least another minute, definitely giving themselves a great opportunity for the round.
Yeah, it's as long as Enigma is in the team chat of LFO, Enigma being their coach, is hyped and up and about. Look, I have no doubts LFO can keep a strong mindset because that man, he can make you believe in anything, I reckon. Oh, Ethan. He hits some shots on Agmo, trying to hold cash. He's found himself in a world of hurt, and Emorin does finally shut him down. That's the pick that Wildcard needed, and now they can start to progress towards Con.
Very, very important control there, and they've attained it at just the right time. So this is going to make it a lot tougher now for LFO to hold this. I don't believe anything has really happened with Jacuzzi Wall. Gio looks like he spent most of his time there, assisting with that CCTV cache clear. So he's going to rotate around now, and I would expect he might go towards Jacuzzi Wall. But if they don't do that, then they're putting a lot of emphasis on being able to take logistics. And even still, they're giving a lot of map control to LFO to be able to deny plant.
Emorin picking up that Claymore over at the Con window to reposition it, placing it now on the gym window. These players trying to hold from the balcony. Shots raining out to try and get rid of these barricades, but there's only 30 seconds left. Not a whole lot of time for Wildcard to play with. You expect them to get quite explosive here. You might even see some vault-ins as a C4 will rain out. Neither play being down from that. Diesel, meanwhile, does get one with his
Attackers have
grenade.
located a bomb.
As Hill's taken out, he will be stalled out a little bit by that smoke. I think quite a bit of damage, but will eventually be able to make his way through. Nasty gets one. Gio been down as well, so it's effectively a 3-on-3, but Diesel will find his second for the round. That's Nims. Get up to Nasty. Just Nasty as he will try and get one with the C4. Does drop shot his other opponent, but a quick refrag there from Pat, and Wildcard will take the round.
Definitely looked possible for LFO, but they looked rattled. I mean, they knew that at least one player was pushing logistics. That smoke player peeked them super early there on the main stairs. But yet they still got shots in the back onto the players in Master Bedroom. Of course, they were also getting shot from multiple angles. But just not reacting quick enough to their positioning was LFO, and it meant that Wildcard just absolutely surrounded and choked them. Another strong attack from Wildcard. LFO will get a chance to go back to Church Arsenal. They're showing the mirror, feeling like it's going to be the 6th pick.
Could well be, or maybe
Or maybe
LFO
not.
are just that confident. I don't know. We'll soon find out.
Is your
Looks
no
like it
mirror,
will be.
no win kind of theory playing out
Yeah.
here?
Clearly
Defenders
been
protect
listening
your
to the
bombs
cast.
from
And
being defused by attackers.
that guy, yeah, Guz knows what he's talking about, surely. We'll stick the mirror, we'll win the round. I don't know, maybe Wildcard are expecting it to be 6 picked off. Either way, they'll be anticipating it to maybe still be there, of course, and trying to think of a way to counter it. Their approach last time, as you mentioned, was really just to try and ignore it. That didn't really pay off. Only exploiting those choke points even further. So, hard to say if it will have the same effect this time.
It's going to all come down to what we see Wildcard do in terms of their push.
5 seconds left.
I think for LFO, I mean, it was a heavy turtle last time. They didn't really have any roamers, nobody with an offsite presence, and it looks so far that that's probably going to be the play here again. Wildcard are going to be aware of that. They've got some nice default drones here already that we can see. They're going to be able to take quicker map control. They're not going to be as worried about that roam, and that means they might have more time to deal with things like that mirror and a different push. And in fact, there is a player offsite there. It looks like it's Sogs on that Jaeger, just lurking around on that top floor.
Critically, though, he has been droned out. Sogs needs to be mindful. His position may have been revealed. Clearly not seeing that drone on top of the cupboard.
Reloading, cover me.
Diesel will follow him and does have that drone taken down, though. Emerin looking to reply. Holding that con doorbell. Wide pegs to hears the Jaeger shuts him down, and that's a confident entry from Wildcard.
And I don't know about the roam attempt either. They've got no mute, no mozzie, nothing to really help him. And in fact, he's all by himself, so no refrag opportunity. Against a team like Wildcard, you saw it perfectly from that drone. Their drone placement and drone usage is really good. So that was always going to probably end in disaster for Sogs. It has delayed a little bit of time, but I think it's nothing compared to delay last time for Wildcard. They're going to do some work on these hatches now. They do have a man advantage moving forward.
One thing that Alpha do still have working for them is the fact that those mirrors will still be up on site. The biggest challenge that Wildcard did face last time they attacked the basement. So Sogs being taken out may not be the absolute worst case scenario. Those ADS devices likely already placed around the map, or at least around the objective. There's see some initial drone setups from Wildcard. And again, it doesn't look like there's been a whole lot of attention or utility invested into clearing any of those mirrors quite yet. So maybe that's something we'll see later in the round. Oh. Okay.
Mims fights back. That's Diesel off the board. So that does help a little bit. Time is starting to tick away, so Wildcard are going to have to try and do a little more to work site here, and some shots coming down into Mims is definitely how you want to do that. Trying to throw the impact, but Geo is actually going to take his head off before it does much damage. It's Emerin pushed up very deep here in blue as well. He does have this mirror to deal with though. It's going to stop him a little bit.
Wildcard again being stalled out by that utility. Angry actually able to rotate in towards blue, gets aggressive and pre-fires towards the stairs, doesn't net the kill though. Emo in very sketch position he's found himself in, as Emo in as well, quite in a sketch position. I can't even get my words out. As the frags will now be coming through. The hatch drop as well is unsuccessful, and it's 2-on-2. 5 seconds left. Hills gets a knife. It's absolutely going off here. Emo needs to try and find the kill. Hills trying to play time, and he actually finds himself on top of the crate. And Hills will hold on to win the round. What in God's name just happened? Oh my goodness. I thought I lost it when my words started turning into a mess, but then the game itself just turned into an absolute mess. Oh my. I don't know, Raven, do you want to explain what happened then? Because I honestly have just, I don't know. It just, yeah, that's crazy.
I don't know if that's really explainable, other than, I don't know, Hills must be taking salsa lessons or something, man, because he just danced around every bullet Emo was shooting at him. And Emo, I guess, potatoed a little bit, had to reload. Time ran out. I don't know, that was nuts. And LFO just straight through, again, on Church at least, but bringing it back to some context now, guys. What we really need to see from LFO is some wins on these other sites.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Look, I stand by what I said. No mirror, no wins. So it's going to be a 4-2 in favour of Wildcard. I have the script in front of me. It has been written. LFO will not pick mirror again for the half, and it's going to be 4-2 Wildcard. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I see. Well, let's just see how it plays out, guys. I don't believe you.
Wait. Why is Hills being stimmed? What's going on there?
He got tagged up early in some setup. I reckon it was an errant shotgun blast from Nasty. Didn't quite see it, but he was down on about 75 HP. I think given his play style and the operator he's on and the way he's going to be playing that, you probably want him to have that full HP for that extra confidence.
It's all a part of the strat. Bring the dock. Hills will take some damage. We'll heal him. Very deep strategic play here in the Six Masters.
In all seriousness, though, it's still definitely not looking like the momentum has shifted in favor of LFO. That last round was sketch, and I mean, they haven't proved themselves on any objective outside of basement thus far. This is the opportunity to do so. 2 rounds left in the half for them to get any sort of lead. Pressure already being mounted by Wildcard as Diesel will be tasked with opening this wall.
The zap's going to be a bit of a pain for him. It looks like he has been able to get it open nice and quickly there. So it's going to be really good for Wildcard once they get that fully open. They can cut that important rotate across. Like LFO, it's going to be playing tightly on site for now. Put much pressure elsewhere, at least at this stage. Angmo actually, he is contesting pretty heavy in garage, and again, he is fragged out. So maybe it's just some extra aggression not working out at all here for LFO.
Mims will have one of his Evil Eyes taken down there inside a garage. Not quite sure if he has another, he might not. Shoots one of the drones trying to give away his location. Wildcarded well and truly aware that he is on these rafters. Always pretty sketchy trying to peek this as an attacker. Of course, Mims running the older as well. A formidable gun to spray down multiple enemies. Jerry will need to be on point with his shot here. Flashes do come out to try and disturb him, but Wildcard are being stalled out.
Yeah, they're really banking on getting this control. And even if they dedicate the next 20 or so seconds to it, maybe even 30, it's going to be worth it. That frag grenade doesn't hit though, so that's going to make it a little bit hard. Mims sees the edge of that Habana and actually walks into the next grenade. A bit unfortunate there. Hills did find a trade elsewhere, but that's going to give Wildcard the important garage control that they've been looking for.
Oh, nasty. Almost finds one. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage though, considering he had a powerful position. It is a 3-on-4. 30 seconds left on the board. Nasty goes for an errand C4. No one actually sitting there. Wildcard with a triple stack over towards garage. It's going to be a big play as they're trying to execute a default plan. Moving on the main wall to cover the cross, and this is looking very, very strong for Wildcard. They do need to be mindful that the run out doesn't come from Con. I'm sure Nasty will definitely be considering it. Gee, watching the flank. So it might not work out here for Wildcard if it can be denied, but it isn't. And now it's a 3-on-2 post plant. Nasty and Hills. Nasty coming through quite late there on that rotate, unable to really help in denying the plan. And look, at this stage, it's basically impossible. Ethan has been down, but there's a player outside the breach that needs to be dealt with. Not a whole lot Nasty can do until he's taken out. Might be able to try and long arm it, but it's going to be a tall order. 7 seconds he needs to stick it for. He fakes it once. Will actually down Emo Ridden now. He might be able to stick it. Where's Geo? That is the big question. He's inside a garage. Can he swing through late enough? He pre-fires the angle. Will take him down. It was a little bit close for comfort, but Wildcard will secure round number 5.
Yeah, that was getting a little bit tight there. I thought that maybe he was in the right position where he would have been able to get that final second ticked away. I think it was about 1.3, 1.4 seconds left on the defuse timer. Didn't quite get to see it, but either way, Wildcard, it was a pretty good attack again. Like I was saying, they banked so much on getting that garage rafter control, and once they did, they were pretty set. The fact that Nasty wasted that C4 meant there was no distance denial for LFO to be able to use, so that default plant was always going to be safe. Unless they managed to get someone below, maybe they could have got pings out, denied from below, or like you said, that run out from construction might have been a viable option. But all of those missed by LFO, and Wildcard secure that.
3-3 now, the best scenario for LFO as we enter the final round of the half, and it's probably a result they wouldn't have wanted. Of course, it is Wildcard's map pick, but when you're on a clubhouse defense, you need to be gathering as many rounds as possible. LFO haven't decided to head upstairs to CCTV and cash again. An objective that they are yet to win. Of course, they've only actually won basement.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know, maybe I'll be able to stick by what I said. No mirror, no wins for LFO, because if they don't win this round, that will be the case.
I think it's also worth pointing out as well that that most recent basement win in round number 4 probably shouldn't have been a round win. given how it ended.
Hills played that perfectly. I don't know what you're talking about. Perfect
Yeah, I don't
professional
know.
play.
I mean, I haven't checked socials, but if that got clipped, you guys should definitely suss out the Rainbow Six ANZ Twitter to see if it is there. And if not, suss it back on the VOD, because that was a really strange way to end a round. But either way, yes, LFO, the best they can hope for is a 3-3, and that's a pretty disappointing defense half, I'd say, for them, given how they played against Elevate on this map. They had a really strong defense half.
Diesel again, tasked with opening the wall with the Maverick torch. Or maybe just enough to get off the electrocuted parts. Maybe Jer will come across and open some holes, not too sure. Maybe it is soft. I think it might be, a little bit hard to tell. Either way, Ethan does find a pick there. So it will be a 5-on-4.
Again, players trying to get a little over-aggressive. I think it's great that Angmo maybe had the thought that he wanted to slow down the take of the west side. But
Bomb located
in
by
the end,
attackers.
given the control that Wildcard have over there is pretty strong, just shoot and pull back. It's still going to delay a lot of time, and it's better to have 5 people alive than to delay an extra 10-15 seconds. So overextending seems to be a bit of a story here, and there's a lot more presence coming from this bedroom side now. So Garage not being banked on as much by Wildcard on this push, and it's working out tremendously as Pat finds another kill, giving them a 2-man advantage.
That's another one taken down as Ethan gets to work from below, helping not only getting the wall open, but getting another pick. Suggs and Mims now to try and hold out for a minute. Mims' position revealed by that drone, I assume. Not sure if Suggs has been
Attackers have located
found as
the
well. If he gets aggressive over towards main wall, Nemo Marine will shut him down, and now it's Mims inside a garage. It's a 5-on-1. He finds one, but look, these kills are likely just going to be to pad out the stats as Diesel goes for the plant. This one out towards the breach. That will light him up. His position well and truly revealed, and he will be taken off the board. It's a good round there for Wildcard on the attack. It's a good half for them as well. And, yeah, things not looking great for LFO.
It's very swiftly going down the drain for LFO. Wildcard really strong there. They showed some good adaptation as well. It was the 3rd time that LFO have held that site, and essentially similar setup. You know, they didn't really change a whole lot. They tried implementing the Maestro on their 2nd attempt. Didn't work out, so they switched back to that Wamai. But where the big adaptation was on that side of Wildcard. Instead of them going for that garage push like they had in the previous 2 attempts, they just went straight for construction, and they put so much pressure through there, and it led to a lot of early frags. Really hard to LFO for recovery from that.
I can finally say it with confidence. No mirror equals no
Attackers need to
LFO.
locate and
At least
defuse
not
bombs.
on Clubhouse against Wildcard. There you go. It is now fact. You know what else is a fact? Wildcard have a 2-round lead heading into this defense, and they are sitting quite comfortably on their map pick as well. Nonetheless, so look, I think it's probably safe to say it's only a matter of time until they close this one out. However, we have seen some comebacks already in Six Masters 2020. Maybe, just maybe, this could be another tale.
10 seconds to insertion.
Wait and see. Looks like Wildcard are the ones doing the solid SSG roam here. It's
Attackers must
only a
locate
thorn in the side of LFO if they decide to push that. I wouldn't put it past LFO to be the kind of team that might try and orchestrate something to ignore it, but I believe Elevate tried a similar thing on Clubhouse, to which LFO went for that roam clear. 3 players already here on the garage side. It's going to take a bit of time to drone this out due to the fact that there is a mute Mozzie combo there, and in fact Mozzie's going to steal a drone on that garage stairwell. It is shot though, not used against them.
One thing that's interesting to note is that Mute has made it through the ban phase, unlike Theme Park. Wildcard taking full advantage, bringing that Mute Mozzie combo, which is, you can see quite visually on screen now, can cause some issues, not only in opening the walls like that gem is placed, but also in gathering some intel. Doesn't look like Alpha will ignore the roam, instead opting to push from CCTV, so could see some gunfights ensue a long way away from the site.
Sogs has actually been downed off a run out there from Ethan, but he got saved by his teammate, but a run out from Pat to try and get it. What is this aggression from Wildcard? Another one peeking from Construction. That's Emo Rin. Well, that's one way to execute a roam. Don't push us. And it's a 3 versus 3 now, Guz. All those early engagements happening in a matter of 10 seconds.
It's all about the number 3. It's a 3 versus 3. All of those gunfights taking place on the 3rd floor. So, yeah. Well, 2nd floor. I mean, if you want to include basement as a floor, but just go with the analogy. It was kind of cool.
It works.
Yeah, I'll take it. I mean, sure Alpha will take the round win as well if they can snatch it after that, because that was quite insane. Talking about insane, I mean, we're just segueing everything at the moment. Hill's somehow getting his drone up the ladder there with some finesse. We did see all of Wildcard default back towards site though, so they shouldn't be too worried about roamers. Instead, trying to focus their efforts now on the execute.
Important part of that is that Mims was one of those players lost, so that is the X-Kairos that won't be used to open some of that hard reinforced wall or even hatches. They do still have the Maverick, but 2 players funneling down blue. It's giving me the impression they're really worried about that. Does down Immerun with some nice shots. Hills though, sneezing, he's going to die. He's pushing deep. He sees the back of the player at the box. Nasty does get him. It's a good position, in fact, for LFO. It's going to be a 2 versus 3.
Spicy from Geo goes for the res and will pull it off. Question is, are LFO prepared? It's a 3-on-2 plant scenario. Killed, finds one more, and he'll find the second, I believe there. Yes, he does. And LFO managed to win their first attack, so definitely not going down without a fight.
Look, after the way that started too, like you said, if I was LFO, I'd be pretty happy with that. I like that their attack to site in the end was just simple. There's that run out. Mims did get the refrag, but it was just wildcard from every window possible. Nasty just thankfully getting that tight angle from CCTV. But yeah, I like that LFO ended up keeping that attack to site simple. Once they lost, Mims not able to open extra hatches or church wall, for example, they just said, let's just take blue, funnel into to Arsenal, and it worked perfectly.
4-3 will now be the scoreline. LFO in a perfect position to even things out just when it started to look like it was slipping out of reach.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
Cash and CCTV will have its first appearance in this second half. Interested to see what Wildcard will bring to the table. For the most part, LFO brought what we'd come to expect. Sort of the default competitive meta, and outside of really the castle, probably going to be pretty similar here from Wildcard.
Something we've seen from Wildcard in their clubhouse play in 6 Masters is extending this roam for CCTV cache down onto this first floor. It's been really interesting the way different teams have tried to push it. It can be tricky. I mean, you have to think about that. There's a lot of soft floor denial from below. It's not a safe plant. If you are planting last minute and you've decided to ignore this roam on the first floor, it really could come back to bite you.
Plane was being set up to protect the flank. Nasty getting to work now on the wall. Let's see how he goes compared to Diesel. Pretty clean first top line. As he breaks that part of the reinforcement. Now it's up to him to break the bottom. Hills is ready and waiting in position to shoot back at anyone that's going to peek. Get. Not taking into account a player from Garage though, as Nasty takes quite a bit of damage. That has stalled out this wall just a little bit.
And that electrocution is being a bit of a pain for him. Emo Rin gets tagged up pretty heavy though, through some shots. Denying entry of drones there at least. Against the intel. It's finally going to get opened though there. Nasty flashed on the retreat, but not going to be an issue as Hills opens that wall. Sogs does get the opening pick onto Pat. That's the visual off-site there, so they really are hard pushing this first floor. That means Diesel's going to be under a lot of pressure down here.
Minute 40 on the board. Hills with the entry into what the stock tries to go for a floor bang. Won't find a target, but Mims finds his. That's the bandit taken down. Mim's creating an angle now into garage with those X-Harris pallets. May even create another to watch the garage rotate. Maybe LFO content in clearing that out elsewhere, as Angbo finds that one, and the second as well. Big round from LFO. Ethan now left in a 1-on-5 as he tries to hold on to his team's lead, but I don't think it's going to be possible. And there we go, LFO with a flawless round. Raven, this is actually turning into quite the interesting map.
I don't know, comeback train could be on here. They have equaled the scoreline, but Wildcard are playing a bit weird, man. I'm going to say some of these peaks are really strange. Like, there's two at the double peak at the breach. I think it was really ill-advised. Angbo, nice pick there onto the catwalk. I don't know, Wildcard. It was a good strat, but LFO really picked it to pieces. Well played by them. Wildcard can continue their rotation of sites, not repeating. And they're going to go gym bedroom. Yeah, so far LFO attacking really well.
I guess the concerning thing for Wildcard at the moment is that they haven't found an objective that has worked for them yet. They lose gym bedroom now. Man, I don't want to be the person in the wildcard camp picking where they pick, or picking where they choose to go for that fourth defense, because it
and defuse as many bombs as they can.
definitely be challenging. I mean, I don't even know if it's really been a site you could say that's been the strongest yet. Both the rounds from LFO so far and their attacks have been quite strong.
I mean, this could be some part of the impact of that Kaid ban from Wildcard. Maybe that really is emphasizing that it's a lot harder to defend. I'm not really sure. I wouldn't have thought it would have such the impact, but it definitely is some really strong wall denial on this map. For example, there's so many Kaid spots that you put those electric claws that are so safe, and they're really hard to clear when the Thatcher is banned. Maybe that really is facilitating some of these attacks to be a bit simpler and smoother. I'm not sure. I wouldn't have thought so, but it's definitely a possibility.
Nice charge going off earlier there. That's actually the con wall, I believe, being blown by Hills. Interesting pair from the Sloggers at the con window as well. Interestingly enough, Alpha electing not to bring a thermite. I'm assuming they expected them to go here, but haven't brought the FBI operator to open the jacuzzi wall or CCTV wall, instead leaning, of course, on that Maverick and the Havana, which might be a little bit easier considering, of course, Thatcher has been banned. His mute jammers should be relatively easy to clear out, even if they do want to get some hard breach on those walls.
Importantly there, Ethan was lurking in a bit of a precarious position down in billiards. Maybe looking to get a tight angle in through the gym hatch, or knowing Ethan, maybe a run out somewhere around strip to deny somebody's job there on that jacuzzi balcony. He is making a run for it into strip. Maybe running out to get somebody on master bedroom balcony and see whether it works out or not. His mute jammers are going to be a bit of a pain there for LFO as they're trying to drone further to site. Done a good job getting that wall open nice and early. And give themselves a smaller rotate just off to the side there, allows them to get in a bit safer, not exposed to logistics. Ethan got shut down by Hills there, so that's the little impact from Ethan. LFO with a man advantage.
Jeez, I don't even know where that kill was, but Hills knows. He was the one who claimed it, and will now start to open up the round. Geo gets one back though. It's a 4-on-4. I believe Nasty does have the diffuser in hand, as Hills will continue to lurk below. Potentially trying to find one through the con hatch, but won't. Nasty does have that diffuser. He's inside a gym now. Potentially in a position to plant, but no. Emo Rin will wide peek that and shut him down. Oh, Sogs almost gets one, but he's mindful of the flank. Trying to bait the peek here from Diesel, expecting it. Diesel not really giving into it just yet. LFO just being stalled out now. So going to have that man disadvantage, but Hills on that lurk will find one back, and now it's looking winnable.
Yep, it's looking good for LFO. They've got a double back now, which means it's all up to Geo and Emo Rin. Geo's going to get flushed out straight into the bedroom. Emo Rin in a tough position there in the bathroom as the players jump in. A good trade, but it's not enough. LFO close it out. 3 in a row, guys, means they're in the lead.
Well. Puts us in an interesting position, as I mentioned earlier. Now Wildcard need to decide which of those 3 sites they will reattempt. Which of those do they feel the most confident in attempting once more. It looks like it will be Church and Arsenal, so I'm not going to see Wildcard bring out Bar. No real surprise there, of course. Church Arsenal, I mean, look, the last time they defended it, it was probably the closest of the three, really. Or maybe that last round was a little tighter, but look, I can't really say with confidence that Wildcard should have won any of these defenses so far.
No, I totally agree. They haven't looked that good on defense at all. They're going to be going back down to Church Arsenal. See what they do this time to change it up. They're sticking the roam operator lineup at least.
Defenders,
Whether they
protect your
play it
bombs
the same
from
way,
being used
we'll
by
see.
attackers.
A reminder, last time it was very aggressively played. Jumping out windows. There was 3 players, in fact, involved in that peaking effort with Master Bedroom construction windows. Ended up being a 3-3 man count after those engagements. But it really did lead to their demise because LFO just had a lot of time, and with that simple push down blue, got Arsenal control, and that was it.
Looks like Wildcard will commit to the SSG
Bomb
roam
located by
again.
attackers.
LFO
10 seconds
not
left.
shying away from clearing it last time. Expecting maybe
5
something
seconds.
similar again here. Or maybe LFO will try and
Attackers are
throw
moving to
the
defuse
rug from under Wildcard here and maybe rush site, but it's probably going to be quite unlikely.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
However, you know, LFO, I wouldn't put it past them. I mean, I didn't expect
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
this map really to go for as long as it has. LFO, again, surpassing expectations, entering this tournament as the only team to fight through the open quals. They are the bottom seeded team, but they are spoiling the party for so many of these top seeded teams. And you know what? Wildcard may not be an exception to that.
Yeah, I mean, they were looking like it at one stage. Something interesting here is Nasty's dedicating a lot of blowtorch just to open this wall. And they don't have to worry about Kaid, so Mims will have free reign of getting those hatches open. As long as they clear out the roam effectively, they will have to think about impact tricks at least. Definitely Wildcard sticking this roam though. Ethan on the main stairs, Immarin in logistics, Pat dead. So that's a great start for LFO on this attack.
It's looking like LFO have pretty good control now of this first floor. So it might even be challenging for these Wildcard players to even get back towards side as they, I believe, try to. GS found his way back. Ethan as well. So they're expecting a push quite soon here, maybe from LFO. Halfway point of the round now reached.
Attackers bomb diffuser has been
LFO
dropped.
looking like they're in a
Attackers have
pretty
recovered their
good
diffuser.
position at the moment.
Still one roamer it looks like I saw from the outline in logistics. So Hills is the one tasked with trying to keep an eye on him as Anglo is progressing aggressively down the main stairs. Get close to Church wall here. It's going to put a lot of pressure on the people on
Oh.
site. That's a nice quick double kill coming out, which means LFO have a huge man advantage and still a minute to play.
Attackers have
This is looking
located a
very good
bomb.
for them.
Angway gets aggressive to try and find another, but the wide peak from Ethan will net him that kill. LFO need to try and be mindful. Trying to throw such a strong round down the drain. Ethan and Geo left to try and hold off this attack. Both players with pretty strong positions. Ethan with a nice shot will drop Hills. LFO stalled out now towards blue as Ethan almost finds another. Sogs though will get one. And to 1-on-3. Ethan will need to hit the ace this round. Surely they can just get the plan over towards Schmed. It looks like Nasty will attempt it. Almost denied, but the crossfires are too strong. And seemingly out of nowhere, LFO now on match point, and Wildcard will be scratching their heads. How have they let this slip away?
I think just some of those early defenses in this half, they just played a little too aggressive. And I'm not sure whether they thought that by just running at LFO, it's going to throw them off a bit, kind of maybe bully them, capitalize on some mindset. I'm not really sure on the rationale behind it. It didn't look characteristic Wildcard from my eyes. And that's just given LFO too much momentum. And look at it. It's 4 rounds in a row. They're a match point. And Wildcard, they didn't really look in that last round either. LFO's entry was fantastic. The only look in was when Angmo just got way over aggressive trying to peek Ethan there in Church. Never want to give a good player an opening like that. But either way, LFO come away with it. And we might be seeing an LFO map win.
And again, Wildcard stuck in limbo. They haven't won a defensive round, so they're really just cherry picking at what site they think is going to work here. want to point out as well, Sog jumping on to the Montang. I don't think we've seen Montang at all tonight. So again, something new for Wildcard to deal with, and maybe it will help LFO edge out this round with a perfect second half.
And speaking of perfect, the last time that LFO attacked this, the last time that Wildcard held it, was in fact a flawless round. So, bit of an alarm bell there. See whether it goes the same way or not. But regardless, LFO can hold some strong confidence coming in to attacking this site. I'm going to say the Montaigne is probably going to be utilized more towards garage side, maybe to take catwalk. I have a feeling, I'm not sure if my memory is just getting a little mixed up here, but I have a feeling they played the Montaigne against Elevate previously, and they actually pushed it more from the construction side. I'm not 100% sure whether that was this team or whether that was maybe Sinister, because they had been experimenting a lot with Fisher Guy playing the Montaigne.
One thing's for sure though, this map has been very interestingly heavily attacker-sided. I mean, 6 of the 8 rounds. Oh, sorry, no. Let me restate that. It's 6 rounds to 4 in favor of the attack. Of course, Wildcard won 4 of their attacks. Am I? No, it's 4 to 4.
It's 8. It's 8, buddy.
Yeah, yeah.
8 attack rounds.
Don't even. Yeah, it's attacker-sided. We'll go with that. I won't say numbers. I'll just say it's attacker-sided.
Right.
Which is
production. I'm going to need another co-caster. None of these guys can count.
Well, we don't want Dev because we know he can't count either. See, this is you last night. You threw me under the bus. You thought I could count, and so I'm blaming you.
Okay. All right. I'll take it. All right. Sogs is going to be trying to push garage here, but without any extra gun power, he's not really going to get in. A bit of pressure coming out. Pat got tagged pretty heavy. I believe he is the one playing in garage. At the bottom floor there's the Valkyrie. The Montaigne pinging that wall saying, Mims, open this, you can get an angle onto this Valkyrie. It's going to be too late. Drops through oil pit. It's going to rotate. And they're going to have to think about the flank now. It could be garage storage. It could be main stairs. Might present some kind of issue there.
This round's gone by in a flash. Just over a minute now to go. 5 on 5. Ping goes out. Mims trying to floor bang that player. I believe it was Pat. No, it wasn't actually. So Mims actually not hitting a single shot. Instead, just lighting up that metal bar. Emerin finds the entry, so Wildcard now with the advantage. This shield posing some issues for Emerin. Can Sogs get the kill though? Or maybe? No, he can't. Emerin will shut it down, and Wildcard will put their foot down, taking that round quite convincingly. A lot going on there, but Wildcard come out on top.
I don't know what Sogs was doing, man, but if you're a Montaigne and you get in the face of somebody like that, if you're not getting adequate backup through gunfights from your teammates, you just got to drop the shield and go for it. We've seen fantastic shield play like that from Lunametal on the Vodafone Giants in Southeast Asia. He's such an aggressive Montaigne, and it's really difficult to deal with, or can be just a pain to deal with. I think that's just maybe the difference there. They could have changed things for Sogs. Either way, LFO still retain match point. They had a buffer, but of course if they lose this round, we will be seeing overtime.
Indeed we will. Ethan 6 picking off Frost onto mute.
Attackers need to
Frost would have been a
locate and
spicy
defuse as
pick,
many
but
bombs as they can.
maybe a little bit too spicy for the stakes these teams are playing for at the moment. They're opting for that mute Mozzie combo. Wildcard leaning on that quite heavily. Talking about leaning, Emerin being lent on by his teammates, going 13 and 7 off the back of a pretty strong last round. But I think it's probably safe to say it's been a pretty well-rounded effort by both teams. It hasn't really felt like it's been a massive game by anyone in particular. It's not like Ethan's
10 seconds to
been
go.
running around like crazy like he did last week,
Attackers have discovered the location
doing
of a
half the
bomb.
work. It's been
5
pretty
seconds
well-rounded by
left.
both teams.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
Attackers are moving to
I'm
defuse
thinking
the bomb.
really heavily right now about this Nook pick from Hills. It's quite strange. I guess, of course, Nook is quite niche. Niche? That's the right way to say it, right? Anyway,
Yeah.
you don't see Nook often, and I'm just not 100% sure of the exact situation that they're thinking of bringing her here. Maybe for a simple roam clear, or maybe he's just looking for a really quick undercover push to site
Attackers
to
recovered
open it
the
up,
bomb
because I mean that's
diffuser.
one other way to clear a roam, is if you put pressure on the site players, well, then the roamers have to drop back, because otherwise they're just letting their site players die.
I mean, we have seen Nook played once by Alpha tonight on Theme Park with Sogs on occasion using it to flank late in the round. Maybe we'll see something similar from Hills. I think we're droning himself in potentially for the entry. Maybe trying to coordinate some sort of push with these roam clearers. Or maybe even trying to drop stock hatch, as you mentioned.
And the thing is, though, besides defaults, it's not like Wildcard have brought a massive amount of additional intel. Maybe if they've got a Mozzie drone, yeah. Or maybe if they've got a bulletproof, but for example, there's no Valkyrie, Echo, Maestro, none of those. Not like it's really hard countering intel. Geo very aggressively here, pushed up in Oil Pit. That's something that LFO are going to have to be careful of if they haven't droned carefully enough.
I can definitely envision a scenario where they drop the stock hatch here. It's really only Diesel on site. Actually, in saying that, Pat now has rotated and Geo as well, so it will be a little bit more challenging. Definitely not out of the realm of possibility if they can clear that player in blue, though.
I'm not 100% sure what they're trying to do here. I mean, Mims now aggressively pushed down blue, trying to take this gunfight. Still has 3 X-Kairos in the pocket, so I think that's really emphasizing the fact that they're not looking to do the classic structural push here. They're just going to try and flush out this roam and get the picks on the retake. Of course, they did get that entry onto Emorin, who's the hot player right now for Wildcard, so that's a good start.
45 seconds left, 9 players left, make that 8. Nope, it's 7 now as the frags will begin to rain out. Hills makes his way down blue. Ethan on the flank for Wildcard, could be quite spicy late in the round, but Mims will shut that down. And now we're entering the final stages of this round. Alpha fighting hard to win this map, and now it's Diesel left to try and clutch it out. It's a 1-on-4 as Angmo will attempt the plant. Wildcard lose this round, they will lose the map, and in the process draw the series. It's a post plant. Surely Wildcard can't recover from this, and LFO will shut him down. The series will be 1 apiece. What a comeback there from the bottom seeded team. LFO are just taking it up to these big boys, and wow, I'm sure they'll be happy with that recovery.
Absolutely. I think given that they lost their map pick in quite poor fashion, to be able to come back and take Wildcard's map off them, and the fact that it's a map off Wildcard, hands down, they will be happy with that. So really well played from them. It was really good teamwork. I mean, look at that scoreboard. It's really even across for LFO there. Imorin did start to stick out a bit for Wildcard. And yeah, really well played from LFO on those attacks. They won 5 of the 6, and that's what they needed to win.
Pretty nuts considering it was Clubhouse with a Thatcher ban. I mean, you theory crafted it a little bit earlier that maybe Kaid was having a little bit of an impact in these defenses being more challenging, but I mean, to that extent, that makes me raise an eyebrow. Surely that ban didn't have that much of an effect.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I mean, for me, when I look at Wildcard's defenses and what didn't work out for them, it looked much more like their playstyle. Especially those first 3 defenses, they had some really uncharacteristic aggression that LFO, even the times they weren't ready for it, they were trading it out. And it just put Wildcard in a really weird position late round that maybe they're not used to. So that meant that LFO were more playing in comfort zone than Wildcard. But other than that, yeah, it's hard to say exactly what fell apart for Wildcard. It's something we can think about when we ask Silex.
Well, of course, that draws out the series. I think it was like, what, 9% of the community voted for the draw. So again, that plays into LFO's hand of, you know, being that team that have said publicly as Enigma, you know, calling out people thinking, oh yeah, LFO's a bit of a joke. They're not really going to do a whole lot in this tournament. But I mean, they've taken a map off Wildcard. They've taken a map off Elevate. They're here to stay. Like, it's pretty unbelievable to see a team like this really come in and show their worth so early.
Yeah, and something that I'm also interested about is Wildcard picking Clubhouse in the first place, because that was the map that LFO won in strong fashion against Elevate 7-2 in the first week of 6 Masters. So I mean, I guess Wildcard said, oh, we can counter that a bit, we can adapt to it, they won't see what's coming, but it clearly hasn't worked out.
Well, we have the man himself. It is Enigma from LFO. Let's bring him up. Enigma looking very fine in the suit tonight, must I say. Congratulations
Thank
on
you.
taking the map tonight. Obviously, theme park not quite going your way, but a good recovery there on Clubhouse.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we just struggled on theme park to adapt. Wildcard are prolific for being one of those teams who can just, adapt on the fly and really take a team by surprise. And, while we did do a lot, and I mean a lot of prep for that, we just failed to, bounce back. And so I gave one of my famous, halftime speeches and switched the boys on. And then before you know it, here we are.
Well, speaking of halftime speeches, at the end of the first half of Clubhouse, you were still down pretty significantly 4-2. Maybe give us some insight in what the turnaround was for the team. What was so different about your attack half over your defense half?
We pretty much just discussed we needed to be more direct with them, just be really in their face and take it away from them. I mean, defensive half on Clubhouse, you'd hope to go for a 3-3 or a 4-2 in your favor. But when you go for a 2-4 in the opposition's favor, you think, okay, well, we can't be playing so passive and letting them dictate the game on us. So on the other hand, we come back, we think about exactly what we need to do, and we take the direct approach, and here we are.
I like it. You've got Knights next week, so you're really you've worked through the top of the table, so to speak. You've played Wildcard, you've played Elevate, you've played Akami, you've managed to get through with 3 map wins. So now you've got Knights next week. How's the feeling going into that match?
Wait, who are Knights? Oh, sorry, one of the other teams in this series. Oh yeah, sorry, my mistake. Yeah, I mean, we've taken a map off the top 3 teams. So, I mean, anything else, we're going to be setting the expectation that we're going to win. So, a team like Knights, I mean, congratulations, they beat Kanga 7-2, but Kanga aren't in the best form right now. They're going to be taking on this, as they described us as a tier 2 team. We'll be seeing who the tier 2 team is next week. That's for sure.
All right, Enigma, shots fired. All the best in your prep. We'll talk soon, mate. All the best.
Thanks, boys. Catch you later.
Oh my.
Oh boy. Well, that's just made next week's matchup.
Oh
very
no.
spicy.
Oof. Well, I mean, look, maybe what he said was a bit, flamboyant, but let's be honest, entering this tournament, I'm sure the general consensus was that Pittsburgh would have been a better team than LFO, but I mean, if you look at the standings now, LFO will be above the Knights. So heading into that matchup, it's really anyone's game, and to be honest, on face value, sitting here right now, I'd probably have to back LFO to at least get a map.
It's definitely going to be an interesting series. I mean, the Knights did have a good week this week. It was a good point, though, by Enigma. I mean, they beat Kanga, who are unfortunately a bit of the stomp team at the moment. So it's really laid a great foundation for that series next week, and I'm a lot more excited than I thought I might be for it.
Well, we have our second interview of the night ready and waiting. It's Silex from Wildcard. Let's say g'day. G'day, Silex. A little bit of a weird one tonight. Each team taking the other's map. How are you feeling getting out of that one?
Like ups and downs. I mean, it's not great that we lost map 2, our pick. So, yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, let's dive into that. So, map 2 Clubhouse was your pick. What went wrong? You guys had a great start, 4-2 first half on your attack. How did it all fall apart on the defense?
So we did SSG strat a few times on the Church Arsenal defense. We're giving away like free picks, and like we really should be coordinating a lot better to get those opening frags and put them on the back foot. Instead, they're pushing us back and we're giving them openings. So they're capitalizing on that. And on the first attack, we didn't cover blue properly. We knew they were coming from that way as well, and crossfires just weren't held well. So they managed to take Schmedbox for free, got the plant down. Same sort of thing happened on every church attack, really. So yeah.
Yeah. And theme park. I'm just curious whether that was maybe a surprise pick for you guys. You played pretty well in the end, but how did it feel actually going into that map?
Theme park's okay. It's like nice and fresh at least. Keeps things interesting. We didn't think they'd pick it. It was a bit of a wild card for them. So we had no intel on them for that map, and we just kind of had to play our own game. They saw us versus what was it, Sinister, where we just scraped the win. So they had intel on us. But yeah, played our game. and yeah, came out with the win on that one.
Awesome. Well, Sarks, we appreciate your time as always. We'll see you next week when you take on Kanga. All the best.
Thanks. See you guys.
Bye. A little bit rough. I mean, look, when you lose your own map, it's never the best feeling, but hey, at least they got one. Could have been worse.
Yeah, I think it's extra rough for them because they played so well on their off-map pick, and given the fact that it was a bit of a surprise, and they won it purely by playing their own game, after hearing Sark's explanation of what happened on Clubhouse, they must have really lost sight of that because, as I said, a lot of those defenses didn't look like the wild card we've seen before. It really looked like they weren't playing their own game, and they just let LFO play much more in their comfort zone.
Well, that concludes the first series of this evening. Wildcard and LFO will trade a map each, but come back on the other side of the break. We will have Elevate taking on Sinister. You don't want to miss it.
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds remaining. Drop the bomb. 10 seconds remaining. Attackers recover the bomb.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. ease off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh.
G'day there and welcome back to Six Masters 2020. It's time for the second series of this evening. I'm Guz and Ravens alongside to call the rest of the action this evening. Wildcard and LFO. Pretty interesting series to kick things off, and it was a map each.
Yeah, trading map each. LFO with a bit of a comeback there on Clubhouse on map 2, surprising everybody, including Wildcard. But yeah, it was a good series in the end, and I'm extra hyped for this next one because it's going to be a real barn burner.
Of course, you guys can track all of the action across Six Masters 2020 and get involved in all of the action socials on screen now at Rainbow Six ANZ. And keep in mind, you can participate in those community polls on Twitter. Let's start diving into this one, Raven. We're both really excited for it. It is Elevate take on Sinister. Both these teams in varying form and some, interesting lineup changes for one of these teams, I guess, in most recent form. But that's really starting to come together. I think both these teams looking comfortable for the most part. How's this one going to play out?
That's a great question. How is this one going to play out? Look, Elevate are looking pretty good at the moment. They had a bit of a sketchy week 1 against LFO. They dropped a map, but they brought it back strong against Kanga last week. And that was on the back of a really big performance from Red. In fact, it's probably more of my MVP for Elevate last week. Just in some really good on-site positions, often shutting down some deep pushes from Kanga. I think Elevate are looking strong coming into this week.
Of course, Elevate did hit a little bit of a bump in the road. They were another team to lose a map to LFO, but it seems like they're recovering from that pretty well so far.
Yeah, and as we've pointed out throughout the night, of course, there is a 6th member there, and that's Cynic's their coach, part of the support staff team. They do also have War Turtle there as an analyst. So well supported in the back end are these guys, and of course, they're going to be doing a lot of work against their opponents.
Of course, our opponents for this evening are Team Sinister. Let's have a look at that lineup. You will notice, of course, there is the 6th, and also a player has been swapped out. Luna has been replaced for this evening's match by Derpay. What can we expect from these guys? Because, look, they've definitely been on an upward trajectory.
They've been playing really well lately. They lost 2 maps to Wildcard in week 1, but that were pretty close. It was a 4-7 on Clubhouse and then a 5-7 on Theme Park. And of course, last week they had a very strong performance against the Knights, dramatically winning Clubhouse. It was an 8-7 match, and it was, of course, the famous Derpay stim of Nico to make it a 2v2 post-plant situation, clutching it out. Definitely keep an eye out for a lot of these players. I was asking you in the pre-show, I don't really know who would be the standout player for Sinister, given how they've been performing. Really, Vinny, Derpay, and Nico all really stepping up one way or another.
Yeah, I think Sinister's a bit of a special team in the sense that it feels like they have quite a few players that can do like some super flashy stuff at times. Look, it doesn't always combine well. I mean, Season 11 of Pro League, their first half of that was pretty abysmal. I mean, they bounced back and they're continuing that form now in Six Masters. So once those sort of flashes of individual ability come together, Sinister look pretty dangerous, and Elevate will need to be mindful of that.
And one thing that they always struggled with when they were having their problems in that first half of Pro League Season 11 was just the real cohesion as a team, staying focused, staying disciplined, and they've slowly been getting on top of that, and it's really starting to be more of an exponential growth now in terms of curbing those issues. But Elevate will be a team that might expose that, given their nature of the way they attack, for example, being pretty structured and also well-disciplined, pushing their teams really into a corner.
Well, earlier tonight, Wildcard and LFO actually managed to win each other's maps. Let's have a look at the map video for this one. We'll start with bans, of course, and see which maps will be taken out. Consulate by Team Sinister, and Clubhouse will not be returning again this evening. That'll be taken out by Elevate.
I mean, no big surprises there for those bans for both of them. So Elevate banning Clubhouse. It's known as Sinister's best and most played map, so you really wouldn't want them to play that on a comfort, and given Elevate did lose that to LFO, they probably don't want to touch it. Consulate has already been won twice in Six Masters, so week 1 and week 2. It was a 7-4 against LFO, and then a 7-2 against Kanga, so that's proving strong for Elevate at the moment.
Awesome. Well, let's roll through the picks, of course. Again, each team gets one. Cafe will be Sinister's choice, and then Border for Elevate. So we'll be seeing some new maps this evening. Should keep things fresh. Cafe, let's start talking about that.
Look, Cafe's an interesting pick because Elevate won 7-3 against Kanga last week on that. They look pretty good. Sinister haven't played Cafe yet in 6 Masters. It's something they played a little bit in Pro League Season 11 towards the end to some success. So I guess they're going to be leaning on some strengths there, and maybe they've noticed that Elevate don't tend to play it much, or they've noticed something in previous VODs that they can counter. I'm more interested in this Border pick. It's not something Elevate play a lot of. The last time they played it was against Fnatic in Pro League, and they took a map 7-5. They played it again, and they lost 5-7. But I mean, that says a lot, right? They played really well against Fnatic on Border, which was historically one of Fnatic's best maps.
Yeah, I remember casting that. Actually, it was quite the series indeed with them trading that map each. I think Border as a whole is actually quite an interesting map. It's a map that in ANZ, really as a whole across all the teams, we don't see a lot of play time. Some teams, like Wildcard, for example, insta-ban it literally every single time it is their first ban. And of course, in this series, only getting that one ban means we're never going to see them play it. It is a map that some say has sort of stagnated. Do you agree with that? Or could we see some innovation? I mean, again, if we want to talk about the last season of Pro League, the Pittsburgh Knights, then known as Homeless, they brought some pretty spicy stuff and really shaped up that map to be quite nicely in their favor against, I think it was TBD.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was against TBD, and that was a 7-1. But I think with Border, it's just that it's more of a linear map. I guess you could put it almost in a similar vein to Coastline, in that it just plays out almost the same way every time, and there's not massive amounts or levels of adaptation or new things that you can really bring to the table. It does kind of become just this standard meta, if you call it, and that's usually what you see.
Well, only 9% of you guys at home got the last vote correct with the draw. Let's bring up the poll result for this matchup and see what everyone at home is thinking. Oof, that is one of the closest poll results I think we've ever had in 6 Masters so far this season. Sinister just edging out, but the draw and Elevate not trailing too far behind.
I'm kind of surprised that it's leaning towards Sinister's favor as opposed to Elevate's. Maybe that first week loss to LFO really hurt people's reputation of them or perception of them. I don't know. I'm kind of surprised, but I think a draw is pretty likely here. I'm happy to see that that's got a higher percentage because both these teams definitely have what it takes to take a map each, given their form. It's going to be a really interesting series.
Well, I mean, I'm sort of back in the draw. I mean, the Snowball Esports. I know I went for the draw, you went for Elevate, so it's going to be a little bit of a fierce rivalry with that. I mean, actually, funnily enough, we were talking about this just before we came back on air. In the last series, I voted double LFO, you voted double wildcard, and it was a draw. So, look, I don't know. We're finding some kind of balance here. Either way, it's time to find out exactly what the result will be, or at least for the first map, it's going to be Cafe Dostoevsky. It's the Battle of the Reds. Elevate taking on Team Sinister Raven. Let's jump into the action.
Very excited to see how this plays out, given that Elevate haven't played it yet in 6 Masters. The main time that I remember them playing Cafe that sticks out was actually the first round of Pro League. It's when they still had Geo on the team, in fact, and he got that. It was essentially that ace clutch in the very first round, and that was against Sinister.
Yes. Oh, I remember casting that literally the first round back of Pro League. My throat didn't like that. First time I'd casted it in months, and I had to scream because that's what the play deserved. It was absolutely nuts. Like, I'm not expecting anything like that to happen again. That was definitely a once in a lifetime play, to be honest. But hey, you never know. We have already seen some pretty wild plays so far in 6 Masters. I mean, you briefly mentioned Team Sinister hitting that clutch Derpay Nico with a very creative dog revival. So I wouldn't put it past either of these teams really to produce the goods here.
Yeah, definitely gonna be interesting how it works out. These attack bans, the Thatcher and Thermite, are gonna make attack progression a little bit strange. I mean, the Thatcher ban has always been a thing on Cafe, so that's maybe not too much of an issue. They're gonna bring Maverick a lot, but Thermite has been leaned on quite heavily in terms of the hard breaching role on Cafe. So Maverick and Habana, I think, will be real mainstays in these attack lineups.
I was just having a very quick look at Twitter. Of course, at Rainbow Six ANZ, they posted a clip of the Enigma firing shots. I mean, there's some rivalries in this competition. Let's not forget that. These teams, not only is there prize money in the line, but some pride as well. And you know, a bit of friendly competition never hurt. I mean, it might not be that friendly, we don't know, but I'm sure it's very friendly. I'm sure they're best mates. You know, I don't know, maybe. Hopefully.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
It's always good to have a bit of banter. It's just how competitive sports are. That's exactly what esport is. I think it's going to be interesting with this matchup is it's the first time that Elevate were playing against this new look Sinister lineup with Derpe in instead of Luna. It does seem to change a little bit how Sinister play. Might be something that Elevate have to adjust to and not what they're used to already. The my Jaeger combo there, guys, starting off here for Sinister on that utility burn.
I'm sorry, I still haven't thought of a better name for that.
10 seconds.
My Jaeger combo. Spend some time before the next cast, you know, theory crafting some names, but nothing is coming to mind. Maybe it's just
Saying
easier
you
to say
like
Jaeger
Omega?
or my. What was that, sorry?
Are you saying you didn't like my Omega?
Omega.
Yeah.
I mean, if you really wanted to stick, I mean, we could probably make it work, but I don't know. I'm still a bit skeptical. I'm sorry.
That's alright. I think that's well-placed skepticism.
Attackers have located a bomb.
What is Nico doing? Oh my. Nico. It's only taken 30 seconds of this action phase and he's already doing something wild. Thrown under the objective. Definitely keep an eye on him. Not sure what exactly he's planning to do, but I wouldn't put it past him to do something spicy here.
Elevate definitely favouring taking Piano. Saw some innovation a little bit in terms of the way to attack this site from Kango last time. Not really working out to positive effect at least. Be efficient so far from Elevate. They're having to clear a lot of utility on that side. I mean, there's mine magnets and those ADSs are going to take a lot of those throwables clear. And then of course they're going to be wanting to use other utility to actually get rid of the shield in Pixel. Fisher are going to be denying intel gathering of those drones as they come through Cigar. It's a really interesting push from Sinister. It's going to burn a bit of time now, seeing as half the round has ticked away.
Oh, Nico. That is an angle all the way to the piano rappel. If he hits this
A
shot,
bomb has been located.
oh my, that would be quite disgusting. Not sure where Nico is. He's very positioned. He's just probing below.
Attackers recovered
Oh,
the
such
bomb
a dangerous
diffuser.
player. He is still holding this angle. I don't think anyone's repelling there anymore, but props for creativity. Can't say I've ever seen that angle before, and definitely one I'll be adding to the ranked strat book. Time's ticking down though, Raven. We've only got a minute to go. Oh, that's a nice pick though from Vice, and that should open up proceedings.
That was a bit of a strange aggressive peek from Vinny, and likewise from Derpe. Surely he realized the piano control was there. Pretty common angle to be held from Vars, so nice little two-piece from him. Was Elevate in a good position. And here, that blowtorch being activated by God Legion in towards backstore. Fisher still in aggressive position here on the bathroom. Elevate gonna have to be careful because that could be shut down. Looks like there are two players potentially holding an angle in this doorway, so he might not make it far if he peeks out.
Levi's pick from Fisho will take a bit of his life, but he survives, tries to down the IQ. Milo will clean that up eventually as he whips out the shotgun now. We often see a lot of plays here, so close quarters, but Fisho will be shut down. Worthy's pushed so deep here, and now Milo and Neko need to try and reclaim sight. Milo finds another. Of course, the rock, the IGL for this team. Can he come up big for Sinister? Neko falls as he goes up wide, and now Milo needs to find all five. He hasn't got a lot of time that he needs to defend, but he can't really get in position for that plant, but he finds another. This is winnable. Elevate, I don't think have anyone on the roof just yet, and Milo finds four. Digital isn't on the roof. He almost finds five. He does! Milo gets the 8. What a play there, Molosca. You're an absolute machine. Elevate falling asleep in the post lane, and Molosca will just absolutely shred. Keep calm and return fire. I agree with your charm, mate. What a play.
That was pretty nuts, and that was also some fantastic storytelling. You know, we were talking about the Elevate Sinister rematch from Pro League Round 1, where it was a Geo Ace clutch, essentially. And we just saw it from Milo against Elevate. That's pretty nuts. Also, I don't know if you guys heard, but I totally banged my knee on my desk because I jumped up pretty heavy when Milo got that. That was insane and really well played.
Oh my. Oh, Milo, that was... Oh, wow. That was quite amazing. Well, wait. You know what's funny? I saw Milo, I've got him on Steam, right? And I saw him load up Kovacs. I swear it was at like 3:30 or 4 o'clock this afternoon. So keep in mind, that's about 5 hours ago. This man was already hitting the Kovacs. So look, if you want to get your aim good, just Kovac 5 hours before you play and you'll be right.
Well, that's definitely some great foreshadowing towards how this series might play out. So let's bring it back a bit. Let's get some perspective there. It was a really good attack from Elevate. I have seen it time and time again from them where when it comes to execute time, a couple of them more aggressive players like maybe God Legion, Worthy was the one this time that instigated it. Even Vast, they push super deep through bar and they just get face up in cocktails so that they can try and get a plant down or end up getting all those picks. But they just didn't account for the way Milo was going to play that. So, I mean, outside of that, it definitely looked like an Elevate round. They controlled 2 minutes, 55 seconds of that, I'd say. It just came down to that one player.
Yeah, I was trying to explain, and Milo didn't give a great window of opportunity to, but Elevate didn't have the presence of mind or the time to get a player on that skyline, and it's something that we have highlighted previously in other broadcasts that getting skylight control after planting on that site almost guarantees you the win. There's no way for a defender to get on that roof and clear that player unless you have something like a C4 or something real late in the round, but at that stage it's unlikely that you will have that utility. And Elevate just cramped up there at the end. They didn't seem confident in knowing where Milo was, didn't show him down, and well, it's not the best way to start proceedings. Fortunately for them though, it's only the first round, so plenty of opportunity to recover.
I was so hot under the hood then. I didn't even know where they planted, you know? Like, that was nuts. Right, we got to move on. So to Elevate, they need to be able to shake that off, and mindset is definitely a big part of those kinds of plays. Obviously, a little bit negative maybe for Elevate. I feel like they could shake it off. As you said, it was the first round. They basically had that round in the books. You don't want to let that affect you too much. But on the other hand, the positive effects for Sinister, his teammates, would have been screaming like absolute apes, I'm sure, in the voice chat. Hopefully we hear that later. I've seen voice comms get posted a lot on Twitter for rounds like that. Keep an eye out for these players posting things. After the round, all of a sudden gone, guys. Not much action has happened so far in this clear.
I mean, we did get to hear the comms. I believe it was Nico posted on Twitter from that round previously when they hit that clutch against the Pittsburgh Knights that we briefly talked about on Clubhouse. Always great to get an insight as to how these teams approach that. Communication, of course, being critical in Siege. There's a lot of information that needs to be relayed, and when you're trying to keep track of 5 players on the other team, it can get pretty chaotic.
I'm not sure if my memory is just playing games with me, but I feel like Elevate have really changed up their roles. I don't remember Red playing the Buck. I don't remember God Legion playing the Maverick. So, see how this works out. There's a nice little trade there between Vast, Mini, and Worthy. Just to get another one back though, and with the final 30 seconds, Elevate haven't given themselves much control. Looks like they finally do have the OP. No, they don't. There is a player peeking out. He's going to make an impact. It's Fisher Guy. 20 seconds to go. Not looking too crash shot here for Elevate.
Red's trying to pinch it, but he gets shut down by Nico. That's covering that flank, and Fisho will now be allowed to get the final kill. Team Sinister with a great start here on Cafe.
Looking really good so far at the start. I mean, again, it's going to be very easy to look past that first round. The fact that Elevate actually played it really well until that clutch came out. But that round, just then, round number 2, that was all Sinister. The delay on the roam clear or the top floor control really worked out. And by the time Elevate got down to the bottom, they were just losing their gunfights left, right, and center. So holding fast, and they're going to be going to reading now. How they play this out, I'd expect, again, pretty good vertical presence around Cocktail.
Attackers need to locate
Again,
and
as
defuse as many bombs as they can.
casters often stress like a broken record, Cafe typically defender-sided. In saying that though, that second round looking quite strong from Sinister. Fisher Guy over towards VIP. so confident behind that shield, and even when it looked like Red was coming down the brown stairs to finally end his run, and Nico seemingly out of nowhere was covering that cross, so it does feel as if Sinister are connecting with the unit so far. The question will be if they can continue that for the rest of this map.
10 seconds to insertion.
I think as long as Elevate can stay in touch with the round count in
5
this
seconds
first
to
half,
insertion.
they're going to be setting themselves up for a bit of an opportunity there in the second.
Attackers
Important to
are
note as
moving
well,
out
this
to
was
locate a
Sinister's map
bomb and
pick.
defuse it.
So they're going to have worked on this quite heavily coming into this match. Of course, it's a very important match. These guys are close in standings, and this is a real proving time for Sinister. They've been on this upward trajectory for a while now, and Elevate's up there with one of the bigger opportunities for them to prove so. They failed just narrowly against Wildcard to secure a map. They're going to be hunting very hard to get one here against Elevate.
Bomb located by attackers.
Again, Sinister bringing that Mamai Jaeger combo, as well as the Mute Mozzie combo. So many combos going on. Derpe is the odd one out playing Castle, but he's bringing utility again that will need to be cleared by these attackers. Strong emphasis placed here over towards Cocktail, or part of the map. It is a common choke point.
Attackers have located a
It's
bomb.
like Vinny, Milo alongside Derpe will be holding these positions. Nico as well assisting from below potentially. So Sinister have the map under pretty good control so far.
So Elevate just definitely taking their time on that top floor clear. For Sinister players holding hard onto that Cocktail, it really is a difficult position to flush out. Upside down repel from Worthy is going to make it a bit of a struggle, or just a bit of a pain to hold. Vinny trying to get a little aggressive there as he's been fragged out by God Legion. Not even getting a tick of HP onto an Elevate player, so it's a bit of a misplay from Vincia. Going to assist them a bit there because he was one of those players holding Cocktail.
Defender has
Derpe
left
getting
the
ready
area.
for a run out. That player
Defender has been
on the
discovered.
East Repel will go down just in time. Derpe's position revealed, the drone taken out as well. Both him and Milo still trying to hold White Stairs. Seems like they have faulted off that Cocktail position. Red is above, but Milo, he's on fire at the moment. That's 6 straight for him. Yet to die on this map, and we need to try and shut him down before he really gets a run on him.
Definitely never want to let a player get that hot streak going because they really get into that flow. Feeling it. But Elevate have some pretty good vertical control, and it is equal man count, so not all is lost at this stage. Time will not be their friend though, as only 30 seconds remaining. It can be tough to get this plant down. They've got the positions needed to do so. Definitely a possibility.
Control above gained by Elevate Digital going for the plant. Is the coverage there? Gold Legion's been down. That could put him in a very compromised
Attackers
position,
are
but Digital's going to
activating
stick it. He
bomb
gets it down. Nico coming through at the flank, sees a down player to his left, and will flank silently onto Digital. That will be him taken down, trading out that kill. And Elevate will eventually clean him up, so they will get the round, but it was looking for a long time like it was going to be Sinister's.
We just came down to that final moment, the final 30 seconds, but it was just so important that Elevate did achieve the control they needed upstairs. Once they got all those holes open in Cocktail before Red died, that was enough for those players to maintain that position, block any potential rotate to deny the plant, and that plant could safely go down. So it was a well executed end to the round from Elevate there, and a really good post-plant hold.
Three rounds into this map. Still feeling a little bit hard to separate the teams. Of course, if you are just joining us, this
Attackers
is
need
the
to
first
locate
map
and defuse as many
in the
bombs as they
second
can.
series this evening. Wildcard and LFO was 1-1 in the end. Interestingly enough, in that series, each map took the other's pick, which isn't a common occurrence. Looking at this series though, Cafe is Sinister's pick. So you favour them heading into this one as well, starting on the defense. Does that mean, I don't want to speak wrongly here, does that mean that Elevate elected to go on the attack because this was Sinister's map pick?
I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Yes. So some teams like to do that. You know, if they feel like they're going to struggle with a particular half, they like to get it out of the way first and you just have to be backing yourself on mindset for that, because you just face the reality. Yeah, maybe we go down 2-4 for the half, but you come into some confidence into that second half, and if you know you can weather that, sometimes that really is the play. It works out quite well. I've seen that happen with a lot of teams. Wildcard in particular, I've seen do that on a few maps before.
Final preparations going up here as Red will use a very early Ash charge. I already hear a blowtorch being used. That's so shitty gold leader. Not quite sure when, maybe on the hatches. I think it's interesting that you flagged earlier that these players may be playing some slightly different roles. God Legion often playing a strong fragging role, so seeing him on the Maverick is a little bit unusual. Have to see how that one pans out.
I think what they've tried to do, just looking at their roles here, is to enable Digital to play the Habana. And somebody else had to play the Maverick, but they really wanted Vastness IQ. He's been playing a really good IQ for Pro League Season 11. He was fantastic on it, and so far with 6 Masters as well, so probably not wanting to change that up. And it just comes down to what you do with the other players. Yeah, we will see how it works out. Legion is a strong fragger for them, so if he isn't able to get those picks, then it's got to come from elsewhere. Vast is going to be a player to step up, and we'll get that opening kill onto Fisher guy. It's an important position that was causing some trouble, in fact, the last time they attacked this.
5-on-4 in favour of Elevate. We have now eclipsed the halfway point of the round as Vast will enter and use that IQ scanner to clear some additional utility. In that case, it's a mute jammer, allowing for maybe some more droning from his teammates. That's an angle from Freezer. Yes, it is. Milo, 7 kills already on this map. He did die in the last round, so his streak's broken, but I'd take that. Averaging more than 2 kills a round is a pretty solid start.
Is, and some really good time management from Sinister in this regard. They've really delayed this take of Piano, and Dio's still in a very good position there, still creating a lot of trouble. Red does get a nice pick onto Nico though, so that's a trouble player as well that's going to be off the board. I think really they can't breathe a sigh of relief until they kill Milo.
He now retreated towards White Stairs as Worthy finds another, and it may well be up to Milo to clutch out another round here. Vinny critically needs to try and find this peak. Milo's actually going to come in and assist and swing wide, but he doesn't win that gunfight. Vinny will follow it up, tries to pre-fire for the second, just misses that one. As Elevate are very wary of trying not to throw another plant scenario here. Vinny's in a great position. Pre-fires the first, that actually downs Red. Can he swing wide and get the planter? Not quite. Pulls out the pistol. We'll finish that first plant. The other one actually pulled off the plant. So now not with much time to reattempt it if Digital goes down. Worthy will be tasked with holding the cross, and he does. To Vinny's right. Vinny won't peek the angle, and Elevate will clean up the round a little bit cleaner than that first round. And that will even out the scoreline.
I was still a little bit worried, you know, they still had that Ash player, I believe it was Red, standing in the bar. I just felt like, you touched on it a little bit, where Skylight is so powerful, and where they're going to be planting, I just would have thought prioritizing somebody to jump out a window, get to the roof to hold the Skylight might be the play. But then again, that also takes some time. You know, you got to actually get into that rappel animation, get on the roof, then you're in a vault animation, and then you got to run to the Skylight. The other two die in that time. You don't really have a chance to make any difference. And maybe that was their decision-making process. Either way, it's come back now, 2-2. Was looking a little scary after Sinister got those first 2 rounds. We're back even playing field.
Locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Time for Kitchen now.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Since they're looking to try and get a lead in this half. They defended Kitchen successfully last time, off the back of Fisher guy in particular. He played quite strong VIP.
Stay clear of ADS line of fire.
Again, we're going to see that Lamar Jaeger combo.
Stay clear of ADS line of fire.
Oscar going big so far, 7 kills in 4 rounds, plus an
10
assist.
seconds to go.
Strong start from him. Vast though, not too far behind. It hasn't felt like Vast has had a massive impact in this map so far, but I mean 6 kills and gathering that intel as
Attackers are heading
IQ,
out to defuse a bomb.
definitely quite powerful.
The area of operation.
I think the difference there is the fact that Milo got that insane ace win
Yeah.
in that first round. But yeah, he's been very steady. I think it's been a bunch of 2Ks maybe for Vast. In general, he's been quite consistent for Elevate on that IQ role and just playing a bit of a flex support, and sometimes going the aggressive route. Seen him in particular on Cafe going quite deep and opening rounds up. The last round of Pro League Season 11 against the now Okami team, he had a huge game. I can't remember what he went. It was like 18 kills or something, often getting 3 or 4Ks. So yeah, he's more than capable of getting those picks.
Milo looking for a pick of his own to open up this round, peeking that Skylight quite aggressively. Keep in mind, the objective is on the bottom floor. Elevate are taking their time to drone above, though. Try and capture, or at least gather intel on any of those rooms, such as Molosca playing above. Oh, Fisher getting quite aggressive on that VIP pick. Lucky not have his head taken off. Does get away with it. Looks like he's happy now to retreat back safely in towards VIP. Elevate now need to try and work out how they're going to clear him out. Oh, hi Milo.
Oof, that's a good pick from Milo there. A strong one onto the Maverick of God Legion. Oh, he's almost refragged, but no, he just wins that gunfight against Red. Milo again, he's just on fire on this map so far. That's pushing him almost in double digits. Sinister just looking really good on this kitchen defense, because the first time they held it, it was also really good. It didn't come down to a clutch. It just was a strong defense from them.
Milo winning his ones in this round, giving his team a fighting chance. As they try and flash him out, surely Milo doesn't win that. He doesn't. Fast shut him down. Adds another kill to that growing tally. Now Elevate can start to get to work from above.
It's going to be hard though with Sinister holding such good positions there in the VIP section. Means you can't really safely push from white. Maybe you can just leg it into Freezer, but it's never going to be easy. And that pinch is not successful at all.
Oh.
It's really falling apart. Oh, the Fisho guy with a quick 3K to finish it off for Sinister. Never in doubt there.
Oh no, that was always a 3K every day of the week. Oh wow, easy. Man, Fisho guy on the Osu and Molosca on the Kovacs. That's the way to go. Imagine the combined power of the two. Oh. Elevate just... I mean, yes, some of that will be strategy and actually clearing out those players and making them feel a bit more uncomfortable, but I mean, at the end of the day, kills such as that first one that Fisho got, or the second of Milo's, that was losing ones. That was just being out-aimed, really. And it's a little bit demoralizing, particularly when you think you have gotten a kill, but just miss it. That's a little bit rough. But Elevate still are in a position to even out the half, so I mean, on Cafe, it's not the worst result.
I'd say some of that was timing as well. I mean, Red's attempted refrag of God Legion on White Stairs came quite late. It was about 2 or 3 seconds after the fact. That did allow Milo to reposition, or at least play it a bit differently instead of being under pressure immediately. I think in general, the kitchen attack that Elevate are trying to do isn't really working out for them. It's not giving them enough time to get any kind of comfort. I mean, it's one thing to have that vertical control. At the end of the day, you still have to push on the side, and you still have to either frag out or get the plant down. I don't think they're really putting themselves in a position to do either.
Looks like Molosca might be prepping for a spawn kill here on the Lamai. That could be interesting. Oh, here we go. Nope, thinks better of it. Almost on double figures already. That would have been a nice way to open up proceedings, but he shows a bit of discipline, thinks better of, and will fall back. Fisher guy again on the side, putting up some last minute rotations, takes out a drone as well. And, I mean, so far, Sinister looking relatively comfortable. I mean, 4-2 half for them would be quite positive. Again, it is their map, so keep that in mind. They'll be really wanting to take full advantage of this defense.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And this vertical control is going to be important for Elevate to take. Last time they got it with about a minute 10, minute 15 on the clock. Meant they were really renovating that floor, and it enabled them to get a pretty secure plant down with, I think, 20 seconds in the end. something that Sinister are going to have to think about differently. Last time, Vinny did an aggressive jump out that was punished for a little payout. So I think this time, just Vinny staying alive is going to be a big key part for Sinister.
Gold Legion trying to get creative on that angle. Over towards Terrace. Trying to find a pick and cover Worthy's runouts as well. Of course, Worthy being the Zofia repelling here on the Cocktail Lounge. Pretty far in that angle, but we'll find its shot. Looks like he's teaming up with Digital maybe to try and squeeze this position, but somehow Fisher guy hits the run out. Not quite sure what happened there. Maybe Gold Legion fell off the position, but some poor timing from Elevate will lose a member's life. Gold Legion actually still out there, so not too sure what happened there. Oh!
Oh! Jeez, that's the fourth time. Oh,
What's going on?
Everywhere, Gus. I don't know, but all of a sudden it's actually just up to Nico. Very much aware of that position, but nope. It's going to be an Elevate round. Gold Legion hits a nice shot. That was a bit of a strange way to finish it. Felt a bit odd, but at the end of the day, Elevate.
Oh!
Winning reading again. It just came down to them struggling with kitchen cooking, and then that Milo ace in round 1.
Well, that does leave the half drawn. 3 apiece. Some would say that favours Elevate because they were on the attack. Time will tell though. Looks like third bar will be the first side of choice. Elevate now defending. If you had to hedge your bets on a team, Raven, who would it be from here?
Without seeing a round in this half, I find it a bit tough. Maybe Elevate though, because when I look at the rounds that Sinister won, it was that ace from Milo in round 1, which was very much an Elevate round until it wasn't. And then after that, they only lost kitchen cooking attacks. And in my opinion, I just think they had some really fundamental issues with the way they were attacking it. Other than that, they looked pretty good. So, I don't know. For me, I feel like they're going to bring it back on their defenses, but I know Sinister can also pack a punch with these attacks, and they can often pack a surprise.
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree with them on that one. One thing that's interesting to note on this attacking lineup is Sinister haven't brought the Montang. It's been an operator that they've been experimenting with here and there. Fisher guy in particular playing that operator, but this occasion he's been playing on more of a
10 seconds remaining.
comfortable, I guess you could maybe say, fragging role on that Zofia.
5
But I think
seconds to go.
Montang's been a little bit hit and miss. I mean, I was speaking to Milo about it a little bit after that game against Wildcard. They brought it on that theme park match. It didn't really quite seem to click, and I think he was sort of on the mindset that maybe they were persisting with that too much, and despite it being something they may have practiced, it just didn't quite seem to come off in the official.
Also quite the intriguing Goya shield placement there from Digital in backstore. Very strategically, slowly stepping out exactly where to put it. So the shortest distance possible from that backstore wall. Got it facing towards the piano, so I feel like that's all about the fact that teams really slowly open backstore wall. If they want to rotate through, they're going to have to think about clearing that shield. And maybe they've already burned utilities such as clearing the pixel shield. Might come back to bite them.
Ah yes, Gold Legion will shoot that speaker. I was just about to comment on that beautiful music, of course. In Siege standards, everything, that music, whilst that might sound nice, will mask other important sounds, so teams will just shoot them straight away.
A bomb has been located.
So rip all the hard work that was put into that music. Either way though, Fisher guy, interestingly enough, lurking below here, trying to maybe get an opening pick over towards White. Reveals his position with those shots, and Red, I'm sure, is not truly aware. Sort of just whizzing over his head. But Fisher guy will play it quite patiently. Drone to assist. But there is a mute jammer, so they might have some issues gathering this intel.
Man that doesn't have issues with nades though is Nico. Like, he's very commonly getting nades, and all those ADSs just shot from below by Vincia. Not sure about that placement, but that's very easily wasted. Gonna have much of an effect, so that's gonna help Sinister a lot. We're talking about maybe they might get surprised with the way they spend utility. It's not gonna be the case. Nico surprises Worthy. He's on fire this round. Sinister in general on fire as they've got a 2-man advantage coming into this final minute.
Take the nades off Buck, and Nico, he'll go play Sledge. No issues with that at all. Absolutely lethal with those projectiles, and Vinny taking out those 3 ADS devices, as you highlighted. Will only aid in clearing some of that utility later in the round. 3-on-5, Elevate. There's some V-Man disadvantage, and Vinny potentially could find another pick. Red does still have that shotgun in hand, though. Ready waiting for a player to push up. Looks like maybe they're trying to time it in a way that they can pinch this player elsewhere. Red will creep his way down, trying to get aggressive, and Vinny as well will crouch up. Bit of a standoff here. Vinny peeking the wrong way. Almost hits the flick as Red misses a couple of shots, but does get it eventually. Nico gets his triple. God, Legion now left in a 1-on-4 as Molosca attempts the plant. He's shut down. That player lying on the ground. It was Derpe with the pistol. I thought he was actually down, but he will net that kill in the end. A big round for Nico, a big round from Team Sinister. And they will edge out a lead, albeit on a top floor attack, which is definitely nothing to be scoffed at.
I just think Elevate had just some issues with the way they played it. I mean, a big factor, those ADSs getting cleared so easily had to have been a hindrance on side. It would have meant that Sinister could have much more simply had their way with the rest of their utility. In fact, you could say just spending IQ's bullets to shoot those is like nothing. That's freebie. So that's something they might have to revisit there. They aren't going to play the site yet, at least. They're going to go down to Kitchen.
I'd be interested to know where those ADS devices were protecting. Was
that
that
as many bombs as they can?
trying to cover the shield of Pixel, potentially?
I think the one in backstore.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, if they're taking out that easily, maybe that's something that needs to be revised. Otherwise, future teams will be watching that back and going, oh, okay, well, that's pretty easy to deal with. As long as there isn't a player roaming below, that's pretty much free real estate for us. Either way, Elevate have now headed down to Kitchen, so different side entirely. An opportunity to try and draw this scoreline back for a piece.
5 seconds left before insertion.
ADS activated.
Saying something in pre-show that Red had a really
Attackers
big
must
week
locate
last
and
week
defuse
against
the bomb.
Kanga,
The device.
but he's looking really off against Sinister here. I mean, he potatoed a sitter basically as mute on the white stairs there. Vinny should never have got a shot off on him. That's very uncharacteristic Red, so he's having a bit of an off game here. And Fast is really the one leading Elevate at the moment, not just because of frag count, but also I'd say with the impact that he's had. Lacking a bit of vision at the moment. Players just warming up to it still. They need to get a move on, otherwise Sinister might get too much momentum. They're looking to do a top floor clear here for the bottom 4 site, which is becoming increasingly popular to do.
Looks like Fisher's playing entry. Again, sticking at Zofia. Vinny and Nico also in quite quickly, so it doesn't look like time management's too much of an issue, and at least this first minute, control gathered of the 3rd floor.
Located by attackers.
Again, Vinny getting to work on that IQ scanner. Currently going 3 and 6, but it has felt like he's had an impact in the right places at the right times. Especially that last round, clearing 3 ADS devices, nothing to scoff at. Elevate seemingly quite content in leaving this control above. It does seem like they have intel as well. Gold Legion actually has a drone above. Watching that ping. They know there's a player above. He's going to pre-place a C4. Nico needs to be careful he doesn't get taken out here.
That was kind of fun, just watching him check the drone, ping, see how far away his ping is, and strategically use that to place that C4. Not going to net him the kill though. Maybe not placed quite exactly where he wanted it. Nico taken very low though, so lucky to be alive after that. Not going to take much for him to be shot. He's going to be more hesitant about opening up this floor because it really is just going to take one errant bullet and he's going to be out.
At the same time, he'll definitely want to be trying to open as many holes as possible, knowing that if he dies, that will limit some options from above that Sinister will have. Meanwhile, trying to pressure downstairs, he'll be met with both Digital and God Legion playing towards bar. They're trying to cut off that rotate. Looks like there might be some pressure from VIP coming from Team Sinister as well. They try and pinch this location, but it does get shut down. All 3 players, Vinny, Fisher, and Milo, just completely deleted, and now Derpe and Nico need to try and gather the scraps. Derpe, the only attacker with full HP, will need to find a few, but he gets shut down, and now it's Nico in a 1-on-4. One shot will take him down, and there we go. Elevate. We're in the 8th round, and now the map's 4 apiece.
So far, none of these attacks have been successful on Kitchen, and they've all had the same strategy basically, and that's take that top floor control, first floor control, and then try to push down and clear out VIP and dining. But it's not easy to clear out. I mean, especially when you give the defense the time and space to be able to set themselves up in all those crossfires, it's tricky. So I think what Elevate could have done, and now it's going to be on Sinister in their attacks, is maybe just default back to something a little bit more simple and taking Bakery, because you can get all that vertical control you want, but you have to get the site to finish off the round.
Milo teasing the 6th pick, but we'll stick Habana, an operator that he himself has been playing quite frequently
Attackers need to locate
here in
and
Six
defuse
Masters,
bombs.
of course. Loska joined this team, formerly from Sleeper Gaming. Back then he was more of a fragger, but now transitioning into a pretty heavy support / IGL role and helping provide some direction to the team. Seems like there has been a shift in their playstyles since he began IGLing, and so far they're working out alright. Advancing themselves as a top 4 team. They're on the brink of breaking that top 4.
10 seconds to insertion.
Big match though, if they lose tonight, don't get any points, that'll
5
set them
seconds
back
to go.
significantly for the remainder of this season.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
Really important for Elevate as well to stay in touch with Wildcard. I mean, they are the ones out in front at the moment. 2 map wins ahead of Elevate, so if Elevate do secure 2 map wins here, they will be on equal points in standings with Wildcard. Given where we are in the season now after week 3, would be a good spot to sit, as Elevate and Wildcard will start to be playing teams of their level. We'll start to see them play each other, so Elevate Kami and Elevate Wildcard. Those are the matches that will really dictate where their final position will be on standings.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Another top-down take for Sinister. In fact, Vinny on the actual rooftop itself, trying to find some of that enemy utility. I mean, they're gonna have to deal with some mute jammers, electro cores, and everything in between. Intel gathering as well. I was gonna, you know what I was gonna do? I was gonna read through all the utility that they need to clear out, and then I realized, it's everything. It's literally everything on that defending team. The IQ scanner will find. So I just gave up.
Yep. Just emphasizes the importance, and Vinny's actually a player that I've seen use that scanner really effectively. Perfect example was that first round of their attack. Really important to clear there. Ooh, good long angle into backsaw. Not hitting that shot though, neither did Blast, so nothing lost there. God Legion lucky to only be tagged up a little bit in a big C4 from below for Red. He's going to take out that important
Attackers
IQ
have
player.
recovered their diffusers.
Trade coming though. Sinister battling to try and get this top floor control. Well, they're doing well to hold onto it so far.
Electrified wall causing some issues. They now need to push over towards top white. Derpe a little bit unlucky throwing that flash. Gets timed. That player now has dropped the hatch. God Legion actually though is there. Drops one, Vast another. And now it's up to Nico in another 1v4. He finds the first. He does have full HP on this occasion. 2 nades as well. I know he's deadly with projectiles, but it's unlikely that 2 nades will find 3 opponents. Oh, he teases the first note. Alex to switch out to the SMG. There's a player on this wall right next to him. And his position's revealed. Elevate shut him down. That's Worthy getting the final kill. Elevate now starting to swing momentum in their favor.
Now it's 2 rounds in a row that they've strung together. So it does keep them in the game so far and puts them in the lead. 5-4. Starting to get into dangerous territory for Sinister in that regard. Because of course if Elevate do win this next round, well then they're going to be on match point, and that means that Sinister have to force it into overtime at least to stay in it.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely starting to edge closer and closer to the end. I mean, again, we can see overtime, so Sinister will be at least trying to hang on to that, but it feels like Elevate are starting to get the edge on this map. I don't know, it's just a bit of a sense in the way that they're playing and shutting down some of these attacks. I mean, Sinister have had flashes, but I mean, these last 2 rounds have been pretty ordinary, to be honest.
Yeah, it feels like the longer this map drags on, that Elevate is starting to play into some pretty good form. So Sinister definitely have to be careful. They need to keep in touch with the round count. If they do manage to get this round that goes 5-5, I think it could well and truly go to overtime, and since they still have a good opportunity, but once they give Elevate that sniff, it's going to be hard. And Bar Cocktail, which is where I'm pretty sure Elevate will go next, that was the round that Sinister won on attack. That was a pretty decent attack, so hopefully they can replicate that. But Elevate are another great team at adapting, similar to Wildcard. It's not going to be easy.
I guess that must be pretty frustrating for Sinister. Attacking that top floor is no mean feat. I mean, it's pretty tough, especially with the util clear matter. And they did pretty well. It was quite the clean attack. And then, I don't know, the tables turn and they find themselves now down in the round count. Those last 2 rounds not looking really convincing at all. I mean, I believe, if I'm recalling it correctly, both of them were Nico left in like a 1v4 at the end. So, I mean, you cannot be falling on those sorts of plays. Yes, it worked in the first round where Marley hit the ace, but it's not a consistent strategy, and Sinister need to use this rehost at least as an opportunity to reset and think about how they're going to approach these final rounds.
It just comes down to, it's not as simple to attack the way that Elevate do their defenses. They're quite disciplined in the way they hold their angles, and they're often crossfires, and they're a really good team at getting trades, refrags. It happens frequently, and they're not being able to keep up with that. We saw a couple of trades at the start of that round, for example, but then it was a bit of a waterfall effect. Elevate still had such good angles held upstairs. They just got those picks, and Sinister didn't have an answer for it. It's really going to be tough for them. Bar Cocktail is an opportunity, I'd say. They can build on some strength from that first time they attacked it, but they need to be able to replicate it on other sides.
Yeah, I mean, as much as it feels like maybe Elevate are sort of running away with this one, at the same time, there is sort of room for Sinister to bring it back to that overtime, which is, again, a new dynamic, I guess, for these teams. We have seen quite a few overtimes throughout Six Masters, but it's not like every team has played a whole bunch of them. Obviously, we're familiar with that previous Pro League format where there was no overtime. These teams that would just end at the 6-6. You know, you'd go home with a point, day's done. But now you've got to fight and fight and fight and can't give up, because if you do, you'll find yourself at that deficit. And as well, on top of that, something to bring up is, again, the point differential, the round differential. Those head-to-heads late in the season could be pretty important. And I think we can stress that even more for Elevate and Sinister, because even just going into this matchup, they're already pretty tight in the standings.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point. Coming into tonight, I'm pretty sure it was Elevate in 3rd and Sinister in 4th. So that round differential is going to be really important moving forward. This is definitely a big series to watch in terms of who will come out with that head-to-head. And I mean, the second map is going to be just as spicy as this first one. I wouldn't be too surprised if this goes to overtime the way it's panned out. I mean, Sinister haven't been playing fantastically, but neither is Elevate. So it kind of feels justified that it might go into that position. We'll have to wait and see. There's been 6 overtime maps so far in Six Masters, and given that it's only week 3, I'm kind of surprised at the amount, and I think that just shows where we're at in ANZ and the competitiveness between a lot of these teams.
And I mean, talking about competitiveness, focusing on this Cafe pick, it was Team Sinister's pick, so Elevate currently currently have the lead going into this rehost on the opposite pick to theirs, of course, because Sinister picked it. But that's maybe not such an unusual trend, because earlier tonight we saw Wildcard LFO. Wildcard won LFO's map pick, and then LFO turned around and won Wildcard's map pick. So, I don't know, just an interesting observation. Maybe we'll see something similar tonight. Of course, Border being the second map pick, that'll be Elevate's choice. I mean, I don't know, just put it out there. Maybe we'll see a trade of maps. Who knows?
Yeah, and I mean, it's a good point. And one thing with Cafe is it's not like Elevate are a poor team at Cafe. It's not like they've exhibited bad form on this map heavily, so Sinister are like, you know what, we can exploit that. Elevate have played well on this map, so it was always going to be a bit of a risk for Sinister to choose it, knowing that Elevate can actually perform pretty decent on the map. Border, on the other hand, we haven't seen much Sinister on Border, at least for a long time, so that's going to be the real tough one. It seems like Elevate really do have the upper hand going into their map pick, but they could be in for some big surprises. I'm not sure.
I mean, that's the thing, when you're going into a map where you don't have a lot of history to go off, or at least recent history, that means that you don't have VODs to watch, and it makes it a little bit more about your game as opposed to countering the other team's game. We have seen some teams really adopt that mentality of looking inwards as opposed to doing as much study outside of their own play style. So maybe if Elevate are doing more of those internal reviews, that will pay off. I think Sinister probably do a pretty similar approach. Of course, it's hard to say. I mean, we're not sitting in on the scrims or anything, so we don't know exactly what their game plans are. It'd be great if we did. I mean, we'd
we'd be the biggest brains in ANZ. But look, I don't think the teams would trust us with all of that knowledge. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I think not only how the rest of this map plays out, but heading into that second and how these teams really try and approach it, it's gonna be quite intriguing to watch.
Yeah, I think definitely for the rest of Cafe, we're going to be needing to see a little bit more from Sinister in terms of adapting to what Elevate's doing. They need to just be approaching things a little bit differently. I'm going to really emphasize that kitchen bomb site attack. Both teams did it as well. It's not like Elevate are immune to this, but Sinister fell into the same trap. They're just spending so much time to clear top down to ensure that they've got that vertical control through train and mining, that kind of thing, that they're not giving themselves enough time to secure a round site if they want to take through White Stairs. It's one thing that the team's giving them a rotate and freeze a wall, but you have to know that there's nobody in VIP dining behind the bar before you push through. So of course you're going to try and clear that, but it's not easy. There's so many crossfires, and it hasn't worked out. It's really going to be a telling sign on how Sinister's adaptation is going if they decide to not do that attack again, because I don't know, for me it looked pretty clear that that just wasn't going to work out for them. It's not like they did poorly, it failed.
Yeah, and I guess time management has been a pretty common theme across a lot of these matches so far in Six Masters 2020 as we jump back into the action and get prepared to turn your brightness down, ladies and gentlemen. Ying is going to see some playtime.
And we haven't seen Ying much in Six Masters. In fact, she's probably been banned for 80-90% of the maps, maybe even more.
Probably. Be interesting. Derpe will be playing her. As you mentioned, an operator that hasn't seen a lot of playtime, so it's really hard to guess how this is going to go. Probably a wise 6-pick considering that the Maya Jaeger combo has been selected by Elevate. Those Yings, if anything else, will be at least used to try and clear some of that utility.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
You can pop the Candela,
by attackers.
and then all those little parts that pop out. Don't know exactly what they're called. Someone's going to be telling me in Twitch chat what exactly they're called, but when that Candela pops, all of those projectiles can be used to burn those ADS devices or Mayas. And will make things quite challenging for these defenders.
I'm even wondering whether maybe they're looking for a faster, more aggressive push. Maybe trying to get up in the face of Elevate. Because they 6-picked off the Nomad for it. So that means that they're not
10 seconds left.
going to be feeling as safe on their flank watch. They can't just chuck an air jab down
5
and
seconds
have
to
a
go.
lot more certainty that that is now covered. They did have 2 Claymores. Nico is bringing a
Attackers are
Claymore,
moving
as is
to
Tusho.
defuse the bomb.
But that's not at all the same kind of security as the air jabs. So that means they're going to have to go a bit faster, so they're not as vulnerable to flanks.
Of course, Elevate until they either hear Derpe shoot out or pop the first of those Candels won't know that Ying is on the board. It was 6-picked, meaning that Elevate going into this round a little bit blind in that regard. Sinister will likely be trying to capitalize on that surprise factor. Can hear that LMG raining out, so I'm sure Elevate have probably caught out that Ying is well and truly on the board, and to be very mindful when they hear those Candelas pop because of the massive range that they have.
We will have to be careful in just a minute. A droning gun here though. The Sinister have secured this second floor. Something we have started to see happen a little bit more frequently. Instead of teams taking just straight piano and around Cigar, actually obtain the second floor control. And maybe orchestrate some kind of counter push white. Something to that extent. Vinny is going to be coming up from that first floor. So they've got map control on those first 2 floors.
So Digital on the Maestro peeking that Skylight quite aggressively. Minute 30 now left on the board as
A bomb has been located.
Elevate continue to try and ward off any push from below. Whether he finds himself on low HP, a single bullet will take him down. Nico and Fish show still again. Gonna get something going from below, but time is ticking down.
Looks like Worthy was maybe trying to do an aggressive run out from below. not going to work out at all. As you said, he was low HP, finally finished off by Vincia. With a minute to go, though, the way that Sinister have taken this so far, they don't really have much around sight. I mean, they can come up White Stairs, or they could drop Skylight. That's pretty much it. I mean, they could drop Cigar and try push default, but they don't have any control to push out this backstore player, for example. That can be really easily denied unless they just win that gunfight. They're banking on a bit of a risk right now, coming into the final 30 seconds.
I guess the scary part for Elevate is that those Candela I don't think have been used yet. So Derpay could go big here and really help his team push inside, especially if Elevate are blind. 15 seconds left now.
15
Sinister.
seconds to go.
The call comes out to execute. Here we go. Nico makes his way up white. Fred gets the first though. Those Candelas start to rain down. That's 2 in favor of Elevate, but Milo will sweep through and get 1. Refrag is on the cards though, potentially, as Gold Legion finds himself in a 1-on-2. And Elevate will sweep around and collect that round despite it being a 3-on-5 entering that phase of the round. They manage to get another round on the board.
I think it just came down to, again, Sinister just didn't have enough control. I mean, there was nothing over on the Cigar side or through Piano to affect the players playing in backstore, which is such a strong position, no matter where you're executing, even if it is Cocktail. Maybe just a little bit more work needed for Sinister to do something with that attack. I did like the way they took the top floor and the bottom floor, sorry, and the middle floor control, but they just needed that extra touch. And now it means Elevate are a match point.
Dope once again will 6-pick onto the Ying. Despite saving those Candelas for late in the previous round, they didn't really seem to have as much of an effect as I think Sinister were leaning into. Elevate able to avoid those flashes and taking around that really shouldn't have been there, that disadvantage. Sinister was unable to get that meaningful control required. That means we are now on match point though. Elevate with that 6-4 lead. So, if you're an Elevate fan, you want them to win this round or the next. If you're in the Sinister camp, you need to win the next 2 for this one to go to OT.
5 seconds left.
And as we were saying in the rehost, no team so far has been successful in attacking kitchen cooking. Been played 3 times. Might be seeing a run out from God Legion here. Tempted peek, maybe? He's going to go for it. Oh, he just saw the edge of a player, but not actually going to go for the shot. He is detected. Bounce back inside. Nico, in fact, shuts down Digital in a different position. So that's not a great start there for Elevate. I think Digital was, in fact, just rotating.
Unfortunate start there for Elevate as they try and close out this map. Nico with another pretty solid performance so far here on Cafe. Yeah, I can see him on the buck this round. Unfortunately for him, Buck recently using those grenades. Oh my, God Legion. That was quite the C4. Derpay left to lick his wounds, and critically, that will be the Ying off the board.
Really hasn't worked out for Sinister so far, that Ying kick. Even last round when it really should have worked, I mean, it should have been the nail in the coffin for Elevate on that. Work out at all, so might have to rethink their use of it. And again, Sinister are doing this top-down control. They're going to have to speed it up a little bit. I mean, they've still got half the round, but it's going to be tough. Those crossfires are still held in VIP if that's the side they want to be executing.
A minute 30 left in this action phase. That means we have eclipsed the halfway point. Now it's time for Sinister to try and gain some of that meaningful ground they lacked in the previous round. Fisher guy, I believe, is trying to get the electrocore off of this hatch. Don't know if he'll be able to. Meanwhile, there's actually only one member on the side. Elevate instead trying to stop Sinister from getting control around it. Critically, Milo has the diffuser in hand. He's playing the Habana over near the bus stop. Vinny with some nice utility clearing from above gives Sinister now under a minute to maybe get an entry in towards side and get a plant down.
As this all spread out, they do get a pick though. That's going to be a very important one from Nico, just like it was from above. Having strong vertical control with man advantage is going to help that bit more, but with time ticking ever away, need to decide where exactly they're pushing. So I haven't fully obtained where this execute looks like it's going to go. It must be the other side, seeing as Milo has diffuser all the way down the east. Nico's going to be on the counter push. 25 seconds. It's going to be close. Ooh.
Maybe not.
Maybe
God
not.
Legion is now left in a 1-on-4. A couple of frags for Sinister should give them the edge in this round. God Legion will pick up one though, and Nico will swing wide and get the quick refrag. A great round from Nico. Great round from the rest of his team as well. And we are edging very close to an overtime.
Yep, 1 round away. To Sinister to decide whether we do see overtime on Cafe or not. See what site Elevate elect to go for. They're going to be going to Reading, which was another successful site for them last time. Oh, that's that C4 in the face of Derpe. That's a terrible sight to see coming when you're already ADS.
You know what Cookie needs to do? He needs to clip that and put the Seinfeld guitar riff over it. That would be absolutely perfect. That's all I'm saying. It's just an idea, you know? Just gonna put it out there. So, if we see that later,
Attackers need to
at
locate
Rainbow16Z on Twitter,
as many bombs as they can.
I will take full credit for that.
Alright, sure, man.
Thanks, Cookie. Love you. Cookie, of course, being one of the social media managers, absolute legend. And I'm sure he's lapping up all this airtime that he's getting right now, so we're going to shut up about him and get back into the game. 6-5 the scoreline, as we mentioned, 1 round away from either Elevate taking it or overtime. So the pressure definitely starting to mount here for either team.
So last time that Sinister attacked this, they really never succeeded in getting proper cocktail control. And this was another round that was in that Nico 1v4 scenario that you were talking about. They just need to be much tighter on clearing this. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to place that ADS because of the hatch. So probably not too happy about that one.
Well, hey, at least he's placing them on an unbreakable surface. I mean, last time, or in one of the previous rounds, Vinny took out probably the 3 easiest ADS devices in his entire IQ career. So, nice switch up there from Gold Legion to actually place them on a surface where you can't shoot through. Protecting those devices for at least a little bit longer.
Only heavy presence here from Elevate, top 4, as we said.
Located a bomb.
And testing early, I like that they're putting some pressure at Pixel. So it's not even like Sinister can comfortably drop Cigar and play in the piano, and then start to push across. You're going to have to fight and drone out and clear utility at Pixel, and then ensure they can push White Hallway or through Bar. Slowly delays their take of Cocktail, and given there's already a minute burned off, might make it tough. Worthy is on a bit of a run around here. Maybe looking to go for a run out on that east side, not too sure. Oh, some shots coming out towards Skylight, not hitting the target, and Vinny not hitting it either. Again, all adding to a time delay here, as really it's almost half the round gone, and Sinister are struggling to obtain any kind of map control.
Moloska will finally drop down the hatch with diffuser in hand. Elevate seemingly now finding themselves defaulting back towards site. And that's past the halfway point of the round. Keep in mind, all 10 members alive and well in the server. Everyone on full HP as well. So this could come down to a pretty scrappy end of regulation. Again, if Elevate win the round, they win the map. If Sinister win the round, we will go to overtime.
Sinister do finally have that cocktail control, and Spisho has taken it after a drone. Give themselves a bit of time. Worthy's going to throw up a C4, though. It's going to take out Fisher Guy. That's a big pick for Elevate. Inches them closer. Maybe to the map, but Vast has been down in a different engagement. Not sure if Sinister are aware about that. Might still be able to be salvaged. And ooh, Nico almost finds another one from above. He does actually get it in the end. So Sinister maybe in with a shot here.
Fred been having a little bit of a tough map here as Nico continues to tear up with that skeleton key. Does look like Vast actually has been revived, so he'll be back in the game. Smokes come out, but Worthy gets the kill. Retrade not quite there as Vast after being revived, gets another. Nico still popping off. Let's go, Legion finds one more, and now it is a 1-on-3. Vinny, there's not much he can do. He will be shut down, and Elevate will take Cafe 7-5. A great performance in the end, closing out what was a close encounter.
Definitely another close map for Sinister. I got a feel for them. I mean, they've had so many close maps. 2 against Wildcard and now 1 against Elevate that they haven't been able to secure points on. Of course, they do still have an opportunity later on. But well done from Elevate, because I mean, it was looking a little sketchy earlier on in that first half. They managed to bring that to be a 3-3. Of course, they came out on top in that second half.
Worrying signs for Sinister losing their map pick. Wasn't the most comprehensive victory ever by Elevate, but commanding nonetheless. I think it's probably the best way to say it. It sets themselves up nicely for this second map. And I mean, if I'm in the Sinister camp, I'm a little bit worried, because not only is that points lost just for this series, but as we alluded to a little bit during the rehost, this is a pretty big ramification for the entire series, considering how close these teams were heading into tonight.
Yeah, I think it's heavily expected that Sinister really are a top 4 side, so that means they're within that area that Elevate is also expected to finish. So that round differential is going to be very important. And I mean, look, it was Sinister's map pick. Elevate played quite well. They definitely looked like they were the tidier team across all those rounds. But we saw earlier tonight in the first series, both teams lost their map picks. There's a chance that could repeat itself.
I want to hear your tip, Raven. Who are we going to see out on top on Border? Is it going to be as close maybe as Cafe, or maybe a blowout in favor of Elevate?
Look, it's tough because I'm not 100% sure what Sinister might have up their sleeve, but given how Elevate played against Fnatic on Border, I'm definitely leaning towards Elevate in my prediction.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we still have one more map this evening. It will be Border. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
15 seconds to go. Loading back. Reload. Attackers need to protect the position
G'day folks and welcome back to day 6 of Six Masters 2020. It's Guz and Raven here bringing you the final map of this evening. We just came off the back of Cafe going in favour of Elevate despite it being the Sinister's pick. But now it's time for Border. What can we expect?
And forward to Border, because as we've said a little bit, Elevate had a fantastic performance against Fnatic on 2 maps, both of Border, in Pro League Season 11, right near the end. I think it was the second last Playday that they had that matchup. It's very fresh, and it's not normally a map that Elevate have been good at. In the past, it was always really their insta-ban, similar to Wildcard. So they worked on that, they've made it really strong, and this is going to be the next time that we've seen it since that Fnatic matchup.
I mean, it's probably fair to place the pressure on Sinister here. They just lost their map pick. It's pretty dodgy in that second half. A couple of rounds that they probably really shouldn't have won that they did actually throughout that match. So, I mean, what do they need to be bringing to the table here? Because things are not looking amazing heading into this map.
Yeah, I don't think they were necessarily playing super sloppy Siege or anything like that. It's just that the way Elevate were playing their style, especially in their defense, Sinisters have to rely on a much tighter team play because they were starting to lose out in trades and pushing into crossfires that Elevate were holding very disciplined. That's really hard to deal with, and they're going to have to try and pull out some stops here on Border.
Well, we had a look at the community poll before we headed into this series, and it was incredibly close. Let's recap it and see how many of you folks at home have been knocked out already. And it'll be the majority. 39% of you will go home empty-handed, but there's still a significant portion who are in with a running.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that draw is still a possibility. We don't know what Sinister's going to bring out on Border. That's the biggest thing. I don't know how Elevate's feeling about that, but I'm sure they're going to be going into it just thinking, we'll play our own game, we're strong on Border, and that's all they need. Sinister might have some surprises. They are a team that have interesting little strategies that can come out of nowhere, and they could catch Elevate offhand.
I mean, that's the thing. Despite it being someone's map pick, unlike the previous map veto process where you had less flexibility as to where you could go because you had more bans on the table, now you might actually end up picking a strong map of the opponents if it isn't already your insta-ban. So definitely opens the door for some very interesting competition. But talking about competition, let's jump in to map number 2. It's Elevate taking on Sinister. Elevate currently 1-0 up in the series, but can they hang on to the lead? That is the big question hanging above their heads. Border, a map that I haven't casted in quite some time, so I'm pretty keen to jump into this one. Should be fun.
Well, actually, I think the last time you casted Border was the same time I did, which was that Elevate Fnatic series.
Well,
So-
let's go.
Here we are again. In terms of bans, I'm going to say Thatcher, of course. And I don't know, maybe Elevate will ban the Ying. It didn't really work out from Sinister, but maybe they don't want that threat. So that might be what they go for. And no, actually, it's the Maverick. That's going to make attacking a lot trickier because now they're going to have to really clear wall denial thoroughly and have to bring Thermite and Habana. So that's effective. Elevate are the ones that'll have to deal with it first, though.
Mirror to kick things off on the defense. Not too unusual on Border. I mean, we've seen regions like Latin America in the past whip out some very interesting mirror strats. And Valkyrie will round things off, another powerful operator on this map.
Valkyrie, always good on Border. Usually facilitates a lot of those runouts. I mean, Border is very renowned for being able to run out, jump out of windows. Often people say there's a monkey play style to Border, and Valkyrie is a big part of that. So taking that off means that it's probably going to be a little bit more subdued. Players playing inside, and honestly, I don't think Elevate really would have tried to play into that actual Valkyrie run out style. They're showing a Ying here for God Legion. I wonder if that's going to be 6 picks.
Well, you foreshadowed it. Looks like it will be the case. Either way, God Legion. I don't know if I'm speaking out of line here, but it feels like he's been playing some pretty weird operators tonight compared to what we're been accustomed to. Normally playing more of an entry role. I guess maybe IQ you could classify as that. With a bit more of an emphasis on utility clearing. Not sure exactly the thought process behind that, or if I'm completely speaking out of line here and I'm wrong. But, I mean, it's something we talked about a little bit earlier, and
I don't know. It's not always a bad thing necessarily when players are playing different roles. It can often be an indication of depth. Again, it's just something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I think the main one that was really off-role for him for Cafe that I felt was Maverick. But IQ really will play into some strengths of God Legion. He's a really strong fragger, and you do see strong fraggers playing IQ. I mean, Vincere is a great example on Sinister. He's often their IQ player, and he's often also one of their top fraggers. That's a local example at least. Let's see how that works out. They are leaning on this Thermite as their hard breach. They haven't brought a secondary backup. Going to be Digital playing it, so they're going to have to protect him a little bit as they're attacking events.
It's good to be back on border. Missed it a little bit, you know? It actually feels like it has been so long since we have casted this map. Oh,
Yeah, it has.
alright. Hopefully I don't forget the call-outs, to be honest. Might be a little bit rusty, to be fair, but, you know, this game, this map, rather, has been in this game for quite some time now. Introduced all the way back in Dust Line, which was in 2016. For some of the OGs out there. That was also when Blackbeard came out. We all know how that went. Very balanced operator. But obviously, he was fixed, so no problems there. Valkyrie as well was introduced, but we're not going to see any play from her this evening on this map, as she was banned by Team Sinister.
Downstairs presence here from Fisho in the bathroom. Not wanting to let Elevate sneakily take that map control. Very important for holding vents. He is on a drone though. It looks like he just spotted it in the final moment. Some bathroom intel they are going to lose out on. They really will have to protect this because they've already made rotates for Elevate in that position. And without a castle, which is a tradition, Fisho makes that impact though onto Red. He's not going to have a chance to open many holes as the sledge. It's a good start from Sinister. They're under a lot of pressure here in Tellers though. Milo at a weird angle. He's going to get picked by Digital. That evens that man count.
Talk about weird angles. Fisho on an off angle here in bathroom gets thrown out. Will be able to retreat. Also getting pressured from above though. Shotgun shots rain out. It's not quite enough, however, and God Legion, despite being so low on HP, shuts him down with a minute to go.
I think that was a really great way to highlight some of the differences in these teams. I mean, that was good team play from Elevate. They had 3 people basically stacked up in Tellers that could have just tried to push to refrag Fisho, but they used that vertical play to reposition Fisho guy, and that allowed them to get a really effective pinch on. So that's well played by them, giving them a good advantage. And they've got about 40 seconds now as they're starting to edge closer and closer to start, putting these final 3 players under a lot of pressure.
Nice shot there by Vinny. 30 seconds left. Silence really feeling that map at the moment. A couple of shots running out. None connecting though. Looks like an attacker has actually entered in towards Workshop. Derpe trying to help Vinny in denying it. He misses the refrag. That's unfortunate. And Elevate collapsing there. In the end, Nico, the final member to fall for Sinister. And that's a good start here for the Elevate boys.
I think somebody that really is often underappreciated is probably Vast. I mean, he was really steady for Elevate on Cafe. And even you said, like, he was their kill leader for a while. And even you said, like, it felt like he hadn't had much of an impact, or you didn't feel like you said his name a lot. And again, in that round, I mean, that double kill that he got through customs and then onto Derpe under the metal stairs just then, I mean, that really saved the round because Derpe could have had a massive impact with that refrag, and it might have been a different story. He's just really stabilizing things for Elevate at the moment.
I don't want to flex here, Raven, because this is definitely a bit of a weird flex but okay moment. But during that round, I saw my phone light up with a tweet, and I saw the thumbnail, and it was that C4 clip. So make sure you go follow at Rainbow6ANZ. It seems like that clip was me, the Derpe dying to the C4 with the Seinfeld sound. I'll have to go watch that one later. Definitely excited for that. Always good to have a.
Are you done, Gus? Are you done?
I mean, I can keep going. I mean, we have to fill for another 20 seconds till the round starts. So I don't know. Depends. Where do you want to take it? I'll leave it in your hands. You're the analyst. You can talk about the setup. Go ahead.
10 seconds left.
I will, but not just because you told me to, because I want to. All right.
You're a strong, independent caster, Raven. It's okay.
Exactly. There's some interesting picks here that I want to talk about. Mainly the Wamai and the Ella. Well, only because, I mean, we don't see much border play. And of course, he's a very fresh operator into the game at this level. So he will have some changes into how you clear a normal CCTV security hold, break room hold, however you want to call it. And then, of course, the Ella is just a painful operator that isn't picked much. When she's picked, it can be really frustrating. Sometimes her Griswold mines aren't easy to shoot. So you either just have to run into them or ignore them.
Looks like Nico's been tasked with placing these magnets across CCTV. That one not really behaving, but he eventually gets it on the shelf. Elevate trying to get control of the eastern stairs. Path as well, positioned below. Okay, Sinister maybe try and trick that triple wall, but they don't have a bandit on the cards. Marlo is positioned there though. I think he may have seen that drone, I'm not entirely sure, but Marlo's in a pretty exposed position at the moment.
Seeing as he's the Jaeger, it's not like he's going to be trying to go to the triple wall to deny that entry. I think it's just important to Elevate, keep him in check, just that they know where he is, but they don't really have to keep him off triple wall. If anything, just preventing the run out if they're going to breach it open, which sounds like is what just happened. Exothermic charge off in the distance there. Milo got tagged up super low now. He's basically 1 HP from what we can tell. Looks like Elevator really just solidifying this office push.
Milo desperately trying to find an exit pick. He pretty much knows that his life is over here, but if he can at least find one, it'll make his time worthwhile. He has wasted a lot of time. Oh, he's going to try and find a pick. He hears the nade getting cooked, but Red, just in time, will switch to his primary, get that kill. Nade gets sent out. Sky Legion finds another. That's Fisher guy. It's now 3-on-5.
Oh,
Defender is
Vinny
approaching
under
the
a lot of
kill
fire
zone.
there, and God Legion finishes it off. Which means it's actually just a 2 vs 5. As quick as you like it. So much control around Office and Archive. Dope in a bit of a tough position here. He's going to run out straight into the fire of Digital at that window. Which means it's all up to Nico as he gets concussed. He's getting shot from every angle, guys. And that's a flawless round for Elevate in the end.
Indeed it is. Another round where Nico's left to clutch the impossible. And unable to do so. Elevate looking on top so far. There are definitely matches on border where we've seen a B attacker sided, so it's difficult to really get a proper read until we enter that second half. I'd be interested to see what the stats were on that Elevate Fnatic game. While you talk about the setup, I'm going to see if I can actually find how that game went down. Give me a second. It's going to take me a while. Oh, yeah. I found it. I found it.
Nice.
Found the
I was going to
spreadsheet.
say, shouldn't take too long. But
Yeah.
that Ying's shown again by Elevate, but 6 picked off. They're really trying to threat with it, but they're not really seeming like they're going to pick it.
Defenders, protect your
Maybe
bombs
they're just trying to
and defuse by
bully
attack.
Sinister to be picking different operators. Maybe even into a Warden pick, because that's a great counter to Ying and it makes Warden really strong. But then if there's no Ying, well then it kind of feels like a wasted pick. Maybe that's the little bait that they're trying to do there. Not so sure. Since they're going to be re-attempting Armory Archives, generally is the favored bomb site. They were pretty severely manhandled last time.
I mean, looking back at that Fnatic Elevate game, it was Playday number 12 in Pro League
10
Season
seconds to go.
11. Pretty consistent, really, between attack and defense. I mean, halves where it was attacker sided, halves where it was defender sided, so not too much to read into there.
Attackers must locate
Maybe
and
we'll see
defuse
something
the
similar
bomb.
here. It's pretty close. Might see some trading of rounds quite soon.
It doesn't look like anything too dramatically different for Sinister either with this setup. No dramatic changes for wall denial, for example, for triple wall. I feel like Elevator probably going to do the same thing. Stress test and see whether Sinister have made any changes to their playstyle.
Looks like a lot of utility has been set up at that 90 hallway. A shield there to try and assist in gathering intel and maybe going for a couple of picks on these entering attackers. Where he comes across with, oh, the flashbangs to try and burn that ADS, gets lit up in the process.
Sinister not wanting to really give this up without a fight, but Vast eventually will come through. That lifeline impact gets rid of that shield. Fisher though, he gets the first pick onto red though. Roaming Mute, the SMG coming up big for him, and it's a nice opening for him and his team.
That's probably a really big pick too, because I feel like that was red going below to try and clear out those mute jammers, or at least facilitate the clear of that. It's now Vast that's tasked with it. He's got one Zofia impacts left, and he's going to clear that mute jammer, so he's got Digital can open the wall. Wary of Fisher guy trying to flank, but it's a 4 versus 5 for Elevate. 3 versus 5 now as Nico actually gets God Legion. That's the IQ off. So this is looking a bit better for Sinister.
Defender has left
Milo
the
again
area
has
of
his
operation.
position revealed. That ADS temporarily protects him as Fisher guy gets dropped. If Milo gets taken out here, this could turn back in the tide of Elevate. And Milo needs to be very careful. He doesn't give away his life cheaply. At least find a pick here. Oh, that's close. Oh, Fast. So close to find that play up. Does see one in Fountain. Misses the flick though. Digital drops Derpe. Oh no, this is turning in favor of Elevate. Surely not. Milo will swing wide and get one. Doesn't get the second though, leaving it all up to the remaining defender in Nico. He's left to clutch yet another round. 40 seconds on the board. Arguably the advantage with Nico as Digital is forced to go for the plan or hunt the kill. The 5.56 is such a strong weapon though, and with an ACOG he can take on long-range engagements, but what he can't do is get rid of some of this utility. That Evil Eye placed inside of Fountain will give very nice info to Nico, and as long as he plays this calmly, he shouldn't have any issues in winning this round.
Bomb has been located. 15
Digital does get a
seconds
very
remaining.
late drone out, and that actually will spot Nico
10
as he
seconds
goes in for the
remaining.
plant on that red carpet. He sticks it once.
5 seconds remaining.
Will he commit? That is the question. Where's Nico?
Attackers
Is he going to
activating
be able to deny it? No, but he just knifes him. Oh my god, that was like a horror movie. Nico just goes, boom, see you later. Well, all right, round's over.
Defenders have
There you go,
disabled the
Sinister
bomb diffuser.
now get one back.
Defenders win.
I feel like the mute jammer static, I don't know if everybody else can hear that, but I sure can. I feel like that was just foreshadowing for the horror that was about to happen to us, of Nico just running in the face of Digital. Either way, it was a much better round from Sinister. I mean, it almost came back to Elevate, but at the end of the day, Sinister held strong, and it's their first round on the board for Border.
Event Workshop will be the next side of choice. Man, that was... You know what would have been even funnier? Imagine if Nico went for the knife, missed it, and then got shot. That would have been... Oh, that would have been pretty sad. Oh well, got away
That would
with
have
it.
been really sad. Yeah, that would have been really sad. I'm personally never a knife over bullet person. Even if it seems like there's a way to get a style point there, like I would just rather know that I can shoot them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we have a bit of a sit rep now for the re-host. It's 2-1, of course, in favor of Elevate. And I mean, even that last round was still pretty close. It wasn't a convincing win necessarily there for Sinister. We're still favoring, I guess, Elevate to close this one out. Again, it is their map pick, so you'd expect them to only get stronger as this goes on.
Yeah, at the moment, yes. At the first 2 rounds, for sure, Elevate looked really good. And on the contrary, I mean, Sinister looked good at the start of that last round. It was a 5 versus 3 advantage going into the second half of the round. But then they essentially threw it. I mean, it came down to that 1v1. So Sinister not looking ultra comfortable at all. Haven't shown massive adaptations in their play. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still leaning towards Elevate.
Yeah, I mean, as it stands, it is hard to back a team when it's not their map. But hey, as we've mentioned a couple times, it's already happened once tonight, so it's not exactly impossible. I guess you mentioned there that maybe Sinister are failing to adapt. Maybe, I guess for people who might not be as familiar with Siege and sort of what that might look like, what can Sinister be trying to do throughout these rounds to try and mix things up? What does that actually come down to in terms of from like a role-to-role basis or like a player-by-player basis?
I mean, for me, what I would have thought might be the play for them with that Armory Archives defense is, okay, Elevate, we're really keen to push Office. Let's do a better job at denying triple wall. So maybe even bringing more wall denial. So Bandit, Kaid, they had the mute, sure, but that's a simple clear and then that's it. Whereas if you have more wall denial, it's just going to delay time. Maybe they even look at that and they're like, oh, you know what? They've got a lot of denial now on triple. Let's push Armory. And that decision is something you potentially could control. And if you know they're not going to push that, maybe you set up something different with your CCTV break room hold. Things like that. You're trying to control the thought process of how the attack is looking at it and approaching it.
I mean, something we sort of briefly mentioned before heading into the map is that, maybe border's a bit stagnant. It's been in the map pool for a while. As I mentioned, Dustline is when it came in. That is a long, long time ago, and it hasn't been changed really since, except for the spawn peak. But I don't think that's really going to come into effect in competitive play. With all that said, though, we saw Nico, for example. He was jumping on the Wamai. He was inside a CCTV. If you go back a couple of years, you're not going to see that play. Wamai just wasn't in the game. So there is still some room for movement, especially with the meta and the op meta itself, shifting as we go through these seasons.
Yeah, and I'm surprised maybe that there isn't a lot more Goyo play on border. There's like a lot of hallways, lots of rooms that have narrow entry points. So I think just having more shields, especially shields that create a fire pit when they blow up, that can be pretty helpful on the defense. It's something that we saw Knights. We referred to them as homeless because that was when they played this map. But they had pretty innovative strat with Goyo, as well as a Frost, in fact. There's definitely still ways to change things up on border. Not as much as you'd expect, it's just in subtle things. A lot of it comes down to playstyle as well, though, the way that you play and approach the map.
And I mean, it's interesting that you mentioned shields, of course, where currently in this meta that some people are sort of referring to, utility clear, whatever the case may be, where for maybe the first minute and a half, 2 minutes of that action phase, the attackers are really focused on trying to clear these shields. And I mean, if you guys were watching earlier tonight on Theme Park in that wildcard LFO game, there are a lot of opportunities for those defenders to stall out time with those shields. I mean, there's lots of doorways on that map similarly to border, where you can just stack it with magnets, stack it with ADS devices, and it's really tough to clear some of these shields. I mean, we saw glimpses of it there at 90 on border, where they had that shield placed to try and cover the east stairs push. But the thing is, Elevate, they had sort of the mindset that they wanted to clear it. I mean, you saw in that last round, I think it was Worthy on the Nomad, came across all the way from whatever he was doing over towards office to just to throw 2 flashbangs over there to clear that ADS, and they got that shield down. So I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe they just need to keep on stacking more and more utility to make Elevate's life a little bit harder, because they're sort of just plowing through that utility, I feel, a little bit too quickly. And again, time management, it's pretty important. Elevate, not doing too bad of a job so far.
Yeah, and it feels like what Sinister are more leaning on is just countering positions, I guess. So one thing we saw in that reattempt of Armory Archives was Fisher had that more presence below, and he ended up getting that opening pick. I believe it was red on the sledge. So that definitely helped them initially in that entry phase. But that's a pretty thin adjustment, seeing as it was just a frag in the end, or a player's position. When at the end of the day, once teams get to a certain point, it comes down to your strategies. And once Elevate cleared that 90 shield and they were able to push into office, well, they equaled that man count pretty quickly. It really could have been their round. I mean, it did come down to that 1v1. It was in Digital's hands. He might have been able to jump off plant. He could have played it differently, but at the end of the day, I'm still not very convinced with what Sinister changed in terms of how they tried to win that round.
Yeah, I mean, we're only, of course, halfway through this second map, but we can start to look into the future a little bit more. I mean, Elevate in their next play, they will be taking on Team Ferox, a team that has its sort of ebbs and flows. They're a little bit down in the standings currently, but we know that, they've been able to show up on occasion. Again, it's just shaping up to be another matchup with a couple of question marks here and there.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually a really exciting matchup, because Ferox, they played last night, had a fantastic series against Okami, another team that's basically neck and neck with Elevate. Ferox just continuously have shown up and grown in strength since we saw their first match in week 1. They finally got map points last night. That's where they're really lacking, is just map points. They're similar to Sinister in that they've played consistently well, but they've struggled to secure map points. I mean, Sinister had 2, I think, or 3 coming into tonight, 2 map points. But at the end of the day, you need to be winning more. And it's just another opportunity for a team like Ferox to be able to step up and make a statement against a higher placed team like Elevate.
I mean, talking about Okami, that will be Sinister's next opponent in their future Playday. Again, it's just shaping up to another interesting match, because Okami have been in a little bit of inconsistent form. As you mentioned, they lost a map against Ferox.
But Sinister, I mean, based off tonight's performance, it's pretty hard to sort of back them going into that sort of match.
Yeah, I think it will be tough. They've been a bit hot and cold tonight, but they've still got a lot of border ahead of them to keep it in hot. So we'll see what they do. They've got the Vents Workshop ahead of them, which Elevate did win in round 1.
All right, we're back. Let's jump into the action.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
We're halfway through the first half, so we're a quarter of the way through the map, potentially, depending on how many rounds there are, of course. Interested to see, again, how Sinister will try and approach this site. Outside of really that Wamai and CCTV, it hasn't felt like anything too crazy is coming out from either team just yet. Might be some more wriggle room innovation later as the teams
Stop worrying about grenades.
see as required. Of course, the further you slip away, the more likely it is that you're going to bring out some strats
10
that
seconds left.
you would have otherwise kept hidden.
5 seconds left.
Very true. Sinister have a pretty well-rounded lineup
Objective is to
here.
locate a bomb and
Bit of a
defuse
fan. I like that they are using the Kaid to electrify these hatches. I mean, that's a sure thing, right? Elevate have not been bringing Maverick, of course, as banned. Thatch is banned as well, so you can't clear electric laws easily and you can't ignore them. You have to shoot them or blow them up. And oh, that spawn peek from Milo. Shaving a couple of hairs off Worthy, but nothing too dramatic there. Could have been disastrous.
Definitely could have been, but Worthy will get away with his life. Of course, he's playing the Nomad Key Operator on a map like this and cutting down rotations. There aren't really a whole lot of them. That make me quite useful in shutting them down. Again, we're going to see Elevate gathering control now of the eastern side of the map. A key stronghold. They're trying to mount this top floor attack, and it's been pretty efficient so far.
Yeah, it was really efficient last time. They shut down Fisher Guy in that bathroom stall quite efficiently. And see whether it works out that way. Oh, he's trying to aggressive peek on that player, Keller's window. Tags them up. It's 3 players in Elevate that have taken some kind of hit. Vertical play coming out to, again, try and get Fisher Guy out of this position. Nico and Milo also assisting quite heavily upstairs. Vincia on the metal stairs. Maybe a 3-man retake looking likely.
Last with a drone inside a bathroom will spot Fisher Guy. Again, playing inside of the shower. Another one of those lifeline concussions will fly out. Digital and Vast both during this position, so they're well aware that Fisher's here, but no one really in a position to capitalize. Fisher almost gets shot from above, but the shot's miss. He will try and retaliate. Does a bit of damage in return, but surely he's going to be taken down. He will. It's only a matter of time, but Elevate now only have a minute to go.
Yeah, I mean, it got a little bit messy there. Could have gone worse. Sinister, again, they have attempted a retake slightly there. They've got 2 players that have rotated upstairs, playing around with the beepers, and maybe pushing through archives. That C4 is going to go over the top in the bathroom and completely miss, so that's a bit of a waste from Durfade. Air jab goes off somewhere, really alerts Elevate of a flank, potentially inbound. 30 seconds to go though. Elevate really need to get their skates on. They've got a lot more to do to be able to secure a plant down or get some picks, and that's going to make it harder.
Milo is low now. Single bullet will take him now. More shots raining out over towards the bottom of the main stairs as Digital will now attempt to plant. Not long to go in this round. If he sticks it, we will enter the post-plant phase. And there we go. 45 seconds to go. Red finds one more. Retrade not quite there for Sinister, but eventually he is taken down. Vinny and Nico, they're both above. They need to try and retake the side and find 3 members of Elevate. Keep in mind, that counter defuse takes 7 seconds. And then we have 25 left on the board here. Vinny makes his way down metal stairs. Doesn't have a whole lot of ammo to play with, but should be enough. The main issue here is time. 15 seconds left. This is basically unwinnable now. They've taken so long to reclaim site that Elevate have just been able to chill out. There's not much they can do. Even if they get on the diffuser now, it's all too late. Vinny trying to find a couple of exit frags as Nico finds his, but yeah, this round's over. Nico finds a couple, but it's not going to be enough. And Elevate will take the 4th round here on Border.
I mean, again, it really just felt... That's a great end of round replay. It really just felt the same as the first round, right? I mean, they focused on clearing Fisher out of bathroom stall. They got easy map control in office. Used as much time as they wanted to kill Fisher guy, and then just using that vertical control, worked a position to get a plant down in vents. Not vents, sorry, workshop. And that was really it. Sinister just kept walking into their crosshairs, and once that plant was down, as you said, those post-plant positions really disciplined from Elevate meant the retake from Sinister was super slow and not very fruitful.
Simple round win there for Elevate, gives them the 3-1 lead for the map. 2 rounds left now for them to attack, and
Defenders, protect your bombs. from
definitely
being
looking
used
strong
by
thus far. Sinister finding themselves with their backs against the wall a little bit here, and it's up to them to try and crawl their way back into contention. Of course, they are still fighting to draw out this best of 2 series after losing map number 1, which was Cafe earlier in the night. This matchup will have a big flow-on effect for the rest of each team's season. Sinister trying to fight their way into that top 4 as Elevate trying to secure their position in that top half of the standings. So the stakes are quite high at the
10
moment.
seconds to insertion.
I mean, maybe this is a little early to start talking about it as well, but I think this really shows that Sinister are probably a top 4 team, but they're
Attackers are
not
moving out to
quite
locate a bomb
at
and
that
defuse it.
position where they can push, you know, top 3, top 2 kind of style. They've still got a little bit of work to go because Elevate just kind of one-upping them on a couple of areas that are just crucial to being one of those top contenders. But, I mean, they are matching up relatively well against Elevate. Let's not discount the fact that Cafe was 7-5. So map 1 was quite close.
Again, it's looking like Elevate will try and take control from the eastern side of the map. To take that they've pretty much stuck to so far in these first few rounds. Doesn't look like there's anyone really directly contesting the hallway. There are some players over towards lockers at least, trying to slow down this progress, but I mean, on face value, it's looking like Elevate should have some pretty quick control here.
So far, they have obtained a bit of control in office, but it's really going to be CCTV break room that they're going to want that vertical control, and even armory. So it's only half the battle there, given over a minute. Last is down below. Intel is he's going to open that waiting room door, which is going to give them a really nice deep angle and rotate position through into waiting. Nico is going to make a late rotate into workshop.
Oh,
He's
no.
a bit stuck on.
Oh no,
Yeah,
Nico,
finally.
please.
Nope. Come on, Nico.
There we go.
Hey! Well done, Nico. Ah, yes. An absolute rotate machine. Here's the 5-on-5 now there. Just over a minute left on the board. First time it feels like in this map where it's really been 10 alive for this execute phase. So much charge being used on the B hatch. That'll expose a lot of that side. Vinny needs to be mindful of that. Not sure if Vinny still has a C4 in hand. I haven't heard one go out, so he may well have that available to him for later. Maybe trying to save it for the plant, but definitely feeling like these teams are at a bit of a stalemate at the moment.
Yeah, and customs can generally be like that. I mean, sometimes you really do focus on getting a lot of that vertical control. Vast has been down though, and
Attackers have recovered
Digital
their
taken out by Milo. He's stepping up a bit in this round, gets another shot onto Worthy. Looking pretty good for Sinister now at the back of that effort from Milo. Vast did withstand though, so
Oh no.
he's just gonna die anyway.
Ah, Milo. Once again, stepping up big here for his team. I mean, there's still potential for him to get an ace. Oh, he's in perfect position to shut down Red. Quick peek here. Can be devastating if he crouches it. Red holds the angle and will actually get shut down. Come on, Milo. One more for the ace. Can he do it? Yes, he
He's
will.
done it again.
A flawless round for Team Sinister. Milo's second ace for the evening. Oh, Milo. Ah, the Kovacs have cheated you well, brother. Well done.
That's in a big night from Milo. He's, as you said, second ace of the night. Round 1 on Cafe, and now round 5 of Border. Keeping Sinister alive just a little bit longer. Gives them that sniff. They do get a 3-3 half. Really, could be anyone's game coming into that second half.
Indeed, indeed. I mean, it even felt like maybe if they had cleared Milo even a little bit earlier, they were still going to struggle. Time was against their side. They had no real presence on the objective itself. So just a little bit messy across the board from Elevate, and
Attackers
Milo
need
was
to
really just the
locate
one
and
that made them
defuse
pay.
as many bombs as they can.
Very close now to actually being able to even out the half, and during that rehost, at least myself, I was quite skeptical of Sinister's ability to try and bring this one back their way, but so far it's been a pretty positive comeback for them.
Yeah, Customs has definitely held very well just then. See whether they can translate it across. I mean, it's been 50-50 with Armory Archived. Lost one and then won it. Of course, was that jump scare 1v1 situation
10 seconds
that we
remaining.
saw. But, I mean, that round didn't look convincingly Sinister's.
5 seconds remaining.
They're going to have to really back it up here and maybe change some things. Looks pretty similar to what we saw previously, though, not going to lie.
Nico with another Nico angle. That'll be watching detention. I think we've really seen a whole lot of attacks headed from that direction of the map. Elevate instead opting to really mount them from the eastern side, and again it looks like that will be the case. The last second mute gem, a Fisher guy actually gets lit up. That would have been a massive loss to the team, and those second shots almost took him out as well, so not sure why Fisher guy's putting that mute gem down so late in the round, but in the end it was calculated. He gets away with it, and we are going to see the usual clear meta once again in full effect.
Yep, Red not going below this time. He's just going to toss that nade over the little half. And oh, the peek from Nico. What? Tight angle from Break Room, in fact, is going to be the one that takes out Worthy. Nice shot from him, and I'm not sure whether all those air jabs came out from Worthy. I dare say probably not. It's going to have a bit of an impact.
I mean, yeah, I guess the question is, do Sinister know it is that Nomad off the board? If they do know, then maybe they'll be more open to late round flanks, but with the angle being so tight, it's unlikely that Milo doesn't even need to worry. He just runs straight out of the breach and finds two. Milo cannot be tamed tonight, causing some headaches for Elevate on both maps. Coming off the back, we second aced in the previous round, and now Red and God Legion need to try and collect the scraps. Not impossible, but definitely challenging.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be easy for them. They're very separated as well. Red's just going to go deep. He's getting spotted by that Evil Eye. Maestro's just going to pick up. Easy as you like. This could be 2 flawless rounds in a row here for Sinister. Up to God Legion to change that. He's going to get some nice shots off towards 90, but not going to happen. It is a flawless round for Sinister in the end. They closed that half off pretty strongly.
Two flawless rounds to end the half. That means we'll switch sides, seeing Sinister now on the attack. Good recovery from the lads in red. Not that that really means anything, because like a lot of the teams in ANZ, both of these organizations have red logos. And one of the teams even has a player named Red. So we'll move on from that terrible analogy. Elevate defending Armored Archives. We're going to pretend I never said that.
All right. Well, yeah, there's some interesting operators here. I mean, we're seeing more Wamai chosen from these guys. We've said before, Wamai is, I guess you'd say, a new addition to playing on border. And that does change strategies a little bit. I think especially the way Sinister were using it, it was a bit of a pain for Elevate clearing that utility. They were constantly tossing grenades and projectiles down that long hallway to 90. And it just sounded like every single time it was an ADS catching it or a magnet or something. It really was stalling them out. Fisher guy on the Ying this time though. It was Derp on Cafe playing it. See whether Fisher brings a different flair to the Ying play.
Stop worrying about grenades now.
Sinister definitely one of those teams not too afraid to vary up their roles a little bit.
5 seconds left.
Oh. Can we just take a moment to appreciate how clean that was from past? I have seen so many players in the past throw their Electro Claw down about 5 times to try and get that positioning. I think he just got it first go, so... Right on to Vast. As you mentioned earlier, probably one of the most underrated players on this team. Or underappreciated even. He's always doing his part.
We'll see what Sinister have in the tank for these attacks. The swift take of East Stairs so far, which is definitely what you want. Digital got tagged up one way or another really early there. Lost almost 25 HP. Probably not going to be finding himself in too many gunfights too early though, you'd think, as the Maestro. It works out. Extended hold here. Worthy playing in Fountain. Getting that first pick on a Fisher as well. That's the Ying off the board again. Very minimal impacts.
Located a bomb.
Unfortunate there for Sinister. Means that it'll be challenging to not only clear utility or go for that execute if they were to try and blind their enemy. And Gold Legion will get Vinny straight through the wall. That dash taken out. And this is not a great start here for Team
The
Sinister.
attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Yeah, it's not worked out so far at all. Drone's coming out. Can Milo step up again for Team Sinister? I mean, ever since the rehost, he's on that 8-1. The Awaken. Oh, he didn't see that prone player though. That's a big mistake and oversight. Worthy in Fountain. He's been holding it very well considering some sketchy holes. And will Nico be ready for God Legion's angle? He's not going to push through, so maybe not. It is all up to Derp and Nico though. It's a big task ahead of them to find 5 Elevate players.
It's a tall mountain that they will have to elevate
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
because their logo is a mountain. Oh, yes, that was amazing. You know what isn't amazing? For Nico, at least, he's been dropped. Derp now left in a 5-on-1. We'll pre-fire beepers, but look, I don't think he's going to be much of a chance here. He's just going to skate away. Might go for a bit of a timeout, but no, he's going to be greeted by Vast, who will delete him a flawless round for Elevate. And that will be, I think, the 4th flawless round, at least, we've seen on this map. So it's been pretty weird. Oh my god, what's going on?
Yeah, fourth on the map, 3rd in a row, round 5, 6, and now 7. All flawless rounds. That's a bit weird. I don't know, that was the second jump scare for me. I did not see that there was the Kai down there.
Same. I jumped.
Yeah, look, it's been a surprising border so far in a few different ways. Sinister, they've really struggled getting this Ying to really work for them. They're just getting picked early. Dope played it twice in Cafe. Never really had an effect. They in fact lost both those rounds. And now Fisho brought it on that previous round of border, and well, they got flawless. So he's sticking it again. They're really trying to make it work.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
We haven't really seen that Ying put off successfully, as we've alluded to. Elevate probably pretty happy that's the case. Kinda just want to see an execute with Ying actually used properly. Just to see what it's like, because
Discovered the location of a bomb.
either 1, she's banned, or 2, she's been killed early in the round, which fortunately means we haven't seen a whole lot of action. I see a lot of action. We haven't seen a lot of Elevate staring at white screens.
ADS deployed
5
and ready.
seconds left.
Nonetheless, though, could make for an interesting execute if the show
Attackers are heading out to defuse
is
the
able to
bomb.
pull it off.
The what is in store. Worthy trading out that Wamai to play the castle. Those castle strats pretty common for the Vents Workshop hold. Allows you to extend really comfortably in towards bathroom tellers. You can castle off waiting, so you can comfortably rotate between customs and workshop. Does mean that of course soft breach is required from the attackers to open it up. Nico almost seeing the back of a player there around metal stairs. This God Legion. That could have gone poorly for Elevate at the start there. God Legion completely unaware of how aggressive Nico's already moved and obtained this map control.
Of course, Nico playing on the sledge. Grenades are Nico's best friend in this game, it feels like. Expect him to use those very wisely as the round progresses. Keep an eye on Fisho guy now, playing Ying, of course. Interested to see how he's going to prepare. Looks like he will save those smokes and candelas for
the execute. Feels like Elevate have pretty good control around the map at the moment.
Defender has been discovered.
Yeah, being super tagged up in a gunfight. It's going to really affect him as a 3-speed 1 armor. Taking his next gunfight, he's not really going to have much an opportunity unless he gets a headshot. It was affects him late round. Halfway through, Fisho and Milo now rushing in through Armory. Gives them really good vertical control. Have position over this hatch as Derpe does find Digital, so that's the Kaid off the board. Sinister giving themselves a solid man advantage now as Milo gets God Legion. Coming into this final minute, this is looking like potential Sinister attack here.
Second of those Candles do go out. Not really able to capitalize on that, our team Sinister, but they have found Worthy inside of the customs desk. His position revealed on the drone, and shouldn't be too difficult to cut off, especially considering they have that man advantage. Smoke's now popped, and they're looking quite cramped on site. A lot of angles these anchors are being watched from as the final of those Candles does come out, but Red will find one. Derpe will catch Worthy off guard inside of customs, leaving it now up to Red and Vast. Oh, Vast narrowly misses that shot at the front door. Isn't refragged though. He was exposed to that customs position and is aware of that. Now looking to try and shut that down. Question is, how is Sinister going to try and pinch these positions? Derpe will jump on the drone once more. It's going to be up to Vinny to watch these drones. Derpe, does he see the player to his right? He does. That's his triple for the round, and now it's Red. Stuck inside a smoke at the server room door. Try and close things out. He's being wallbanged through that smoke. Will eventually be taken out. I believe it was Derpe. That's 4 for him in the round. Just look to crawl things back.
I think Derpe was really only sure because that pre-fire in the smoke would have made a bit of a grunt sound from the Legion. And it could have worked out, but nope, it didn't. So evened up now at 4-4. Elevator gonna give that a go again. And we might be seeing a very similar scoreline to Cafe. We may even see this overtime. It really feels like that's where we're tracking towards.
I wonder if this will be the first night of Six Masters so far we haven't seen an overtime. I feel like every night we've had at least one, right? I don't know, I'd have to go back and check, but it feels like it. We've had how many so far? Did you say 6, I think, heading into tonight?
6, yeah. I'm looking, night 1, we didn't have an overtime.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
That's it. Every other night has had an overtime. So yeah,
Close
there's been a lot.
Close enough, but, you know, the thought that counts. I was just trying to make a point that, you know, overtime's pretty frequent. So we'll leave it at that. I mean, you're right. We could well see one here. 4-4 the score. I mean, if Sinister can close out rounds like that, who knows? Of course, this is Elevate's map pick. I mean, maybe it won't be that strange to see each team take the other's pick. It's already happened once tonight. And maybe, just maybe, we'll see it again.
5 seconds to go.
Sure, persisting with this Ying. I mean, I still don't feel like it had an impact in that previous round. Maybe it was his smoke grenade that Red was hiding in, but I don't think that was really anything to do with the demise of Red at all. So, a lot of rounds of Ying that we've seen, very little impact. See whether it works out this time for Sinister. See what Elevate will do to adapt to that previous round. Sinister really just, once they got that vertical control, it kind of just snowballed forward at that stage.
Nice control being gathered at the moment.
Surveying.
Fast is roaming below though. Use a heartbeat scanner to find some of these players inside of security. Nico, one of those. He needs to be careful he doesn't get C4'd here. Jumping on a drone now. Will be the end of his life. Fast though uses that C4. It is wasted. Not finding a target or really doing any damage. So not an ideal start here for Elevate on the defense.
That's going to help though. Milo, the hot player for Sinister, off the board. It's the gung-ho Ash as well. Elevate that early advantage. Show got tagged up just then as well, almost to 50 HP. So far this is starting out a little bit better for Elevate. Sinister look a little slowed down as well. They're not getting the same kind of vertical pressure that they had previously. They're really going to try and work at this detention. Digital against all odds of that concussion. Trying to rotate out. Wall's going to go open. Gonna sit next to that window.
the second half of the round now. Oh, that was a C4. Doesn't find a target though.
Bomb located by attackers.
Elevate with a pretty strong offsite hold. Fish guy will use the second of those Candles to push in. Half wall is flash, maybe? No. Gold Legion gets the first. On that entry, Derpe can't follow it up, and something like this will go in favor of Elevate.
Derpe's gonna head back to the detention wall. Digital hasn't repositioned, but he's making a lot of noise as a prone player. Vinny is just hitting bullet after bullet into this player. It's the Legion, but not getting it. And in fact, Elevate get a double out of that. So it is all up to Vinny in this upstairs position. 1 versus 5. We might be seeing yet another flawless round on this map.
Of course, it will be the 5th flawless round of 9. More than half. But no, Vinny just goes, yeah, nah. We'll be taken down though. Elevate winning the 9th round. And again, there will be another round traded back.
And again, just another round of a Ying pick that did nothing. I don't know whether it really backfired. Fisho jumped in with a lot of confidence to push deep there, and he just ended up in a crossfire, and yeah, that was it. All over. GG. So we'll see whether Sinister persists with it, but right now I'm just really saying it's not working out. Maybe there's a better operator they can bring.
Well, I mean, it's something that's happened before for Team Sinister, isn't it? There was a time, I believe, it was when they were playing Theme Park against Wildcard. It was, in fact, Fisher guy again, continuing to stick Montaigne. But let's put that in the back of our minds, because Fisher is now jumping on to... Oh, I thought he was going to play line. Oh, that would have been spicy. Instead, it will be Capitao. So, and maybe there is a little bit of a history there of Sinister maybe persisting with some strats that aren't quite working out.
As many bombs as they can.
Yeah, I mean, it's good you brought that Montaigne one up, because I really do think that cost them quite a few rounds against Wildcard, because it was in the first map that they tried that on Clubhouse, and then as they progressed through map 2, they put Fisher onto a more fragger role, like as Zofia. I think once he did that, he ended up being their top fragger or something. He actually had a really good game. And yeah, he's a good player. He's got good aim. Sometimes it's great to bring a Montaigne on some strats, but you have to consider also the fact that that takes away a good gun from competent players. That does affect you in other ways. So to weigh that up and see if it works out.
5 seconds to insertion.
Alright, we'll see whether the Capitao works out for him on this occasion.
Attackers
Elevator can be repeating Armory Archives, which was their first chosen to defend bomb site. They were flawlessly successful at it.
They're currently going 6 and 3. Any of those kills coming up the 4K on like DR. Oh, that was
Oh, the
goodness.
timing.
If he had a state ADS, he may well have gotten his 7th kill after the rehost, but wasn't meant to be. Looks like Sinister taking a pretty similar approach to Elevate over towards the eastern side here of the building. And we might see some mind games ensue on that triple wall with the denial. Or not.
Similarities here between the way that these teams have held this site and attacked it. Heavily favoring triple wall, just like Elevate were. Good cross positions here held by Elevate in the office that Sinister are gonna struggle with a little bit. That rotating particularly into archives is something you have to be constantly aware of. That half wall does give you that cover to rotate in and out, so Worthy can be simply covered there by Vast.
Loading new magazine!
Bomb located by attackers.
Minute 30 now left on the board. 10 members up in the server. They should only use some flashes to clear out this player at the half wall inside of office. Meanwhile, Defe has been down. Worthy will find Vinny, so it's effectively a 5-on-3. Things not looking great here, and that's one more. Milo off the board as Defe is rezzed. Things falling apart here for Sinister. If Elevate win this round, they will find themselves on match point.
Again, like I said, there's actually a really well-established crossfire there from Elevate, and that worked out beautifully. Worthy and Vast combining for those 2 kills. So you're in a really tough position now. They're ticking into the final minute. I mean, there is a direct entry into site there that they can utilize. They don't have a lot of control. And Worthy's still creating some issues. Vast backing him up as well. And God Legion from a different angle. It's just not working out for Sinister pushing in through that. And it's all up to Derpe and Nico.
Derpe rotating, but it's pretty much too little too late. In saying that though, Derpe has found one. The worrying thing here for Team Sinister is that Diffuser's dropped a triple wall. Very, very difficult to collect that. There's a player
15
down.
seconds left.
Thrown to the right.
Attackers
And Elevate are still up though.
10 seconds remaining.
Nico misses the free fire there. Onto the downed player as Derpe gets dropped. So it's looking like Elevate will secure that match point.
Operators, you have run
Nico
out of
unable to
time.
find that final kill there. And it's looking like Elevate might be able to close this one out.
Yep, it is looking pretty good for them so far. This is very similar to how we saw Cafe play out. We're up 6-4. Sinister brought it back to 6-5. And then Elevate ultimately ended up winning that map. So we'll see whether it pans out a similar way on here. But either way, they are on match point with a buffer.
Six 6-4 will be the scoreline as we enter a rehost. So you get to see our beautiful faces once again as we sit here and try and think of something to say that's interesting. So you guys stick around. That's basically what a rehost is. But I mean, we do have a lot to talk about. It's been a pretty interesting map so far. Elevate, as we mentioned, edging out and looking to try and close this one out ASAP.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting because I just saw them select custom supply, which we haven't seen from them yet in their defense half. I mean, we're in the 5th round of it. It's going to be the first time Sinister's attacking and first time Elevate have held it. That's going to really add a different variable in terms of how this could play out. We've got nothing to go on. It was only held once by Sinister, and that worked out well for them. So if that pays off the same for Elevate, well, then that means they'll take the map.
Yeah, I mean, Sinister, it's definitely felt like in those last 2 rounds at least, haven't had any sort of head in towards side, if you sort of understand what I'm saying. They haven't been able to find that opening. They've been stalled out. Like that last round, for example, it felt like they were just standing outside triple wall waiting for Elevate to give them a pick. They just didn't really get anything going, and Elevate were disciplined. They didn't give anything at all to their opposition, and Sinister were then forced to just rush into it. Maybe we saw Milo try and rush, he got shut down. Fisher guy tried to rush in, he got shut down. So I don't know, what does Sinister need to try and do? Because Customs is another site where we can see these stall out points. It's not the easiest map to attack in the game. I mean, it's still challenging despite being that tertiary site choice. How does Sinister try and approach this next round?
Yeah, well, I think they just need to think a little bit more broadly about how they're handling some of these attacks. With that last one, Armory Archives, I don't know whether they had the intel that Vast was holding that crossfire through the rotate, but they definitely should have seen it if they hadn't, and like that rotate was huge. That should make you think that maybe there's a crossfire held onto that position that Worthy was sitting in. Worthy played it beautifully, you got to put that in there. He was super disciplined for so much of that round, and that meant that Sinister had to try and push in to get that pick. So they had to think more broadly and maybe try and play it more vertically. They had somebody below that was trying to flush out Worthy, so that player was in Tellers. He was able to get into Workshop and just make it so that anybody playing near that rotate in Archives couldn't hold the crossfire. Then they could try and orchestrate a pinch onto Worthy, but they just tried to make that pinch happen too soon, and it just played into exactly what Elevate wanted them to do.
And I mean, one thing that we have mentioned a little bit on broadcast, but haven't had much of a chance to talk about, is just looking through my match tracker. It's been, what, four flawless rounds so far from the 10 played. I mean, that's pretty unreal. I can't think of too many matches that have had that many flawless rounds, or at least that high percentage of flawless rounds. It might be something you see once or twice, but yeah, just something interesting to note. It hasn't necessarily been one-sided to a particular team. From what I've got here, 2 have gone to the orange team, Team Sinister in this occasion, and 2 to the blue team, Elevate. So just that out there. Interesting stat for all the nerds out there. Enjoy.
Yeah, and 3 of them are in a row as well, which is also quite strange. You don't normally see so many different flawless rounds strung together, and that was different teams. So Sinister twice, Elevate once. Yeah, interesting strats, or interesting stats. Starting to lose my mind. But look, I think either way, no matter what happens, if Sinister end up taking this map, well then that really does elevate them. That's not even meant to be a pun, but it is.
Oh,
Does
nice.
elevate them forward a little bit in terms of how teams might or how people might perceive Sinister. But even if they lose this, it's been a really good effort from them. I mean, 5-7 on Cafe, and if they lose it here, it's still a 4-7 on Border. Pretty similar attempts as against Wildcard, and these are the top teams in the region. It shows that Sinister are really starting to push right up against these top teams.
And again, it just highlights how strong the competition is, right? Because Sinister, the team that we saw from them in the first half of Season 11 Pro League was pretty abysmal compared to what we have now. They're looking a lot stronger, but it's still not quite enough to get them over the line, maybe against some of these top teams that were so close yet so far against Wildcard, and it's looking like that might well be the same here against Elevate. So, I mean, maybe for them, the next phase is to try and take that next step and really try and crack into that sort of top 2, where at the moment they might be sort of more leaning towards that top 4, top 5. Hopefully, maybe in the second half of Six Masters, we'll see them step up, or maybe even in the more long-term game, because again, it's not like this stuff just happens overnight.
That's actually such a good point. And the best example of why, or not why, but like a good example of that is Elevate. They were a team that was finishing 4th, 3rd, 4th, 3rd for I don't even know how many seasons consecutively, maybe 3 Pro League seasons. So that's pushing close to 2 years of competitive play where they were so close to top 2 positions and couldn't quite nail it. And Season 11, the one we just finished, was the time they finally did. They came second only to Fnatic, and it takes time. You have to work at it, you have to grind at it, and I think a really important part of that too is that a team like Sinister, they don't let their expectations really exceed them. Because if they start to expect that they should be top 2 and they're not meeting it, then they start to get frustrated, and then that really plays with a big mindset issue. So yeah, that's a really important thing for Sinister to keep in mind. They're really only just starting their progression towards a potential spot in that area.
I guess that raises sort of an interesting predicament, right? Because in a sport, in a team sport, you want to be setting goals that you want to try and reach. But as you mentioned, if you set those goals too high and you don't reach them, then you're only going to be down on yourself. So I think it's really important that these teams try and strike that balance. And I mean, Sinister, case in point. I mean, I think from what I understand, they're trying to aim for top 4. And I'd say that's probably a pretty realistic goal. If they had said maybe top 2, they'd be pushing it, especially after some of the recent results and so far tonight. So, I mean, you know, if they're aiming for top 4, that's cool. I think Elevate, on the other hand, they're pushing for number 1, aren't they, right? I'm pretty sure they've said that. Like, they're pushing for that number 1 spot. They're trying to back up on that Season 11 performance where they finished in the top 2 and try and take that extra step with Fnatic not in Six Masters 2020.
Yeah, and they came into Six Masters as first seed because Fnatic haven't taken up their invite here. So, of course, they want to retain that. They deserve it, really. I mean, they had a great Pro League Season 11. They were so close to even topping Fnatic. It essentially came down to that second border map where they lost 5-7 to Fnatic. If that went the other way, we actually would have seen Elevate in first place for Pro League. So, yeah, it is all about setting those expectations. If you go in thinking you're going to be first place and you don't meet that, well, you're just setting yourself up for failure.
Well. We're back. 6-4 the score. Fisher guy on the Finca, and we're going to customs. So there's a lot going on here. Match point. Big round here for either team. Elevate wanting to win the best of 2-2-0. And Sinister looking to try and draw things out by heading this map to OT. Expect this one to be a pretty fierce fight.
We'll see. And I can't stop looking at Fisher guy on this Finca. And I can't stop thinking, Fisher guy, what are you doing with your operator picks, bro? Not many of them have really worked out. I mean, even the Capital in that previous round, you know, it didn't really assist them with much. I mean, they didn't win the round at all, so I don't know. I'm just a bit dubious. Maybe they're testing some things, and that's their goal. Maybe they're just like, you know what, guys, let's play around with our operator picks. Let's see what works, what doesn't, and we'll move that into some other games. But they're still a real shot to be able to bring this back to overtime. Maybe not the right time to be experimenting. I don't know.
Yes, could be experimentation going wrong. I mean, it's alright trying to experiment early on a map. When it's match point, it doesn't leave you with a lot of room for error. Since again, not really too afraid to mix up their operator choices. I mean, Milo, for example, he's played Ash, but Vinny's playing it that round. Instead, he's playing Sophia, which Durfe's been playing recently. So again, mixing it up left and right. A theme that both teams have really been following it thus far. For example, God Legion's playing on Legion. I know that often he'll be playing a Jaeger, for example. So, yeah, quite spicy across the board.
Legion tagged up a little bit there, maybe some pre-firing from Sinister. One thing about Border is there's just so many ways to pre-fire certain angles here. Sometimes you have to be really careful where you're standing in the early phases of the round. Elevate with a pretty extended hold here into Archives and Armory. Like it's God Legion and Worthy on the dock there. Legion gonna drop out, so he's gonna forfeit that to Sinister. That being said, I mean, it's almost half the round played. Sinister are just finally getting some map control. More importantly, Milo has map control here in security.
Yes, he does. This could be a gunfight. Bottom of the stairs, and Vinny will come out on top. Fast, seemingly unaware of that position. Not ready for it. Vinny didn't even really need the stim boost there from the Finker in the end. I don't think he took any damage. Overclips the halfway point of the round. And Sinister are on top. Literally on top.
But Finker Boots coming out there means that he has one remaining. Not so sure it's made. Well, didn't make the impacts on the kill on Vast, so see whether it works out. Does have that LMG, that could be really helpful covering a plant. Like the bullet hose on attack there. So using a lot of time here to get some further map control down closer to site. Looks like they're wanting to open detention. Means they're probably going to try and plant in vents if they're going to be taking this detention control, as opposed to opening that customs wall and passport.
Digital a little bit late there with the Electro Claw. Detention wall will be blown. 30 seconds on the board. Man, that timer has definitely gone down quite quickly as Worthy gets lit up, but gets the kill there onto Fisher guy. Making it a 4-on-4. Wide peeks outside, didn't find his target. As Dope's already rotated over towards the passport wall and will open that. He has the diffuser in hand though. He's going to be the player to watch. Does he know that Worthy is to his right? No, he doesn't, but he does get the kill. Now it's 2-on-4.
5 seconds to go.
Oh no.
Nico team kills Molosco. Dope goes for the plane, and now it's Vinny just left to cover. This could be a big fail, but Vinny gets his triple. Will he find the fourth? He will. It's a trade to finish things off, and Sinister will win the 11th round. And now we're at the point in time where one more round heads us to OT, or Elevate will close out in regulation.
It was close. That would have been really devastating if that team kill was the undoing for Sinister there. Elevate now have vents reopened for them. Where they're going to go. This could be overtime, or it could be another 7-5 victory to Elevate. You guys going to be maybe sticking his Finker again? I don't know. Still don't feel like it had an impact. I'm skeptical.
Yeah, interesting. Definitely going to be asking Vinny if you have him for the post-game interview, or you can, either or. Just how impactful maybe some of these operator picks have been, because again, we have a slightly different perspective. I don't get to see every impact that an operator has, but across the board, it hasn't really felt like some of these pocket strats have been working. Who knows? A little bit hard to tell. But you know what we can tell? We can tell you that the score's 6-5, so Elevate still with that lead on match point. One round away from closing out the map in the series. Sinister, though, they are in hot pursuit, trying to bring this one to overtime.
Last time Vents Workshop was held, it was an Elevate win. Managed to clear all of Sinister before time was up. See what happens this time. Again, they are extending their holdout towards the waiting room area with these castles. Protects them from tellers and the big waiting lobby there. So this is the one on the castle, and Digital playing that Kaid prevents that wall, for example, armory wall, as well as maybe the hatches we saw them play last time. Less opportunity to access site.
Derpe with the parkour. Did you see that?
Very smooth.
Wow, that was an epic game of move there from Derpe. That's all I'm saying. I don't think he died from falling there, right? It'd just be a bit of damage. But anyway, it's pretty cool. Skill points for Derpe. And skill points of Arth. He gets the first one to Nico, who's had a pretty poor 2 rounds in a row, unfortunately, after starting this series off quite strong. Fast doesn't quite get refragged, a slither of health left in the bank for him. Talking about health, Fisher guy still has 3 of his stims left. Or Finker boosts. He'll be able to use those as soon as to set up for this execute. Still 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, making a lot on opening detention. I think it's slightly different to what they've done with their previous Vents attack. See whether it works out for them. Vinny has been tagged very heavily, and he actually gets a kill onto Worthy, working out in that gunfight. Still 25 HP for him. Last
Isn't there a player to his right? Yeah, there is. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
This is
no,
awkward.
not spotted.
Digital, hello? Visho, hello? No, okay. Well, that gunfight will not happen. As we have passed the halfway point. That was, I thought Digital was maybe on the other side of passport wall, but no, he was just chilling, vibing out there in customs. And I mean, no harm, no foul. It's a 4-on-4. Plenty of time to go in this round. Oh, that's a light pick from Lock. A great shot from him to give his team the advantage.
Legion getting a little too aggressive there. Maybe the play would have been just to drop back a little bit. Force them to push in. Digital on the hunt for a drone or a player. I'm not too sure. He looks very adamant where he's checking. And in the end, he just walks into some gunfire for Vinny. It's all up to Red and Vast. That grenade drops just in front of Red. He gets out just in time. Definitely looking like a Vents plant here as there's 2 players stacked outside this window. And this boost might be detrimental if he walks into the goo mine. It does mean that he loses HP a lot quicker. Well covered though by Milo. Up to Vast. He's the one on low HP. Ooh, almost gets the flick for the second. But Sinister Gars have pushed it to overtime.
Well, let's go. Sin an OT. Keeps my Snowball Esports prediction alive. I guessed the draw in the series. I know you voted for the Elevate sweep. So we're getting pretty competitive here. I mean, I don't want to lose to Raven. I already lost in the LFO match, so I'm on the back foot. I'd rather at least draw between us, and I'm sure Sinister wouldn't mind a draw either, as they stick the finger again. Ah, yes. You love to see it. Please.
It's worth
Why?
worth noting here though, guys, that if Sinister do win this map in overtime, they won't have the round difference. So the head-to-head
True.
is now elevates regardless.
True.
But of course, they get map points if they win it anyway. So Sinister definitely gunning for this dub.
Gunning for the dub indeed.
Attackers need to locate and
Heading
defuse
to
as many bombs
OT.
as they can.
Sinister attacking, of course, as Elevate set up on the second floor. We haven't seen a flawless round in a while, so I don't know, maybe we'll see a flawless round here. Just saying. Don't know which way. I'm just going to throw it out there. We're going to see a flawless round.
Well, Elevate haven't lost the defense of this bomb site yet. They won it flawlessly at first attempt in the defense half. And then they won it again the second time in round 10. Here we are, round 13. See whether it plays out the same. In terms of that Finker pick, now I'm just starting to wonder whether it's simply a good luck charm. I don't know. Like, again, I don't really feel like it had a massive impact in that previous round. But it's 100% win, or 100 win percent. Oh, I don't know what I'm saying, guys. Oh my lord. 100% win, whatever, since
Rate.
they picked Finker. They haven't lost. Yeah, win rate. Oh my god, that's the word I was looking for.
Oh no, Raven. Raven has lost before. Oh,
Raven.exe has stopped working.
Oh, wow, Look, it is getting a bit late here. I think it's 11:40 PM here in Eastern Australia, so not only are we feeling it, but the players as well. Although, let's be honest, most of these guys would be screaming at these sort of gamer hours anyway. Us casters, though, we're a bit soft. 4th map of the night, and we're starting to feel it. 2 minutes to go in this round, though, and Worthy feels that one. That's his head taken off. Nico gets himself back into this map. 2 rounds straight for him. Didn't go his way, but coming up big now in OT. Digital somehow gets over the half wall, despite that wall being popped open, so a little bit lucky for him.
And now Elevate against the ropes. I mean, not only is Worthy out, but Digital tagged very low. Really important anchor operator there. Maybe these stims are working out. I mean, Fisher Guy's really ensuring that his teammates are constantly as much HP as possible. He himself hasn't really had a massive effect directly. Yeah, maybe these stims are working out. Go for the repel, maybe just trying to bait that jump out. Nobody actually playing that sandwich locker position. Coming in towards the final minute, Sinister looking pretty good on this round. They've got a lot of control now in Armory. Or of Armory with that wall open. Oh, seeing the Kaid player. Vast managing to take just a hand shot. He's going to drop below. Keeps him safe, but it also gives Sinister just that little bit extra control now.
Default. The default camera is up and God Legion is going to go for this run out. Surely he gets the kill and Fisher Guy will pay the price. Refrag is in position and Vinny will miss that shot. God Legion should not have won that, but he does. Meanwhile, Dope is attempting the plant and sticks it. So now God Legion needs to recover site control and go for this counter defuse. Great 2k from him, likely not going to be enough in this round, and that will give Sinister the round win and the edge in OT. And this just spice it up once more.
Spice it up indeed. First time they were able to win that side, and what a time. In overtime, in fact. Gives them match point. Elevate now have to lean on their attack to hold the map to that final round, in which they will get a chance to defend again. The wire here, guys. In fact, that's actually the first time that Sinister are able to get a plant in 7 attack rounds.
It's also the first time in what feels like 7 rounds Sinister won't play Finker, but hey, that's because they're in OT and they will be on the defense. So of course he can't bring Finker. Nothing standing out really so far in terms of the selections. Where they're jumping off a Nomad onto Habana is a little bit interesting considering they already have the 1 hard breach, so decided to double down in that department. We're going to see another second floor hold though, of course. As I mentioned,
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Will we go the full distance? That is the question.
It's a great question, guys. Let's look back in some stats here. Armory Archive. Last time it was held by Sinister was their final attempt of their defense half. Long time ago, round 6. That was successful. In fact, that was a flawless round for them. Very similar story here in terms of Elevate and their history of Armory Archives. See how it works out. So far, Elevate have really only just done office pushes. They've not bothered really to take security, break room, Armory wall.
5 seconds left.
On triple, in through office, archives, that kind of thing.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Definitely felt like Elevate's attacks have been quite predictable from this eastern side. So, I mean, maybe the opportunity for them to mix things up, but judging off their spawn locations, it looks like it's going to be the same again. Oh, maybe we could see a CC push, but Digital does have that diffuser in hand. Down the office, so expecting to try and gain control of these stairs. Another last minute jam from Fisher will secure that triple wall and slow things down a little bit for Elevate as they try and progress.
Drone's getting shot there as well is going to hinder some progression. Intel lost, not able to be advanced on, does slow you down. Even just these stairs here, they're seeming worried about control. Red looks like he might be looking to hold a flank or hold this player below. I reckon he's trying to support Vast in taking tellers so they can clear out that utility at triple wall and get it open.
2 minutes left. Each team taking a little bit of a sit rep. Evaluate their situation and how they're going to progress for the rest of the round. Digital again, still holding that diffuser outside triple wall. Looks like Elevate being stalled out a little bit. Oh, Fisho. Okay. Must have had some interesting intel or sensor line to pre-fire that. It doesn't quite net him the kill, but would have been nasty if he did. I mean, Vast has been playing below there pretty much exclusively on these attacks to try and clear out Milo, who again is playing Milo playing Jaeger on the half wall. Again, 10 members still on the board, not long to go.
Yeah, it's been slow going here. Elevate taking their time, trying to get this triple wall open, and Milo gets the first laugh. I don't know if that's even a saying, but it is now. Vast is going to be off the board. Sophia utility no longer available. Oh, a pre-fire from Fisho. Just half a second too early. Almost hit red there. He's trying to find this position of Milo in office. It's really causing a headache and havoc. And these pre-fires from Fisho are just nuts, man.
Definitely going to watch the VOD back and say if only. Now there's 45 seconds left. It's crunch time for Elevator to try and keep their hopes alive on their map pick. Milo's forced to drop the hatch as Vinny finds another one for his team. In dropping, Milo has been taken out. One of the key fraggers for Sinister, no longer taking part, at least in the fragging department. More kills coming out now, living up to God Legion and Worthy. Oh, God Legion almost taking the head off Vinny, who gets away and will likely be able to self-heal himself, and he does. Diffuser has been dropped. Free fires coming out from Team Sinister as they try and hold on another 10 seconds to win the map and draw the series. It's looking likely now as God Legion left in a 1-on-2, and Sinister will close out Border in overtime. And for the second time tonight, each team will take the opposition's map pick. Wowee. Don't you? You love to see it. You love to see it.
Very interesting night of Six Masters Siege there, and look, it's a good story for Sinister. They finally got a strong map win against one of these top teams. They really pushed for it against Wildcard. They backed up a great performance last week against the Knights, now with a really strong performance against Elevate. Really is trending up for Sinister, cementing themselves as definite top 4 contenders.
I don't know what it is, but me and you on Border, we always seem to have close games. So if you ever want
Apparently.
a close Border game, then make sure you tune in when Raven and I are casting, because it's pretty exciting. And I think for me, the most exciting part coming out of that map was the fact that Elevate, they had their backs against the wall. Let's be honest, they were looking like they were in a pretty bad spot. But then they turned the ship around. The rehost as well, maybe playing into their hands a little bit, and they ended up coming out 2 rounds straight in overtime. Pretty clean finish, and they draw out the series, which, I mean, coming out for the back of Cafe is probably, making the best of a bad scenario.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking back at my match track here. The first 4 rounds of the second half, 3 of them were Elevate, so Elevate were up 6-4 at one stage. That was it. Sinister ended up winning 4 rounds in a row. You can't fully point out the rehost. I mean, it was a really good effort for the comeback from Sinister against the grain. Elevate really felt like they had that momentum trailing off in that second half. But yeah, Sinister, they've done it before, and they've just done it again against a really good team, and it's got them that map win.
I mean, as you mentioned earlier, it is important to point out that Elevate will come out of this matchup, despite it being a drawn series, with the edge, because they do have the round differential in their favor. Wait, do they? Well, it was 7-5 in the first map and then 8-6. So does that mean that it's the same? Right? Because it's
Good question.
a
Good
2-round
question.
margin.
We'll find that out another time.
We will. We'll. Big question mark. More question marks. I mean, that's a trend. Question marks. So, I mean, yeah. Interesting end. And look, Sinister happy, I think, to get out with some points. Because as I mentioned, it was looking pretty sketchy there for a while. And I think being able to come back from losing your own map is a valiant effort. And it's the second time we saw it tonight.
Yeah, and that being said, we'll hopefully get a chance to ask Vinny in the interview whether Border was a surprise to them, because it's not one that Elevate pick often. We really don't see them play it much, even when it's available. So that's something that I'm keen to hear. And if it was a surprise, well, then they ended up doing really well at adapting.
Well, we have our interview with Digital from Elevate Ready and Waiting. Let's beam it up.
What's up, guys?
G'day,
Right.
Dig. Congrats on taking a map tonight. Probably not exactly what you guys would have liked
Yeah,
there on
no.
Border. What went wrong, mate?
Like, it's like they just adapted well, and they saw into what we were doing with our pushes. I think definitely when we went top 4, we needed to extend out to security more, and we just needed to be quicker on our defenses in realizing what they want to achieve. Like, they wanted to go for security, but we just took too long. Like, I was on cams, I almost died to the breach. So just needed to be more aware on what they wanted to do. Especially if it downstairs on vent, they were just doing well. Like, they were getting me out of customs early, and then dealing with top. Yeah, they just adapted well, and we just failed to make those adaptations and read into it.
I guess I'll ask you about map veto. Pretty simple question. They decided to pick Cafe How was that for you guys? Did you feel really prepared to play them on Cafe?
Yeah, we they like their calf. We were prepared on calf. We thought they might pick it. So yeah, we were prepped on that map. And they've got a couple of odds on it. So yeah, no, we were ready to that. Yeah.
Cool. All right, I'm going to sidestep a little bit. One thing I do want to say is I'm going to be talking to you on Friday night for Late Night Siege at 8 p.m. Sydney time. So maybe you just want to tell everybody what you are planning to talk about on the show.
We're talking about the map's Consulate, and we're doing Thatcher as the operator. Yeah, tune in. It should be good. We'll go over why Thatcher's a little bit more prevalent on that map now, with Wamai being played in Pro League a lot. So yeah, and some cool things you can do with Thatcher as well. Yeah. Tune
Awesome.
in.
Well, you guys will be taking on Team Ferox in your next Playday. What's the prep looking like for that matchup?
Probably say the same. We'll just do what we can do from our end. Read into prep our map picks and just read into their VODs and just do our homework basically. Which just treats every team the same. Don't really think it's an easy walk. A walk through the park. Yeah, treat them with respect.
Awesome. Well, Didge, we appreciate your time. All the best next week, and well done for taking a map tonight. We'll see you soon.
Cheers, lad. Thank you.
Bye. Oh, I like the little tease there. Talking Siege, of course, will be Friday night, as you mentioned, 8 p.m. Twitch.tv/Rainbow6ANZ if you want to catch all the action. Dev Marta and Raven will be taking the helm on that one. I've been tuning in. It's been pretty fun. I enjoy. Have you guys been playing ranked together on those shows? Is that what you guys have been doing?
No, I mean, we played a little bit of quick match towards the end, and last week we played a bit of Grand Larceny. So that was really fun because we had Warden on from Team Ferox, and neither Dev, myself, or Warden had played Grand Larceny at all. So it was a really fresh experience for us. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. And if you do tune in this Friday with Digital, you'll learn about some cool tips with Thatcher, cool tips on Consulate. They're all beginner friendly, so if you haven't played much competitive level, it's really good insight.
I think it's interesting you mentioned the Grand Larceny event. It's actually been a lot of fun. I suggest that you guys jump on. There's some cool cosmetics as well. You can get around that. They're all really nice. I got the finally finished the Warden uniform. I got the headset in my very first pack, and I finally got the uniform, so I'm pumped. Let's turn the conversation to Team Sinister, of course, managing to grab that second map win tonight off the back of their Cafe loss. How do you think they're going to be feeling for the rest of the season now?
Look, I think they'll be pretty happy, but at the same time, maybe just a touch disappointed because Cafe was possible for them. We do feel like it was more of an Elevate map regardless, but I've no doubt coming into it, seeing as their map pick, they really felt that could have come over the top of Elevate in that, and they really could have had it to it tonight.
Well, we have Vinny ready and waiting on the line from Team Sinister. Let's see what he thinks.
Hey guys.
Vinny, I'll handball the same question. How are you feeling after tonight, mate? Bit of a weird one.
Yeah, like we were pretty disappointed after Cafe. We knew we had we'd prepped it, and we knew we definitely could have taken it to them, and it was a shame we couldn't force overtime, but stoked with the comeback on Border. Obviously, to get 3 points is really good.
Yeah, we'll touch on that comeback of Border. By round 10, you were down 6-4, and then you didn't lose a round. So maybe just tell us about what you guys were talking about and what went through your heads in terms of changing things.
So yeah, like Border isn't a map that we've played very often, and we knew going into it that you prep every map or all 6 maps that you're not going to ban going into a Six Masters match, and Border was one that we were kind of underprepared for. And we just knew that we had to just play off instinct in the end. We were kind of adapting off what they were doing. We hadn't really voted what they had done on Border, and we haven't really seen what they've done on Border much. And yeah, after going out of that rehost, we just knew we all had to mentally reset, take each round as they come, and yeah, get the dub.
I do have a burning question. Fisher played a lot of Finca. Was it actually helping? Because from our perspective, it didn't look like it was doing a whole lot, but I'm curious whether you felt like it was.
I mean, again, on the fly kind of stuff. We were just like trying different things. I got into gunfights every now and then, and all of a sudden I was finking and I was shooting the floor. But other than that, the nades were good, I guess. But yeah, like any adaptation is a good adaptation, I guess.
Awesome. Well, you guys will be taking on Okami in your next match. How's the prep looking for that one?
Well, obviously we'll start now. It'll go on tonight. We'll look back over the VOD from tonight and just see where we went wrong, and start the voting process, start the stratting process, and same as any other team. They're a strong team, and we know we've got to take it to them.
Awesome. Well, Vinny, well done on toughing it out tonight. We'll talk soon.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Bye. Ah, yes. Look, maybe we weren't wrong. Maybe Finka was a question mark. A question mark. I guess a question mark, but man. Oh, I want to hear the comms. I want to hear the comms every time they're picking Finka. Surely Milo or someone is going, are you sure? Are you sure about that one?
Yeah, I don't know. I just, it's exactly what I pictured too. It happens so often when someone plays Finka, you'll be in the middle of a gunfight and then that stim comes off, and because it helps your recoil, you just end up shooting at their knees or whatever. So that was just a perfect analogy of what I was picturing. But yeah, it was great from Sinister. A really good second map, and considering they were surprised by that, I got to praise their adaptation. I was criticizing it a bit in the first part of Border, but it really came through in the end, and of course they took the map, so yeah, well done.
Well, as the clock strikes midnight here in Eastern Australia, it's time for a recap. Let's bring up the graphic and see what went down today. And there we go, 2 draws. And Raven, maybe explain to us the significance of the draws and what it meant in terms of the map veto. I'm trying to foreshadow this for you without trying to say exactly what I'm thinking.
Well, what's quite strange is what we had seen for all the 6 Masters. Because of the control you have with map veto and the maps that you play, you're more likely to be winning your map pick because you have to be prepping so many different maps. But tonight, nobody won their maps. In fact, everybody traded their opponent's map, which is very strange because all of 6 Masters, it's basically been teams winning their own maps and then occasionally also winning their opponents. Biddener against the green one, and also these teams are all competing for very similar spots on the standings. LFO definitely creeping up there, and this means that, I mean, none of them are really jumping each other because it all went 1-1-1-1, but it will really play into it in that late season when the head-to-heads come into a factor.
Talking about head-to-heads, it's time to have a look at how the standings are shaping up after week 3 here in 6 Masters. 2020 wildcard will be your leaders. Let's work our way down.
Yep, Elevate in second now after tonight's efforts. They are only that 1 map behind wildcard, and Okami equal points with them. Pittsburgh have jumped ahead of Sinister just by round differential. That is just 2 rounds. So really tight there. LFO also equal points, and they're 3 rounds behind Sinister. So that's 6th, 5th, and 4th. All so close. It's just a matter of rounds that separate them.
I mean, that could really shape up to be an interesting mid-table battle. Of course, these teams fighting for those top 4 spots, and it could be so close between those 3 teams. And I mean, even further down, Ferox aren't too far off joining that bunch there. So, I mean, every week this tournament just keeps getting more and more exciting. And with the standings being so close, I think that's only going to become exponentially more thrilling to watch.
Absolutely, that's something that's been so good about 6 Masters, is every week we've had just outstanding series. I mean, last week Dev and I casted, I think 3 of those series were just absolute bangers, and the same this week. We've just had so many good matches, and that's only going to continue to be like that. I mean, you think about the end of season, if I bring up the schedule, talking about the final weeks, you've got Elevate versus Okami, Elevate versus Wildcard. That is all still yet to come. They're top of the table battles, and I mean, there's so many other teams vying for those top spots. It's really exciting.
Awesome. Well, that concludes week 3 of Masters 2020. Make sure you guys tune in to Late Night Siege Friday night on Rainbow Six ANZ. Until next time, though, stay safe and good night.
Soul in me and the heart I have for you. It bleeds for you. It beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life.
safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. Did she bring me back? Not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again.